You are joining us. This is Maiyegun live. Thank you so much for joining me, brethren. If you have read the caption of this broadcast, please read the description of the broadcast as well. Like it, share it to invite your friends and not so friendly friends. Tell all of them that Maiyegun today or Maiyegun is back. And if you have done all of that, thank you. So let's get started. Yesterday, one of the arrowheads of the emergence of Boko Haram's murderous, ruinous, corrupt, the most corrupt at least so far until Tinubu beats the mark or the record. The most corrupt, backward, murderous, terrorist regime in the history of Nigeria, Boko Haram, one of the arrowheads of its emergence and its sustenance for 8 solid years. Aregbe Mugbana Baba Kabiru was on a program or an event where he happened to be one of the invited guests, and he was asked a question about the state of Nigeria if he had to access, assess the situation. And Aregbe Mugbana Kabiru categorically said, Nigeria is in a worse place right now. In his own words, that's what we're going to start from this evening. Please.
Who said, for forms of government, let the fool contend. What is best for the people is simply best. Flowing from your question, there is no doubt, the lead speaker said it, that we have seen a worsening economic, even political, spiritual condition of Nigerians. You don't need to be a nuclear scientist to know that things are progressively getting bad. How? Smaller percentage of Nigerians are now prosperous. It's not saying there is no prosperity, but it's reducing and reducing. And when I was born, and at my development, all the things were development, wealth was not as limited to a few number of Nigerians as it is today. And that, what does that signify? It tells us that we are in a deep problem. You see, as to physical sciences are very exact, but social sciences reflect the condition of the people, and that's why it's not exact. So we will not be here discussing this if things are normal in Nigeria. We know, even those who have extremely better today know that things are not normal. And in addressing it, as far as I'm concerned, I will not be as rigid as Dr. Bugaji. That look, for rhetorics, for political correctness, yes, you can say homegrown. But human beings are the same everywhere. Hunger is hunger. Poverty is poverty. So, a bad system is a bad system. Whatever does not give the appropriate opportunity or right to people will be resisted, no matter what you do to prevent it. He mentioned that he mentioned military rule, he mentioned political system, he failed to mention revolution. That look, if all of that things fail, there could be, people can revolt. So if you are conscious of all of this, and we know the consequences of things getting out of hand, it will interest us to see how best to govern ourselves to ensure that our people, and you said it in passing, that the primary responsibility of every government is the welfare and security of the people. When those two things can no longer be guaranteed, forget it. There can be a stable society. However, please let me conclude. I know I'm taking time. I have looked at, I've studied the issue of Nigeria, how we even came into existence as separate kingdoms, communities, and whatever. If we don't want to relapse into actually what led us into being colonized in the first instance, because some people want to overlook that. That was a weakness that led to our colonialism. It was a weakness. I don't want to go to that issue. If you are strong enough, we would never have been colonized. So we are not strong enough, and that was what led to our own being dominated by others. And part of it is the tyranny of these individual dictators that we call rulers. If you go on believing that a man, a person, no matter how beautiful, no matter how good, who have the capacity to go out 120 million people all alone without checks, we are joking. So, but by that consideration alone, I am opposed to executive system of government. I believe a collective arrangement which parliamentary system guarantees is best for a nation like Nigeria, if indeed we are committed to advancing the interests of the large population and mass of our people. Thank you. All right, thank you. Who said?
Nuisance lele. Nuisance lele. Nuisance lele.
Aregbemugu, Baba Kabiru, Baba Afusa as well. Somebody actually just said that he's also Baba Afusa. Aregbemugu Baba Kabiru was a commissioner in Lagos. In fact, at a point, he was calling himself Oromiyan, a religious fanatic himself, or probably one of those who used religion to hoodwink and deceive people for political gain. He was sent to Osun State by Tinubu, the caucus of guys who were pushing the idea of Awolowo this, Awolowo that. In fact, they were pushing what they called true federalism, regional system of government, and all kinds of political ideologies that were so appealing to the Yorubas 20 years ago or 25 years ago. They were pushing this. And majority of the Yorubas who felt like politically cheated to have been forced to be part of this one Nigeria idea, they followed these guys, including Tinubu, who publicly at the time rejected Nigeria. Okay? In fact, their own political ideology was that for any real progress, meaningful progress to take place in Nigeria, Nigeria had to go back to 1963 Republican Constitution. They deceived our people. So when they finally gained power, especially when they gained power in the western part of Nigeria, they then contributed to further the, what do you call it, impoverishment of our people. There are still people who believed in them, because it is too late for them to now kind of see through the fraud that these guys are. In 2000 and I think it was in 2020, sorry, in 2000 and before 15, 2011, right? Then 2015, when Bokwari came, it was one of those who ensured that even though the Yorubas actually rejected Bokwari in 2011, in 2015, to some extent, he ensured that Bokwari was redeemed in Osun State. This guy became governor of Osun through the Adefarasi, or what's that guy's name? The judge that was doling out and dishing out some of this civilian coup of that time, judicial coup, it was called. Before people could actually see through, Tinubu has already used the judiciary to reinstate some of these opportunists. Aregbemugbana Baba Kabiru became governor of Osun State, and within a year or two, Osun State was on the road to a total bankruptcy. They haven't recovered to this day, right? The worst after him, those who actually succeeded him became like worse and worse and worse after. And the Osun people, there are those who still defend him. But here is the point. These guys lied to our people to believe that partnering with the CPC of Bokwari was in the interest of the Yorubas. And the Yorubas became part and parcel of their change. The fraud called change that brought back Bokwari, an anti-Yoruba, enemy of Yoruba people, right, to power. Because they saw that as a chance for them to get closer to controlling Nigeria. And they did everything to make that happen. Bokwari now became the president of Nigeria. Guess what? True federalism no longer mattered to these guys. Regional system of government no longer was a thing. The 1963, returning back to the 1963 Republican Constitution was no longer their thing. In fact, Bokwari was asking the people, what did they mean by regional system? And this is why the guys behind him, they just kept mute because they lied to our people. So at the end of the day, one Nigeria, impoverished our people, not just impoverished our people more, it also terrorized our people. For 8 solid years, the Fulani terrorists were terrorizing our people, and these guys couldn't say a thing. They also supported Bokwari in destroying the entire Nigeria. That after his tenure, he was rewarded with the position of minister. Throughout that time, he was a minister. Nigeria was fine. Everything was fine. Then, somehow, I don't know, something happened between him and his political mentor, Tinubu. Tinubu wants to succeed Bokwari because according to him, Tinubu said there was an agreement that after Bokwari, Tinubu, will succeed Bokwari, and he expected all his lieutenants, including Pastor Ruga, Aregbemugo, and the rest of them, including Fashola and the rest of them, to support him in succeeding Bokwari. But was there something they saw that we didn't see? So they backed out. Rather than support Tinubu, they did their best to stop him, which finally sort of pitched him against the camp of Tinubu. Today, Aregbemugo is no longer, it's like a persona non grata in Osun. They are not in power in Osun, right? So here is what they said happened. Tinubu putting in place or setting the stage for his eventual takeover of APC, Egbekegbe, after Bokwari. Tinubu was going to use his own cousin, supposedly, Oyetola. Oyetola was to become governor so that they can secure Osun. Okay? But Aregbemugbana didn't want Oyetola to succeed him. So he did all he could, but somehow, with the help of Oshiomole as the chairman, they managed to get Oyetola in as the candidate of APC in Osun. That was the beginning of the end of influence of Aregbemugo in Osun. Now, because of this betrayal, they call him a betrayer, by the way, because of this betrayal of a thing between them, Aregbemugbana decided to further sabotage Tinubu in becoming the candidate of APC. This is between them. In all of this, all the interest of Yoruba land, All the talk and talk about regional system, all the talk and talk about Awolowo this, Awolowo that, they no longer matter. It was now about the political survivor of this duo. So Aregbemubo was controlling Alimosho local government area in Lagos State. As a former repairer, refrigerator repairer in Lagos, who ventured into politics and became one of the strongest men behind Tinubu in Alimosho. So it was one of the strongest of Tinubu's allies. So what could have happened? What went wrong? Nobody really knows. Now that Aregbemubo is no longer in the political corridors of power anymore. And suddenly, they just realized that, oh, it's true. Nigeria is so big that one man should not be controlling the whole country. Talking about parliamentary system of government now, where let everybody just go back to their region. Let everybody just try and control this and that, because it's no longer in power. And according to the Tinubu supporters, yeah, they are tearing him apart every now and then. You see, a lot of people have lied or used the people in furthering their political agenda in that contraption, lying to themselves. No, we're lying to the people without kind of like lying to the deceitful people. And there are still those who are using that similar technique today in all parts of Nigeria, especially in Yoruba land. There were those who believed that, you know, there are those who believed that Tinubu actually cared about Yoruba. To the point that some of these mofos will tell you that if not for Tinubu, there will be no place for Yorubas in Nigeria today, when there is actually no place for anybody in that contraption except for themselves. They all know the truth. That's one thing. Majority of these guys actually knows that Nigeria is not working. Nigeria will never work. Not the way it is currently constituted. The way Nigeria is constituted as we speak is just pretty much like a company, right? Where everyone, somehow, Ogata, yeah, or something. You know, whether Nigeria are better, concern them. It is turn by turn Nigeria Limited. Everybody is waiting for his own turn. About take your turn, make you come out. Just say whatever you can to the people to make them feel like you care, even when you don't. So Aregbemubo is coming out to tell us now that a lot of people have become poorer, while few people have become extremely rich. And somehow, Aregbemubo believes that it is not just a coup that can happen. A revolution can happen. Really? These are those who backed the murderous Boko Haram regime that killed Nigerians, that turned the military to a killing machine, the police to killing machines. They were killing Nigerians, but nothing was wrong at the time. And there are those who are with Tinubu now. Tinubu has also turned the Nigerian military, the Nigerian police to killing machines, killing Nigerians, jailing Nigerians, criminalizing self-determination, criminalizing their protests in a supposed democracy. These were supposed to be the progressives, so the progressives. There are those who are backing Tinubu now. When Tinubu no longer have that power, when they no longer have the same power themselves, they will automatically now remember that this Nigeria cannot work this way. Even though some of you will listen to them, and somehow the right people like us would say it to your face every now and then, that accept the fact that they are using you to further push their own agenda, the agenda that in no way represents any tribe, any ethnic, or any religion. In that contraption, it is always personal. But there are those who are so gullible, so gullible, that they listen to these guys and they help them push their agenda. And this agenda is never in your own interest. Once they are no longer in the position of, in any favorable position, right? Once they are no longer sought after, then suddenly they will become so like, oh, our eyes don't clear. Nigeria cannot work this way. We all need to go back to regionalism. We all need to In fact, they will begin to talk about a possible revolution. How the people will revolt. How the people can revolt. But when they have right now, those around Tinubu, they will tell you that everything is perfect. But Tinubu is doing everything to make Nigeria better. Because it is their turn to chop. Once they are no longer in the proximity of power, they will now remember that this contraption can't work. They will now remember that, oh, we should probably have a new constitution. Oh, we should actually have a true federalism. Oh, everybody should actually control their resources. But the moment they are there chopping or eating, Nigeria is perfect. But you, the zombies that listens to them, including those of you zombies that are listening to the likes of Kolu right now and those around him. In another few years, these people are going to come like Karegbe Mugbo. They will come to you and say, this Nigeria cannot work. And some of you dummies, you will also agree. This is true. And this country can never work. One expired, retired comedian, Benga Deyinka, the other day, came out and said, if Tinubu cannot fix Nigeria, nobody can fix Nigeria. Really? That same Tinubu has now been confirmed by the FBI, CIA, that is actually their asset. Not that it is new, not that majority of you don't even know that before. But now you have it on official record that Tinubu is the asset of the FBI, the asset of the CIA. See, Tinubu was a drug dealer in America, okay? And when he was caught, he ran back to Nigeria. When he ran back to Nigeria, other friends of his, they were picked up, arrested, and Tinubu, that's the reason why Tinubu was not arrested, though. Tinubu got the hints that they are clamping down on the drug dealers in America, and he ran back to Nigeria. Tinubu was not the only person who was a drug dealer in America at the time. His mother, Bibatu Mogaji, was a drug dealer too. His wife, Remi Tinubu, was a drug dealer too. Now, when I say drug dealer, I'm talking about people who are like a drug mules in America. This information are not like, like some of these Ronukus will say, hey, you better watch your mouth. Do you have evidence? Do you think America will know somebody is a drug dealer and they will let him go? You are just being clever by half. Let me give you back the backstory. There was this guy who was a massive heroin trafficker. And they also have those who are working with them, smuggling heroin, trafficking heroin to America in the 80s. But because the heroin dealers, drug dealers, they also need bankers to help them clean their money. So that was where Tinubu came in. So Tinubu helped them, right, to open different bank accounts in his name, in his wife's name, in the name of some other people he knew then. So that, once the drug money comes in, it gets paid into these bank accounts and then gets transferred as often until the clampdown started. When the clampdown started, right, Tinubu got the hint of it. He ran to Nigeria. When he ran to Nigeria, some of those who were not so lucky to run to Nigeria with him, they were arrested, including the ringleader. In the process, among other things, they found with these drug dealers, money were traced into Tinubu's account. And he's already away in Nigeria. When he got to Nigeria, right, because he's been partly, right, funding the Nadeco of that time. This guy had no real job, per se. In fact, the only job they claim he had in America, it was being paid $1,200. But this is a guy who had over $1.6 million in bank. So American DEA, CIA, including the FBI too. In fact, the FBI in particular decided to cut a deal with this guy. If he could give them some of those, he's been helping to launder their money. Tinubu. And in fact, there's a particular $1.6 million in your bank that, listen, if you can give us the names of your colleagues and the rest, give them up, right? We can make a deal with you. Rather than charge you for drug dealing, right? What we're going to do is that we're just going to deal with, we're going to charge you for non-declaration of the source of this, your 1.6 million, or not paying tax on it. Tinubu gave the names of most of his fellow drug dealers. And the drug dealers has been helping to launder money. He gave their names. So many of them ended up serving long time in jail. But they didn't stop there. Oh, this guy is also involved in the politics in Nigeria. How can we work with you? This is how Tinubu got recruited as an asset. And it wasn't long after that Abacha overthrew Shonekon, became the president, the head of state in Nigeria, chased the Americans away. Nigeria became a country with, so much sanctions, right? A pariah state. So they needed the likes of Tinubu and many others like him to use them as a sleeper cell that can possibly, if possible, to help them get rid of Abacha. This is like how Tinubu got recruited. This is how he became the asset of the. This is why he didn't go to jail. This is why he was never extradited. And when it was time, when Abacha started targeting him, when it was time, they got him out of Nigeria. That was how he ended up in the UK. You see, this story can actually make a movie. The story of Tinubu can make a movie in the world of today. And I'm saying this because there are like hundreds of pages of evidence of this Tinubu's drug dealing, heroin trafficking in the 80s, in the early 90s. Now, they filed a Freedom of Information Act case against the FBI in America to release, before the 2023 Charade, to release all the files of Tinubu. Guess what? There are over 10,000. This is not joke. Over 10,000 files on Tinubu. You see that one that David got us the last time? That's just a tip of the iceberg. They said like almost all of the agencies in America investigated Tinubu and his heroin trafficking dealings in America. Full-time drug dealer. But what saved him, like I said, was that when it was time to clamp down on them, he was already in Nigeria. In fact, he was already trying to contest as a senator in Nigeria, which he did contested. And he became a senator in Nigeria in 1992, 1993. He became a senator. So rather than extradite him for his crime, he got recruited and became one of the assets of the FBI, one of the assets of the CIA in Nigeria. So when David requested that they wanted Tinubu's drug dealing files in America, it came back as Tinubu is not just a Tinubu. No. He is deeper and deeper than what a lot of us have read about him. And because is an asset of the CIA, almost an asset of the DEA, or let's say the asset of CIA to start with. The DEA, the FBI, and other agencies, right? They have to what? They have to seal his files. The only way Tinubu's file is going to make it to the public is if Tinubu stops supplying information to the CIA. There was a bomb blast in Nigeria near the airport, which actually in fact, in the airport in Nigeria, which actually killed 2 airport officials. This bomb was allegedly, set up by Tinubu, but it wasn't Tinubu who set it up. During that time, it was around the time they were looking for how to get Abacha. All these things are like snippets from all what Tinubu got involved in, right? In the effort of trying to get Abacha, Tinubu was actually supplying information to the CIA about the political development, about people, about friends, including some of the meetings he had with Abacha, because he was also closer to Abacha, even though they were claiming to be fighting for Abiola's mandate. All these things I'm saying to you may sound like, where did you get all of this? The documents are out there. But what they did was that during the last election, they were supposed to release all of that document, whether it's going to work in your favor or not. They were supposed to release them. They were so close to getting those documents out. Tinubu now launched a court case. You know about it now. He launched a court case, a defense, that if they released all of his information, if they release those documents, it will have, it will have a catastrophic consequences. That's what he said. So he succeeded because the Democrats, right? The Obama's, the Obama's clique, the Joe Biden's clique. I'm talking about their clique that way. It will be in their best interest for other files not to make it to the public. And they did try to make sure it never made it to the public. The few ones they managed to release, they redacted it. Anywhere you see Tinubu's name, you have to blank it out. They make the old document useless when they finally actually said, okay, release them in parts. They released partially. But you know something? A lot of us have always been suspecting this. That their efforts, the level at which Tinubu, let's start with that of Boko Haram, the level at which Boko Haram destroyed Nigeria, the country that was already a country that was listed as one of the 3 fastest growing economies in the world in 2014, 2015. They destroyed it, terrorized it. In 8 years, it dropped and lost more than half of its worth. People lost their jobs, people lost their businesses, people lost their lives. In 8 years. But you see the damages that Tinubu has done in the last 18 months alone will tell you that the intention of America is to ensure that Nigeria never, ever, ever make anything called progress, ever. This is not ordinary. So David and his partners, they went back to court this time around to overturn the court, the judgment of a Chicago judge, a Democrat, who ruled that Tinubu's name must be redacted. And everyone associated with Tinubu must be redacted from the FBI document that could have given you the full details of Tinubu's drug dealing in America. So as to make it more useless, that when you are reading it, it's pure useless. You can't, you don't see the name. I'm talking about detailed how Tinubu's activity. You see the one that I mentioned, his wife. There is evidence of that. It's still online. Before they finally, when they realized that he could become president, and the only way to make him president, right, of Nigeria, which is good for America, to further destroy Nigeria at the time, was to make sure that all that releasing of that file, it was stopped. So they went back to court. Guess what the FBI had to say in court this time around? They said, yes, Tinubu may be the president of Nigeria, a public official. But the thing here is this. The Nigerians may want to know about the activities of their government, but they don't have any right to know all the activity of their president. CIA actually went to court and they gave a deposition to say Tinubu and his activities in America cannot be made public because they have an arrangement with him that they will protect his name, they will protect all his secrets. They actually said that in court, that it is the American CIA policy to protect the secret of their assets. Protect the secrets of our assets. President of Nigeria is CIA assets. You get that? That's what they have to put out there in a court document. Let me see if I can read this part. Right? The plaintiff suggests that Tinubu has forfeited his privacy interest because he is now the president of Nigeria. But public figures do not forfeit privacy interest because of their public status. This is the court document. They said, urging that public officials do not surrender rights to personal privacy, particularly where the interest is for details of third-party investigation. Okay? Relatedly, plaintiff asserts that there is a heightened public interest in the Tinubu investigative records because Tinubu is the president of Nigeria, right? So reading further. So the FOIA appeal that they filed, and because United States residents of Nigerian ancestry and the Nigerian press are interested in Tinubu's communications with the FBI, right? So they said, but it fails to appreciate that the only relevant public interest that weighs into the calculus for purposes of exemption is the citizens' right to be informed. Nigerians deserve to know, right? So, in part, here, they said, revealing the, let's go back to the top. They said the CIA does not reveal the identity of its human sources because revealing the identity of a confidential source could expose agency tradecraft, other human sources, and specific intelligence interests. I want to take this out so that I can read it further. Listen, they said, other human sources and specific intelligence interests and activities. Right? So Williams further explained, human sources, they are talking about Tinubu. Human sources can be expected to furnish information to the CIA only when they are confident the CIA can and will do everything in its power to prevent the public disclosure of their cooperation. In the case of a person who has been cooperating with the CIA, official confirmation of that cooperation could cause the target to take retaliatory action against that person or against their family or friends. It also places in jeopardy every individual with whom the cooperating individual has had contacts. Thus, the indiscretion of one source is a chain of intelligence sources. Can damage an entire spectrum of sources. As such, confirming or denying the existence of records on a particular foreign national, like Tinubu, reasonably could be expected to cause damage to U.S. national security by indicating whether or not the CIA maintained any human intelligence sources related to Tinubu and identifying any access or lack of access any such sources had to intelligence concerning him. For these reasons, the CIA determined that confirming or denying the existence or non-existence of records responsive to the request could reasonably be expected to cause damage to national security. Further, this information is currently and properly classified and is therefore exempt from disclosure under FOIA exemption. This is the argument of the CIA. Now, the point here is this. The CIA in America, Central Intelligence Agency of America, just confirmed that exposing or accepting the FOIA request appeal of this Nigerian is tantamount to a threat to national security. It could cause Americans jeopardy to Americans' national security. And you know, America know they play with national security. Once they drop that bar, once they drop the ball of national security, they are caught and everybody will protect the American interest. But the message therein is that Tinubu is so neck deep as the asset of the CIA in America. The asset of America, asset of the CIA in America is Nigeria president. Nigeria, the biggest, have been the largest black nation on earth, is a subordinate of an agency in America. That means everything inside Nigeria is right there, an open book to the CIA. So the Nigeria president is an asset to America's CIA. That is treasonable felony. That in itself, right, is an impeachable offense if Nigeria is a country. They may shut down my channel after this broadcast, but it's good that those of you who have the chance of listening to this, you will remember. You get it now? Because right now, we have a confirmation, which is that the president of Nigeria, who was supposed to protect the national interest, the national security of Nigeria, national safety of Nigeria, is an asset of America. So America, who have a compromise on him, will now continue, right, to help undermine the national safety, national security of Nigeria. So those of you who are claiming to be one Nigerianist, your president, Drogi Kolu, is an asset of the CIA, which means the only interest that will matter is the interest of America. No wonder he was willing, he was ready to attack Niger Republic, because those ones staged a revolution that removed another Western puppet, Bazoum, from power. He didn't consult with the National Assembly. He did not consult with the people of Nigeria. He just secretly, he was ready to go and attack Niger Republic and reinstate the person where they remove. This is scary. This is a court document. It is a court document. It is like actually an argument in an American court. So somehow, Donald Trump's planned withdrawal of the American American forces, bases, and all of that from this western part of Africa, if he actually does it, if he managed to do that, and some of these guys who are installing these puppets to undermine the growth of their own people, the growth of their country in Africa, maybe if this Trump comes in January, there could be some level of reprieve. They have a lot of expose to release anyway. We hope that then with an executive signature, this Tinubu's entire thing that Tinubu actually did in America can be released. Though you may think it won't have any real effect, but I believe that even Tinubu himself, who said in argument when he argued in an American court last year, he said if they release these documents, it's going to cause a serious damages. It's going to destroy him. Is it going to destroy him not just in Nigeria but in America too? Because if Americans get to know that the brain behind the drug epidemic in some states in America is the person who is now the president in Nigeria, how do you think Americans are going to react to this? I'm just kind of like being curious now, just asking questions now. When Americans realize that some of their uncles, aunties, their children who became drug addicts with the drug epidemic, drug abuse and all of that in America in the late 80s and early 90s, that person was shielded by the American CIA, American FBI, and is the president in Nigeria today. Is that going to actually like lead to some backlashes? And those who are responsible in 2022 and 2023 who were responsible in blocking the American court from releasing those documents. Would the action of would the action of Donald Trump actually lead to some of them say, betrayal of America too? I'm talking about in this instance, the blowback would be huge than what so many of us can envisage. I know some of us are saying that the American foreign policy is all the same, but this Democrats, this American under this Democratic Party, Joe Biden and his gang, they did everything in the last minute to block and shield Tinubu. And that wasn't an accident. Immediately, Tinubu got sworn in May 2023. Ray, what be that FBI director's name? Ray visited Nigeria to come and congratulate Tinubu. Yeah, there is an image of that. He went there to go and congratulate somebody who was behind the drug, heroin epidemic in Chicago, in some of these, American states in the late 80s and early 90s. He came to Nigeria to congratulate him. Now, they're arguing in American courts right now that his file cannot be released for the sake of national security in America. National security. I do hope, I'm just hoping that Donald Trump, that some of you claim you don't like, Donald Trump will be interested in this as well, as they launch investigation into the activities of the CIA, the activities of the FBI. Because in case if you have been following their politics, that has also been a big thing, in case if you don't know. Yeah. Remember that they raided Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's home in Florida, where they said that he left the White House with some classified documents, and to them, that's the crime. So meanwhile, he said as a president, he has the power to act as a president or former president, he has the power to actually move those documents. Now, he's interested in FBI activities. He's interested in CIA activities. If you have been following their politics, he is willing to purge them, the DOJ, Department of Justice in America. All those who sanctioned some of these civilian coup in Africa, those who sponsored puppets, criminals, to help them further, sabotage the growth of these African countries, including Nigeria, would they be exposed too? Apart from whatever the legacy media is feeding you, I am asking you to kind of look into this as well. Why would the CIA want a drug dealer to be president of Nigeria? Why did they shield him? Why did a Democrat judge, after all the evidence and what was at stake, said the documents, the file of Tinubu should be redacted, should not be released? Now, that man has become the president of Nigeria. He has destroyed Nigeria. He has destroyed lives. He has destroyed the people more. And he's still on it, doing it as we speak. So what is exact goal of the Democrats who did this to Nigeria? Because it all started from Obama. They have brought in somebody who is a jihadist, a terrorist, to come in a political party that is a political party of terrorists. APC, Egbekegbe, to destroy Nigeria. And they have done it. Only for them to also shield the drug dealer. Tinubu was supposed to actually, did you know that he never actually had the chance of going to America again? Until they package him and repackage him, and today, the rest of Nigeria, they are paying the price. So I'm asking questions now. I'm asking questions based on what is publicly available. This is not a conjecture. This is not something that is being cooked up. Or no. These are available documents, publicly available information. So if there's something I am looking forward to in January, I am looking forward to this. Because right now, the Democrats are still the government in America. And I don't know the judge where they're having these arguments, the courts. Let me see. What court is that again? District of Columbia. Is that not going to be in Georgia? Shebi, District of Columbia, is that Washington, Abi Georgia? Right. They are arguing in front of a court. Is Washington, Abi? Good, Washington, D.C. I don't know if the judge is a Democrat. Possibly is a Democrat. Right? And since they have mentioned the national security, because true, right? True. The CIA, they always have to protect their sources. If you become an asset of CIA or FBI, whatever you tell them. There was a time that WikiLeaks released some intercepted wires. What Tinubu was telling the US ambassador to Nigeria. It was actually ratting out politicians. There was this intercepted. It's online. All these things are online. The same thing with El Rufaya. El Rufaya too was ratting out some politicians in Nigeria, some pastors. He was saying all manner of things to the ambassador. And the ambassador was like, relaying everything they told him back to Washington. And I'm talking about as far back as 1994, even when Tinubu became the governor of Lagos State as well. He was always there telling them things, And WikiLeaks got wind of some of them, intercepted some of them, and they published them in the tens of thousands of documents that WikiLeaks also exposed at the time. Go on and check it online. Tinubu was opening a bank account to collect a proceeds of heroin. His wife, Rat, was also opening bank accounts to collect proceeds of heroin. And this is just the little we know. This is the little we know. They said if they release Tinubu's documents, hey, fear go catch you. True. And that is why, for this one, I don't think anyone should possibly just, try to find the excuse anymore. Okay? Tinubu is their asset, and he will do their bidding. And their bidding is to keep you underdeveloped, keep you poor. World Bank, IMF, and the rest of them, they will continue to have field days. They will continue to have a field day in Nigeria. You are not escaping this. You are not. And it's very sad. Oh my God, it's really sad. Abacha.
To ensure that some of these incidents are avoided. But at the same time, the transition program is for the nation, but the major players in the transition program are the politicians themselves. So the politicians themselves will have to come and bury their differences. Will have to play politics the way it is, not politics of animosity, not politics of religious or ethnic, sentiments or anything, no matter how devastating to the unity and stability of the nation. Once it favors that individual politician, he is ready to exploit it at the expense and at the cost of the unity or stability of the nation. So what we have done is clear, it's simple, it's straightforward, and it's step by step. But I tell you, we know we are all Nigerians. The politicians themselves, it's a big challenge on them. They need a change of attitude, a change of mind for them to come and play responsible politics. And that's why, even as far as rotation is concerned, as far as power sharing is concerned, which is the main issue in the politics of this country, we took the pain to go into detail and divide this nation into 6. So the question of majority, the question of minority is absolutely immaterial. It's question of quality. It's question of the individual Nigerian who possesses the right leadership, who possesses the right quality. That is the issue. So the question of marginalization is completely out of it, is absolutely addressed. So there is no section of this country that will claim to be marginalized as far as the present system is concerned. So the issue of marginalization is out. The issue of sharing or involvement in power in this nation is out. And all these things we took upon account of our past experiences as far as the political evolution of this nation is concerned. And we believe and we pray what we have done is something which is enduring, which will reinforce the peace, the stability, the unity and the understanding of this nation, and which will form the basis of a stronger, a sounder democratic system to ensure that some of the
They were carrying out different operations in Nigeria. Some of them, a lot of us, probably we were too young. Baba, Abacha was going to be smoked out, but he died before they could get to him in 1998. That was why Abacha was also brutal. He knew then that the entire country has totally been compromised against him. Civilians, or military, or everyone, like they've infiltrated everywhere. And Abacha was also so brutal. Anybody that is suspect, Baba, you they go. There is nothing like a kid glove. Sure you get. If they grab you, now die you day. Abacha also kind of had to commission Sergeant Roger. About shoot them, shoot this one, because Abacha was getting intelligence report that CIA, they have infiltrated everywhere. He was going to be killed. Because Abacha actually told America to leave Nigeria. And now, he told them to leave just same way all this junta in Niger Republic, in Mali, in Burkina Faso. They told American forces to take their bases and leave their region. That was what Abacha did too. And Abacha knew then that they were after his life. Civilians, or military officers, or police officers, or journalists, Baba, they were sponsoring so many people against him. And he knew then that this was being sponsored by the CIA. So many groups were infiltrated because Abacha stopped the oil exploration, American businesses, anything America in Nigeria. Baba, you have to go. So he himself was like, you have to go too. But they couldn't just come in and use their soldiers or American this or that to take Abacha out. They needed people to give them more information about Abacha, his movements, his medical conditions, and so many other things like about Abacha. Abacha, they were even trying as much as possible. Some of the protests that you witnessed that time, or Abiola this, Abiola that, they are mostly sponsored by America. Honestly. So that was why Abacha was so brutal that if he grab you, put you for jail, you are lucky. Others now to kill you. Assassination. Abacha was shooting and killing his all these politicians too. Because to him, right, whatever you have told America, that will be the last thing you will tell them. Tinubu had to run away from Nigeria too. Person will be saying Abacha, himself be Abacha friend. Do you know that? That Tinubu was Abacha's friend. Until he got the wind that he is next. They go shoot him and kill him. He ran away from Nigeria. Who smuggled him out of Nigeria? Possibly the CIA too. Nadeko route. Who are those who are actually funding that route that time? Possibly CIA. A lot of things that happened that time, including the media war against Abacha at the time, it was sponsored by America. Because Abacha also more or less declared war on America in Nigeria. Seriously. Then it was like he wanted to convert himself to a civilian president. Then boom, he had an heart attack. And then he died before they could get to him. Till tomorrow, there are those who still believe that Abacha and Ahab would then give him. They brought some ashewo. They brought some ashewo from somewhere, and they gave Abacha apple. Others believe that it was a Pope John Paul II, who wore a glove that was poisoned. Excuse me, that was poisoned. And Pope John Paul, right, took Abacha at the airport to come and plead with Abacha to release all the political detainees. And that was, they said, when Abacha now got back to the villa, he started complaining of, loss of breath. So they said, it must be the Pope that shook him. Others said, no, it was Mahmoud Abbas, or what is that name of that Palestinian leader? There are so many conspiracies around what killed Abacha. Because at the time, the CIA wanted him, they wanted him gone. But before they could get to him, he died. And the guy who succeeded him, Abdulsalami Abubakar, because they know what was going on in the country then. Nigeria was so tensed. It was so tensed, right? That you don't even want to be the president of that country. And he said, okay, you know what? Give me 7 months. I will return the power to civilian. I don't want to be here. He said, okay, fine. We'll support you. America got involved. And that was why, when they said the deal they were making was that the northern Nigeria, they were so angry that Abacha is dead. They have lost. Abiola too must die. I mean, this is part of some of the conspiracy stories they told us. So, Abiola too must die since Abacha don't die. So Abacha died. I think Abacha died in June. Abiola died a month later in July 1998. After the visit of American delegation who came to come and plead with Abiola to forget his mandate so that it will be like a reconciliation. They can do everything afresh. They can start everything afresh. So Condoleezza Rice, according to Abiola's doctor, who is probably dead now too, right? He said, Condoleezza Rice and this American delegation, they came. And when they came, they served Abiola tea, which after Abiola drank the tea, Abiola started complaining of loss of breath, similarly to how Abacha died. So Abiola had the heart attack, right? But instead of them to call the doctor for Abiola, right, they said they took him out to an open, and they took off his agbada, you get, so that maybe they were like, breathing him. By the time by the time his doctor was to be called, Abiola was like cold dead, lying on the floor like that. So to the northerners, they say, okay, now the equation don't balance. You get, it was Abiola's mandate that led to the whole wahala in the country, that Abacha had to be killed. All that kind of conspiracy. America was still involved. America still involved. So it was one of those darkest era of Nigeria. You get. So if Donald Trump can just probably help to unseal Tinubu's files and all the agencies that investigated Tinubu in America, for posterity's sake, for the sake of our own children, it is very important. So now we know better. And we deserve to know better. That the president of Nigeria is an American asset. That alone is a treasonable felony. It is an impeachable offense. I know some of you, the Ronukus, you are not going to agree. It doesn't matter. But somehow, it be like say the chicken don't they come home to roost now. My children will never grow up to see Tinubu as what? As president or as a leader ever. And now you have to tell your children too. This is an American asset, CIA asset in America that became the president of Nigeria. And the court document has confirmed it, that he provided them with information, this and that, okay? And that is why they cannot let anybody unseal his documents. Tell your children that. There was an implosion. An explosion rather, in Jos, Plateau State, this morning. And according to them, they say it was an IED explosion. Okay? Even though their governor denied it, they sent these policemen, and this is what they had to say.
So come this morning, we started opening shop. Not quite the interval of 1 hour. We see the bomb squad coming up, then check, then sample here. So everybody clear. So we're both of us, everybody get to come move out of here.
I saw bomb squad. They came in. They started say there's something that suspecting towards this place. That's something like bomb. I said, okay, how did the thing happen? They now say we should close up shop. I will lock up our shops.
The police connected IED was buried.
This morning there was a report of a suspected hole here, as you can see, that suspected to have been planted with IED. But the EOD technicians, we are immediately deployed to the scene. They dug the place and discovered that nothing was inside the place. And as you can see, there's nothing. So, and that's why I'm here, to assure members of the public that they should not be afraid.
He further assured the public of efforts to continually secure lives and property of these.
As if to say they will do that too. It's unfortunate, but this is what their own governor, Mutfangi, also had to say about it. Politicians.
There was a scare this morning in Jos at Terminus where a rumor went around that there was a bomb, and the EOPD of the police had to be there, and I'm glad to inform everyone here that there was no bomb whatsoever. But it was good that people were sensitive, that they saw an object and they suspected that this object should be investigated. I think that is part of what we are called to do in society. Let's be sensitive to things around us. Let's be sensitive to movements around us. Let's be sensitive to comments around us. We've been able to nip a lot of potential disasters by picking up credible intelligence, and we're able to nip the situations in the bud. But we must also be responsible, particularly in the use of social media. Social media has become a tool of conflict creation. It has become a tool of destabilization, and we must be responsible in making sure that we manage social media responsibly. There was
Nuisance lele.
Just so you remember, always. Kalu was in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, yesterday. 2 days ago, he arrived there. Yesterday, he attended what was called the Arab Islamic Summit, joint summit, where he pushed for a two-state solution between Israel and Palestine. But now we have realized that he didn't go to Saudi Arabia because of Israel and Gaza. He went there to see if they could possibly borrow him money, interest-free loan. Kalu went to Saudi Arabia to beg for $5 billion. And according to them, they said they needed $5 billion to help Tinubu in his economic reform in Nigeria, whatever that even means. Everything is economic reform. Economic reform. They went to the Afrexim Bank. They took $3.3 billion loan using 167 million barrels of crude oil as collateral. $3.3 billion loan. They said they used that to defend the Naira. Today, Nigeria Naira jumped. It's making sense now. It is actually making sense now that Tinubu is actually out to further destroy Nigeria. And he will do it to the satisfaction of America. He will do it. It took Bokwari 8 years, right, to move Nigeria's exchange rate, Nigeria Naira, from 148 Naira to $1 to 710 Naira to $1.
What shall I say unto the Lord?
Yes, Lord.
All I have to say,
Thank you, Lord.
thank you, Lord.
Thank
So it has taken Tinubu 17 months to take that naira to dollar from 710 naira to $1 to 1,749 naira to $1. 17 months. It's making sense now. It is. Right? 3.3 billion to defend the naira. What does that even mean? Now you are using a 12.9, nearly $13 billion worth of crude oil as collateral. So he left Riyadh this morning. We have not received information if Saudi Arabia will borrow him the $5 billion to revive Nigeria economy. That's what he went to beg for. He didn't go there because of because of Israel and Gaza. He left. We don't know where he left to. I don't think he's arrived in Nigeria yet. Or have you seen him in Nigeria? Some people believe that he left Nigeria for Paris. That is probably in Paris or is here in London. We don't know yet. His plane is yet to land anywhere. Abuja, Paris, or London. Meanwhile, back in Nigeria, they are debating how much is it they will be selling their petroleum products to you, despite the fact that you now have a Dangote refinery that's supposed to be producing a locally refined PMS product, right? But price is also an issue. Availability was a problem, maybe not anymore. Now affordability is now the problem. Here is that Ipman, supposed independent marketers, petrol marketers of Nigeria, president, who just told us that they have agreed with Dangote that it will be selling them a liter of petroleum for, I think 945 naira. Listen to him. It is the battle. In fact, listen to this first.
My members are very happy to understand that now we are not buying product through the third party, but rather we buy product directly through Dangote. So it's a very good, welcome development for independent petroleum marketers and the Nigerian masses in general.
All right. Now, your association promises lower fuel prices through this direct lifting arrangement. Can you provide specific figures on expected price reductions across different regions and the factors that might affect these projections?
Well, in fact, we are still on the analysis of the price, the way our price will be in the whole nation, but the most important thing is to understand that we today, we are not buying through the third party, we are buying directly through Dangote, and immediately when the transaction has taken seriously, we can come and analyze so that we may have a uniform price all over the country. Everybody, any part of the country, we are going to explain to the Nigerian masses, this is what the independent petroleum marketers will sell in Sokoto. This is what they will sell in Maiduguri. This is what they will sell in Port Harcourt. So all the nation, including Lagos and Abuja.
All right, we hear you on that. We certainly look forward to that when it's time. Now, given Dangote's emerging monopolistic position when it comes to refining, what measures has Ipman put in place to prevent price manipulation, which is crucial at this point, and ensure fair competition in the downstream sector?
Well, you know, this thing what Dangote has done to the independent petroleum marketers, so he put them in such a way that they will become competitive together with the NNPC retail, Mayman, and Dapman. Because before, we are obtaining our product through them. So now, instead of going through them and get the product, he promised us that we are going to lift product direct through his refiner.
And the guy was pretty much on a media run today. Nothing is really concrete until when he arrived the channels and he said, well, this is the price that Dangote is offering us. And if things goes according to plan, then a liter of petroleum will be sold, maybe for 1,150 naira in faraway places like Maiduguri and others. The NNPC themselves also came out today to say, oh yeah, we will be buying from Dangote now. Like, it seems they are doing a media run to also mislead you, the people, again. Because I think it was last week, it was reported that there are about 6 countries that are already willing and ready to lift Dangote's petroleum if Nigeria is not going to buy it. Tinubu and his gang, they just invested in oil, is it petroleum mixing, whatever, in Malta, where it is believed that adulterated products is being imported from. They are making a kill. So then there's a twist this week, okay? Because last week, the same NNPC, independent marketers, they were asking a court to strike out the charges brought against them by Dangote, because Dangote went to court to ask the court to stop NNPC from importing fuel to Nigeria and patronizing, cancel their import licenses, right? Then these marketers also went to court to say, court, come on, throw out Dangote's prayers. We will continue to import because it is cheaper to import than to buy from Dangote. Then this week, that is changing to something like this. The same guy, the same day, 2 different stations where they are running what I believe is a media run. And there is something fishy. I don't know, something in me is telling me that something is fishy. But this one is more detailed in his in what he said. Okay? And we can possibly quote him verbatim in another few days, right? Listen.
Now that you're patronizing him, could you tell us how much are you buying from him?
The price?
Yes.
Just like what I have told you, presently, he give us the price of the, there are 2 different prices. There is the one that we can load through the bases and carry to our various depots at the rate of 940 naira per liter. Then for the depots, is at the rate of 990 naira per liter.
Why is that difference?
This one is the main, this one you have to load it and carry it to another part.
Of the country?
Of the country. No, not of the country, of the state. You know, we use bases to carry this product. It's 2 ways. There is one that we can load in the loading gantry, and there is one that we can load through the bases. So through the bases like Port Harcourt, Warri, Calabar, we have to use bases because there is no Dangote loading gantry there. We have to carry it to our private depots and discharge
and distribute it to our
So naturally,
marketers.
when you look from gantry, it should be cheaper.
Yes.
Okay. So how
No,
much?
not will be cheaper. It depends, because this one is 960 or 940.
Then the
other one is 990.
Okay, so the difference is there. So how much should we expect to buy, or how much should people expect to buy petrol from Ipman stations in Lagos and Abuja, for instance?
Well, all the assurance that I will be giving you with this new development, our product, independent petroleum marketers, will be cheaper.
Yeah, how much? NNPC is
no,
what,
I cannot specifically
1,060?
say it because it depends on the place that you are going to carry the product. It depends on the distance. But all what I know, both NNPC, DAPMAN, and NNPC, DAPMAN, and which one again?
Ipman?
Mayman.
Or Moman?
Moman.
Major marketers.
Mayman, major marketers now.
Mm-hmm.
So all of them, by God's grace, what we are trying to see, our product is cheaper. Wherever they are selling product, our own is cheaper than their products.
Assuming their product is 1,060, your product should be cheaper than 1,060.
Yes, we may decide to sell 1,055.
1,055? I thought
It's a difference. Because we are in the regulation period, so you may not expect the price to be so much difference. But at least any reduction, even if it's one...
Why wouldn't it be so much different?
No, the reason why it will not be so much different because already there is no subsidy in any of the commodity. So you have to sell the way you obtain.
Yeah, but you said that the profits you were giving to maybe DAPMAN and NNPC...
No, this one that I have been telling
different.
you, I'm just citing an example. I said no matter how, our price will be a little bit lower.
So if we see any petrol station that sells higher than 1,060, are they still IPMAP members? Would anything happen?
I'm not trying to say 1,060 because it differs on the location.
No, I'm saying assuming in the states where it is 1,060. Because if you use NNPC cost as benchmark in any state, anyone that sells above that,
yes, with this recent development, definitely anywhere you go, you will find that at the end of the day, we have the cheapest price.
But we also understand, and talk to us about this, that the landing cost has dropped. Does this have any impact on how much you're expected to buy from anywhere, either from Dangote or anywhere?
But you know, already I tell you, we tell our members to buy through Dangote or any Nigerian refinery because we have full satisfaction.
Not that you're patronizing him.
So you see that that's something in me that is always very, that's always very hard for me to believe whatever they say is also right or maybe right. These are not honest people. Something is cooking, okay? And none of this is actually going to bring any succor or relief to the suffering Nigerians. None of this. You see this whole back and forth, this media run and all of that. Something is cooking. The only thing I picked up at some point is that they are going to increase the price of petroleum soon. In another few days, they are going to announce a new price. And it's not going to be a dropped price. It is going to be another higher price for this same petroleum products. All this, to read this cho that you are hearing left, right, and center, something is not adding up. I have done series of analysis on this whole thing before. Dangote is not lowering its price for anybody. Okay? The Tinubu and his gang that are paying themselves subsidy, which they continually deny. They always deny it. Because what they are paying now is not subsidy like, oh, you bring your fuel. They ask you how much is the landing cost. How much do you want to sell it? Oh, yeah, take the difference. Sell it for this price. That is not what they are doing now. What they are doing is called dollar subsidy. You cannot import any product into Nigeria without getting a forex to go and import. And between the central bank and the NNPC. That is where the shady deal of the dollar subsidy is. That is where they are paying themselves hundreds of millions of dollars. Here you get now. All this story about landing costs, this, like, all this nonsense, right? If they actually want to give you a relief in this instance, right? Number one, that means they will lose money. They will cancel all their projected importation and all of that genuinely. But they are not. They're just making these pronouncements left, right, and center and putting Dangote in the midst of it. But when they put Dangote in the midst of it, right, somehow, they are kind of telling you directly that, Steve Dangote is going to sell it for this price. We are going to sell it for that so price too. So don't expect anything less. And if they insist that we have to buy from Dangote, or we can all claim to be buying from Dangote, right? And that is why the price of petroleum is going to be this, and that now. There's no reprieve coming your way. None. Anyway, it's been confirmed that Tinubu has landed in Abuja. And I hope we can begin to call him the CIA asset, has landed in Abuja, the druggie. So, your Shege is back. To the people of Edo State, today, the power changed hands, and Okpebolo, APC, Egbekegbe, became the government of Edo State. And it didn't take long before their supposed thugs were unleashed. I'll show you that one. But this is how the event went earlier today.
His Excellency the Governor will take around now to inspect the ground of honor.
Today, you are officially giving me the mandate to preside over our dear state as governor for the next 4 years. We will not betray this confidence you have imposed in me and the deputy governor. The welfare of our citizens is a top priority for us. To achieve this, we shall implement programs carefully outlined in my 5-point agenda, designed to grow a robust economic growth and improve the lives of our people. The deplorable condition of our roads has made it difficult for people to move from one part of the state to another. Our policy to develop road infrastructure is targeted at constructing roads, drainages, and bridges to ease transportation for all. We shall immediately commence work to make the road motorable again. My administration shall support small businesses and market women with soft loans. Our teeming youth population will not be left out. We shall support them to acquire relevant skills. My administration shall immediately swing into action to recruit teachers and build the deplorable classrooms. Tertiary education will, that my administration shall support the decision of the federal government to uphold the Oba of Benin as the exclusive owner of the returned artifact. Recall that on the 17th of June 2019, 14 members of Edo State House of Assembly were denied inauguration into the seventh Assembly. It was a big blow to our democracy. My administration is setting up a panel of inquiry to investigate the remote cause of this incident.
This division is the first obstacle a leader must overcome in order to deliver the promise.
Oh, Shitiman was there. It's a special guest of honor, right? I think it was last night, before this morning, right? It says something similar. This time he wasn't reading it.
For me, I'm coming as a servant to serve the Edo people. That is what is required of me. And that is what exactly I'm going to do. So very soon, you will see a lot of development coming up in Edo. We are going to employ teachers. We are going to renovate our schools. We are going to... A lot will be happening over time. So with time, you will recognize that a new dawn has happened.
Congratulations to you, Edo people. Talking about a new dawn. So the drivers, as well as commuters in Edo State, they said that Agbero used to be a thing in Edo State until Obaseki waged war against them, and they became a thing of the past. But talking about new dawn, maybe this is part of the new dawn.
Yes, this is Edo State. Welcome to Agborism once again. You can see them obtaining cars, they are obtaining bus drivers.
Just imagine.
Yes, democracy has ended in Edo State today. See the Agboros, they are obtaining drivers, stopping bus drivers on the road, on Agopava, as I speak. What a shame. What a shame. A big shame to APC government. So,
this is not a robbery now.
Yes, they don't mind, they don't care. See, they are telling them we are back. This is how it used to be in the Somalians' time. That is back. They are back to that. They are back.
When they come the old boss.
Yes, so they are telling them. Yes. So what a shame.
I don't know how they take give these people.
You know, this is the day and time where everyone is a reporter. So whatever is happening here and there, people will capture that and put it on online. That's one of them. So Edo people, you know, congratulations, okay, and hopefully you are going to see a positive difference, so to say. I mean, I don't even know, maybe not prayer or I don't know. So if you have been with us this long, remember, you can still like this broadcast, okay? Like it and share it. Subscribe onto my channel. If you, we don't even know, maybe after this broadcast, YouTube is going to say, how dare you say something about CIA? For the American national security, we are shutting down your channel. But before then, at least still subscribe to my channel, my YouTube channel. Subscribe to it, set your notification on, and you won't miss anything. It's always very interesting here. Yeah, it's always very interesting. Okay. So there is a group of other observers on what the situation has become in Nigeria, citing the Edo example. They had a chart, which I want to share with you. Here is Professor, I think call him Professor, you know, Amadi Sam. Please listen to this.
I will start by saying that the assumption here is that our failure is because of the institution itself. That's, we have framed this debate to sort of libel presidentialism, saying that it failed, not that the practice of it failed. So there are three, I'll start with three realisms. First is that institutions matter, and Chinda is correct. Structure matters. Again, institutions matter not in the ideal form, but in their real form, how you practice them. There's a difference between an institution defined and institution in practice. So even though scholars say that presidentialism clearly less costly, in terms of empirics, greater GDP growth, as people operate parliamentary system have greater GDP growth than presidential system. But if you look across the world, you see that we have hybridization. So Israel, South Africa, they are parliamentary presidential. So we should bear that in mind. There are few totally ideal parliamentary and presidential system. Maybe the US and the UK. France is a mixture. Germany is a mixture. So we shouldn't run away with the idealism that presidential system, parliamentary has failed. Now back to the point you raised, which is very important. Now, how do we choose systems? Power is at the heart of institutional change or not, meaning that those who benefit by an institution will have less incentive to change those institutions. But power is not uniform. That means, like I think the keynote speaker made a very important point. There are dimensions of power. And the new thinking is what they call end of power. People like Moses Naive. Okay? What does that mean is that power is no longer hierarchical. We don't talk in terms of government, we talk about governance. We talk about network, we talk about influence. So this kind of conversation can create narratives, number one, that are powerful. Can also create narratives that show win-win. So politicians who probably are wedded to presidentialism and the power it gives will see that parliamentary system actually does not hurt them as much as they think. So there's this idea of why should we change the system if we are beneficial? But if you show that this system actually is not benefiting you as much as you think, you shift the investment of resources and time to protecting that system to allowing change. But ultimately, I think there is what I call social virality, meaning that changes come when it gets to maybe epidemic level. Social change trends get to a point of tipping point where the conversation becomes very hot, empowering, constraining and threatening to people in power. Will this conversation get to a point where the National Assembly members, the presidents, everybody involved will think a second time and say, okay, why don't we transition to a different kind of system, even if it's not wholly presidential? What will determine it is whether the promoters of this system are able to embed it in social realism. The people see it as...
What Alaye Sam is trying to tell you is that things are getting hotter. People have lost interest in the type of government that these criminals have foisted on us, or they are forcing on us to, like they are trying to make perfect, even though they are making it even worse. People have lost interest. And as things goes by, they themselves will realize this. That's why it's postulating that. They will realize it and say, you know what, maybe we should switch to something that is close to what people are asking, away from this presidential, that it is not working. Just like from where we started, where Aregbe Mugbo Baba Kabiru Baba Officer said, the system is enriching few people and impoverishing majority. And if something is not done ASAP, there could be a potential, revolution where the people will revolt against known established norm. I am going to, partially agree, but what I won't agree to is the fact that these criminals are the ones who are going to switch. They won't switch. Just like I've said it many times, they will never stop until you stop them. APC, Egbekegbe, is so evil that they will never, ever stop their evil way. As much as it is benefiting them, they will never change until the people revolt and change them. And until then, let them enjoy the ride that makes them feel like they've conquered everyone. Remember that lady that raised the alarm over the invasion of the communities in Sokoto? Yeah, this lady, guess what? She was arrested by the police. They arrested her for embarrassing the governor. They said she is inciting women against the governor for calling out the inefficiency in the incompetency of these rogues that cannot protect the average civilians, women and children that are being violently violated by these terrorists. Yeah? So she was arrested. And then she was bailed. And guess what? Some thugs, political thugs, they kidnapped her. They beat her. They beat the lady that she was unable to walk. Now, she is now living in fear, in hiding. Her family has taken her away from Sokoto. They've taken her away into hiding. They are hiding her now because she spoke a mind against the Lakurawa terrorists. The Lakurawa terrorists, which we now know that they have been in existence for a while. This Lakurawa terrorists from Niger Republic, from Mali, from Libya, they are not Nigerians, but they have been allowed by the Islamic criminals of northern Nigeria, Sokoto to be precise, including the authority, the police. They said about 6 years ago, 2018, when these guys first came to limelight, the Nigerian police, Sokoto chapter, they came out and said, oh, the Lakurawa people are not, the Lakurawa terrorists are not violent. Even though they have guns, but they are not violent, okay? They were there to preach with Madam Fodio's purified Islam, type of Islam. To the point that when the Lakurawa terrorists killed the Nigerian soldiers, the Nigerian army also came out to deny their existence. Today, 6 years after they have been known, in some part of Karibi, Sokoto, these guys are so prominent that they are the ones settling disputes. Instead of taking your dispute to your emir or to your village head, people are taking their disputes to the Lakurawa heads to settle for them. I'm telling you, because they believe that they are more Islamic than their leaders and the established or existing order. Now, these terrorists right now, even today, we received a report that said they have issued a cease and desist notice to Bello Turuji. Now, Bello Turuji is another terrorist, but of the Fulani extraction. He is the leader of the Fulani terrorists in Sokoto, Kebbi, Niger, Katsina, Kaduna, and few other places like that. This guy has vast land that he controls. So the Lakurawa guys have now told him, you need to stop this now. On the order of, Lakurawa, we order you to stop, or else we will wage a war against you. So two terrorists are threatening themselves. But today, there was a gunfire engagement between the Nigerian army and Bello Turuji's faction in Sokoto. Bello Turuji has been declared wanted. Bello Turuji was the one who exposed the supposed Nigerian Minister of Defense, Patawale, Bello Patawale. Now, Bello Patawale is one of the ministers of Tinubu. He is in charge of defense. He is also the guy accused with facts of establishing, funding in another set of Fulani terrorists in Zamfara. Now, a former Zamfara governor, a terrorist sponsor, is a minister of defense under the druggy Tifnumbu. So Bello Turji has been declared wanted for exposing their former sponsor. Because Bello Turji said the reason why Patawale wants him dead was because he no longer listened to Patawale, and Patawale now sponsors another set of terrorists. And these terrorists have been chased away from the mineral-rich areas where they are doing illegal mining in northern Nigeria. And because they are affecting the business of Patawale, illegal mining in northern Nigeria, so Patawale is now using the instrument of states to chase down Bello Turji. So Bello Turji is asking Tinubu to sack him and get him investigated. And it's not just the only person who said it. The successors to Patawale in Zamfara, the current governor of Zamfara state, said they have arrested some terrorists, Fulani terrorists in Zamfara. And surprisingly, order from above, order from Abuja, ordered them to be released. That they couldn't even try them before they got released. So that Bello Turji is now declared wanted by the Minister of Defense. So today, his own group, Nigerian Army, they clashed in Sokoto. And that clash led, according to the Nigerian Army, it led to the death of about 7 members of Bello Turji's group. But Bello Turji escaped. According to them, they now arrested 12 members, 12 fighters of Bello Turji and a bag of Igbo. They displayed it. If you go to Twitter right now, you will see the images of the arrested fighters, Bello Turji's fighters. They didn't go there to fight the Lakurawa. The Lakurawas are there as we speak. Even though the Lakurawa terrorists killed 15 people in Kerbi 2 days ago. Yeah, they did. Nigeria is still messed up, right? So this lady who raised the alarm is now hiding for her life. Because the man on the left is the governor of Sokoto State, APC. The lady on the right is a lady who exposed the terrorism that they have been suffering since this Lakurawa started acting and moving mad in Sokoto. The lady got arrested for embarrassing the man on the left, the governor, who failed to protect her. Right? Now, the lady got released on bail only for the supposed political thugs loyal to that man on the left to go after her. They beat her. They nearly crippled her. That is the story. So if there's anything to be worried about, it should be the fact that if this guy, Kash Patel, which is being touted to be the next CIA director, Donald Trump's CIA director, right? The way I am looking at the guy, somebody said that the guy looked like a Sweden mad before. And another people, Americans are crazy, right? So Americans are like, maybe that's the reason why Donald Trump is bringing him as the CIA director. So that all these Democrat appointed CIA, DOJ, and all this FBI stuff, right? Maybe when they have this kind of a person, all of us should actually be, not all of us, maybe the likes of Tinubu and co should be worried. Okay? It's crazy. His name is Kash Patel. So if he becomes the CIA director, I don't know if we would, well, I don't know. I'll keep my opinion to myself at this point, okay? So our time is up. And listen, if you have been with me all evening, and you have to go now because we are going to open the line. Opening the line where everybody can contribute. You can call in, you know, add your own voice to this, you know, your own perspective as well to this entire conversation. I've said a lot of things this evening, and I don't know which of them is going to interest you. But we had a lot of us in tonight. For some reason, we're over 30,000 of us on YouTube earlier. But it was only about 600 or 700 of us who have actually paid their offering. Listen, if you have to go, like this broadcast, there's no reason why we can't have more than 1,500 of us at least who have sort of liked the broadcast. So I'm asking you to do that now if you have to go. So also our phone-in segment is sponsored by the Ya Rasulallah Digital. You've heard this many times, okay? And I've told you I will have to keep, showing you this because for the next, for the next 2-3 weeks, they are paid for our phone-in session. Now, this is for those of us who are looking for, a possible alternative source of income to whatever we are doing right now. Even if you are a retiree that would like to, learn a new thing, learn a new trade, or learn a new business, so to say, looking for your own financial freedom and all that, try and scan this, this QR code on your screen. Okay, it is going to take you straight to the website of our sponsor for this next segment. Okay, you can ask questions and all that, but if you really want to, try it out, okay, what happens is that you will need $149 to sign up. Again, this is not an MMM, get rich quick sort of a scheme, not a pyramid scheme. It's for those who want to learn new thing, new trade. You'll be taught, you'll be trained, okay? And then you can possibly set up your own personal online digital business, so to say. Yeah. So if you want to, check it out. All you have to do is just bring out your phone, turn on the camera of your phone in front of your TV, in front of your other phone that you are using right now, and scan this QR code, okay? And you may be thanking me later as well. I'm going to be back in a minute or two, and then I will take calls. If you want to be part of this, the number is right there, scrolling on your screen. It is only WhatsApp call. Don't try to call it directly. You won't get through. I will be back. Thank you. Now that in addition, okay, no, you're not going to get discounts. All right. If you decided to sign up, it will cost you $149 to sign up. Okay. Now, when you sign up, that's when they're going to send you all the package that you need to know. You must be really ready to do all the study, the practice, and all that stuff. Okay. Now, that $149 is refundable. If you change your mind that, no, I don't think this is for me, or I am not financially stable enough to actually really go fully into this, you can cancel this, okay, and get your money back within 30 days. Anything above 30 days, you won't get your money back. Oh. So if you change your mind, you will get your money back, the full money, $149. All right. Then after, if you feel like, no, this is for me, I'm going further, I am putting my own credibility on the line there, but you have to do the work too. You are not giving your money to somebody who is going to make you richer. No. It's like subscribing to a training, right? which indeed could be your pathway to financial freedom, so to say. Check it out, right? And if you feel like it's not for you, okay, sure, cancel it. And you will get your every penny back. And it doesn't matter where you are in the whole world. It's called digital. It's online, right? Brilliant. So, African Wahala, thank you very much for your efforts. I have my own personal stuff to ask you to do for me as well. You see, we have a backup channel. First thing first, I have a caller on the line. I am going to ask my caller to hang in there for me for a second, okay? Number one, we have a backup channel, right? It is called MaiyegunsDiary Premium. Check the comments, especially on Facebook, on YouTube. You can help me subscribe to that, okay? It's important. And secondly, you can also support my channel. Oh, Maiyegun, how can we support you? There is a link, a PayPal link on the screen. Use that if you can. The other one is buy me a coffee. Yeah, you can buy me a coffee. A cup of coffee is $5, okay? Now, it's so easy as well. It's a QR code. If you bring out your phone and you scan this QR code on your screen, right? You can buy me a coffee, support my channel and support what I do here, all right? And others, you can just like the broadcast. That is the easiest one you can do for me. I've always been very grateful, okay? Like the broadcast, share it. If this is your first time on MaiyegunsDiary Politico, then subscribe to my channel. You won't miss anything, right? All of these are the way you can support Maiyegun. Everyone else is a member of the Temple of Truth. Now, let's take our first call this evening. Hello there.
Hello, Baba Maiyegun himself, the general.
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm good. This is Wilson again from Italy.
Wilson, Baba. How is it hello today?
Yeah, we thank God. The weather is becoming cold now. So, we
it's
thank
like a
God.
fog everywhere.
Yes. The weather is cold. It's cold. It's becoming cold now. No, but it's not raining. It's not raining, but it's
Yet, okay. It's becoming
much better.
freezing cold. Get ready for
Yes.
winter.
Yes. So with the fight at the Nile border, I think that is why the cold is even getting more colder. Because of the fight, because of what they are throwing there. Because that thing is not just wood, na chemical. Na end they throw go that side, all these things now wetin we dey pray may it not happen to Nigeria, because some of all these people we are claiming they are big man, where we know what all of them are doing. Nigerian people, these your leaders are the most wicked people I've ever seen in my life. Whether you are reading Bible, I don't understand. Somebody will claim that he's a Christ-like and he's wicked to the next person, even praying that the way my neighbor will come and beg food in my hand. Haba, which kind of prayer when they pray? Can't we be civilized? The people we meet even in Europe, all of them are traveling, coming here. They see how these white people are living. Can't you live in peace with your brother? Even those ones, engineering, all this thing. Okay, I thank God. Did you know my prayer, Maiyegun, since? Do you know my prayer? I said, even if I have a way to campaign for Trump, I will do that. I will do it 1,000,000 times, because the man deserves to come on board. Now all these shenanigans, Tinubu and the Obama and the Biden, they hide everything. Put Nigeria in abject poverty.
See?
Abject poverty. Now they put Nigerians turn to beggars. Not only the Yorubas, not only the Northerners, all Nigerians turn to beggars.
There's no one that is spared. Nobody is spared.
Nobody now. No, nobody. His cronies are becoming king overnight. His cronies are becoming directors everywhere. They are becoming directors. Do you know the funniest part? That there's nothing to steal again. That's why they are going to borrowing. There's nothing to steal. Please, Maiyegun, don't give these people courage that there's anything there to even eat. There's nothing. Do you know the biggest problem Nigeria have? We have biggest problem of hunger. There is no food in Nigeria. There is no food in Nigeria. This is a systematic damaging of Nigeria. Now, then plan them. Do you see Bigot? That's why I pray. I say, do you know why I say, make Donald Trump win, so that in Bigot plan for Nigeria will never happen. To come and start selling the GMO food, people will not know. They will think they are doing. You want to wicked one person. You know, Nigeria, make wicked Igbo people. You are wickeding yourself, because if they bring the food, you are the same. You are, even if you don't eat it, you are eating from America. Even if you are eating from America, one day your cousins, your people will still eat it and die. Those people you can't protect, because I never see who is in power and protect everybody that he knows. If a president they protect everybody, we know there won't be problem now. There won't be problem. But because he can't protect everybody, that's why there is a problem. So if you think because you are not touched today, because this what is happening, you are not touched, you are not being touched. To think about the people around you. Think about those ones you want to put into slave. Maiyegun, I thank you for this thing you are reminding us. I thank you for this thing you are reminding us. David Hyundai, if you are there, you people should go and put in for that Tinubu case to come out. Let the world see. There is nothing to hide. We must see these things. Even if they didn't do it, some people are angry. Like me, I'm angry about what is happening in Nigeria. I'm not happy with what is happening in Nigeria. No day. Maiyegun, do you know sometimes if I start watching you, what you are saying, sometimes I get broken, I just off it. I get angry. I will be tensed up. What I will be asking myself, why are these people are so wicked like this? Can they change? Can these people change? What kind of manipulation are they doing? What kind of manipulation? Even the churches, they are not helping. Nobody is helping in Nigeria. Everybody want to make it. You want to kill somebody to survive. The people who are importing fake drug are importing fake. The people who are importing fake food are importing. The people who would go to our border is porous. They are doing all
actually
sorts of
use
people.
also like shorting the naira to devalue it, to further devalue the effort of hard working. It's mental. Listen, let me take another one. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much
for calling in.
Thank you. God bless
and
you.
stay safe.
Thank you.
God bless you too.
Thank you.
Now I have another caller. A great way we can do it chap, okay, and make sure that a lot of people have a chance of contributing this evening, okay. Here is another. Hello.
Oh, Biafra, or hello, Doodoo.
All hail Biafra. All hail, bro. It's been a while. How are you?
I'm good, Maiyegun. I've just been busy, we're out here working, trying to support people back back home in the zoo, left and right. But we're here, I get a little frustrated. I'm not able to watch you live. Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, today's show is phenomenal because you touched on a lot of key things that people forget to see, or they're not able to comprehend or think, because they've kept them in a situation where they're boxed in, and able to think critically. So they use church and everything else to just keep everybody down and distracted, while the puppet masters are controlling the puppets, which is their so-called leaders. They all have CIA ties from the beginning to the end. They're all from Obasanjo, all of them. They all have CIA assets, more or less. But
this particular one seems to have been like more evil in a way that we've never seen before, man. This is
yes, it's all by design. This is what they want. They have to keep everybody down. They cannot allow any African nation to succeed, and they will not allow it. And anything they can do, they'll kill. Just like with Gaddafi, they tried everything to kill him. So many times. And they finally got him because of, but everybody was saying, oh, Gaddafi was bad. People turned on him. No, it was a CIA operation, because Libya was the most prosperous country in Africa. And they were afraid of it spreading, with the gold dinar being the standardized currency, which would have made it much powerful. Africa would have been much powerful and be in a better position to control the economy, and the economy will collapse. So that's what's happening now. When you have BRICS, BRICS is another threatening thing. They will try anything to bring BRICS down, or they'll try to infiltrate some of these countries to control them and keep the government from partaking in BRICS. So this is all inside thing. I voted for Donald Trump 3 times. Okay, I like Donald Trump because of a lot of things that he speaks that I can relate to. He speaks my language, but let's not get it twisted. He has donors. He has supporters of people of interest. So for us thinking that he may release some of the CIA how can I say cables to now be able to see what Tinubu has been up to, I highly doubt it because there's a lot that is in play. And he, like he said many times before Trump, he had friends that have gone to Nigeria poor and came back rich. So we must keep that in mind. That
we must manage our expectation and all that.
Exactly.
When it comes to this America that. That's why I always put it as I hope and I really do wish. It's because we all know that what comes first is America's interest, and it doesn't matter who is there. True.
Absolutely. And then some of the people now that is planning to put in his cabinet, a lot of them are war hawks, which are warmongers. They love war, and I'm very disappointed because I thought you were going the other way, but it seems like
that's because that's one of the things that his supporters, his base, have always been like up against.
Yes. Yeah, that's why I've not been happy for the past couple of days because some of the people that's appointing right now, they're actually going to work against them if care is not taken. So it's for us to see what happens.
Okay.
Exactly. So people, let's just not blindly follow these people. Yes, he has a good heart, but it's the people in the circle that will determine what happens. If he gives orders, they may disobey it and do the other another thing. So for us to get our freedom, sorry for holding you up too long. For us to get our freedom, we have to be the ones to fight. Yes. All hail Biafra, all hail Oduduwa.
All hail Biafra, all hail Oduduwa. Stay safe, bro. Okay, you have a very good one. Here is another caller, and I believe it is the Prince General.
Yes, so my praise day here, bro. Yeah, Maiyegun General.
The Prince
General
representing
IPOB for life, Baba.
That's him. How are you?
Well done, well done. I'm fine. Are you?
I'm very well, man. Thank you so much. Please.
Yeah, respect to Temple of Truth. I greet everyone in the house.
Greet you too.
Baba, tonight hot extra. This one a Parador extra.
You get? Because it may be the last one, right? It may be the last one before they will come back and say, "How dare you talk like that?" And you know what I mean. So that at least I will be satisfied that I did my best. I did justice to the subjects.
You poured it out. Yes, I like that.
Thank you very much. I like that. Please.
Well done, Baba.
Thank you.
Yes, irreparable damages. Now we still there on top. You see, Baba, I don't know whether they do others the way they do me. Okay. You see, when I see this guy, when I see this irreparable damages on TV like this, I they see and get a parade. I go to wonder, say, waiting hit Nigeria, waiting happened to Nigeria. You understand? This one is more than bondage. I don't even see him as, I just see her like, one kind talk, the waka. I don't see her like president. I don't know whether they do others the way they do me. You understand? Because I cannot imagine.
Like a criminal, somebody will be like a Gulugu criminal. That if they actually tell us who him be, go, a lot of people will be like, what? How come we didn't know this?
Baba, make I tell you, if you see that country, where that country go finally come down like 25-story building where no get a foundation. We go know what happen. So on his way to the top, to the pinnacle. Funshaw William was brought down. You understand? We go see that we go still know time go come, we still know what happen that side. Maiyegun, we thank God that you see it will not everything they cannot hide it forever. You see, there's nothing hidden under the sun. That thing that he went to before election went to prevent that people will not see those evil that happen. You know now that Trump is there now, he's coming out gradually. This man sponsored the kidnapping of Nnamdi Kanu for him to become president. That's why he's not talking anything about Nnamdi Kanu. But I'm telling you, Mayegun, you see, Tinubu is gonna crash with it. It's gonna be the greatest disgrace that the world have ever seen. I'm telling you, that's the way I'm looking at it, and it's gonna happen. You know, because they cannot, nobody they can't manage this thing that we are seeing. This kind of destruction,
He
this kind of
actually
thunder.
argued it in America that they must not release his file, that it's going to cause an irreparable damages to him. And people were like, what do you mean? Like, what irreparable damages? That's something that we should, share you get.
That's so now, Baba. That's why I started this by saying irreparable damages, so that people go still remember. You see, Baba, secondly is about this bondage. Another bondage is in Nigeria is this Dangote. Every time they are in the news, why must it be one man, one Fulani man that we own refinery in Nigeria? The whole refinery of a country is not working. The whole country is at mercy of one Fulani man. Why must it be like that? We have been talking about this monopoly. Now, the only thing that makes the country to move in every area is only one Fulani man, Dangote, that is controlling it. And Nigeria is playing with the life of the citizens. They are going to buy from him. They are going to, him is going to buy from Nigeria. How much they are going to sell in Naira. You know, Dangote is another bondage on the whole Nigeria. Until Nigeria understand what they happen to them. Because you see this one where they talk say Kalawash, all this new terrorists, Kakurawas, I waiting there. I know their name. Their name no they grip pronounce. Mayegun, you know say you they used to tell us here, say everything that happen for Nigeria is deliberate. There's nothing that happen.
It's all intentional. Nothing they happen by coincidence or accident.
Mayegun, something is cooking. Something very, very bad is cooking. And people that are thinking of to make Nigeria work, they go take their head carry out. That the TY Danjuma say, go and defend your own territory. If you are waiting for Nigeria army, Nigerian police to defend you, you will all die one by one. How they want to explain it to some foolish people that think that one Nigeria, we're going to make Nigeria work. That man, the Kanu is not doing it the way that he should do it. Is it this game that they are playing with the people's life? That is what you will join them. If you can't beat them, you join them. To be destroying people's life, that is the best. That man, the Kanu don't know how the way to do it. But at the end of the day, you know, everything will come to clear to for everybody eye.
Come to the open. Prince,
yes, everybody eye will clear.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Baba.
Okay. Let me take another one as well. We have here Peter, I believe. Hello.
Hello, my general.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good evening. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. Let me turn down my volume. What's going on?
How's it going, man?
Fine. This is Mr. Z here.
That's Mr. Z from
Lagos.
As usual. How is Lagos this evening?
Lagos just day hot, man. Nothing they happen for here, man. Nothing they happen.
Okay. Anyway, thanks for joining us. Okay, please.
Yes, Emma Binu, Emma Binu. But I want to say something there.
Quiet.
I don't finally agree to this. Say, now Yoruba people get the highest tax. What Tinubu is doing to the whole country, where everybody no fit talk. Even people that are hungry, some of his loyalists that are actually hungry, their businesses are dying. They are still in support of him. I don't know what kind of juju that one is. We cannot go, we cannot even walk out and protest. Media cannot see what is happening. Look at this CIA file that I've said, revelation that just came out today. Just watch how quiet tomorrow. No media house will carry it.
You get?
Do you know how dangerous this is?
They will try. See, as we are here now, this evening, they are doing their WhatsApp meeting. Tomorrow, you go to hear the pastors, all of them, they go to still talk about to obey this, obey that, and all of that, to keep this whole thing like inconsequential. No media house will deliberate on it. None of them.
And it is something of national security to us. This man can be giving those,
is an asset and is in the open.
He can be giving them 5 vessels every week of our oil to be taken at a certain, that kind of ridiculous prices.
Nobody will question now, even if it comes to the
those kind of ridiculous prices. Niger people used to buy. What did they call it? I've forgotten that the natural resource that they used to sell to France. That ridiculous kind of price, like 1/10 of the value.
I will remember, Sha. You get the one they always use for they said it's used for atomic reactor and all of that stuff.
Beautiful, yes.
Ridiculous price.
He might have given them that kind of transaction. I give you 5 vessels at so price, pay it into my so account, his own personal asset. You know, I hear that Aso Rock itself is a very dark place, very, very dark place. And when you enter there as a spiritual person, if you go say something, did this place where you're not supposed to.
We don't normal.
We don't normal. Even that Baba will die. That's Lagbatia. I hear it's part of the thing we kill him. I'll just be quiet here because I don't have this allegedly what part of that darkness that's hurting. You know, you don't put your hand in it. Nonsense. All those people say one Nigeria. So they're looking at one Nigeria now and they're prepared to go to another election where Mahmoud is still in charge. Sure, then Mahmoud is still in charge. You saw what happened they do. Mahmoud has said he has shown us for Odo this week, and you're still going to see magic happen this week, and you're still waiting for another election. Just the jazz I'm telling you about, everybody's blindfolded. Suffering in the land here, Lagos and Maiyegun, suffering is unbearable. Suffering is unbearable.
Like it is so physical that nobody feel hide down.
There you go, people that are doing restaurant don't have lights. So food stuff that you bought, you must put it in the freezer and you must run generator. How much are you going to charge people to eat? That generator, you know the price of petrol. That's basically what I was going to. The price of petrol to run that generator overnight will be at least 15,000 just overnight.
Every day.
Every day, no light. Then your customers come, they can't be sweating to eat in a decent restaurant. I don't know if I told you when I went to my barber's place the other day. He said they don't have light for 10 days. That 10 days, he has bought petrol worth 180,000 naira. The man that comes to do a job for him comes every day that he has not been able to pay his job for his worker's salary in the month. 10 days have gone. 180,000. How much is he barbing hair and his girl splitting hair? But business must continue. That's what they go cost. All of us go cost us. Nobody can do anything. Why you go let somebody else call, Jared?
Thank you so much, Mr. Zil. You've done well. Thank you. Yeah, I know that we have a lot of suffering and smiling people out there, especially those ones who I don't think it's just to start with. Okay, number one, majority of our people are very selfish. I'm talking about real selfishness. Some are hoping that they will likely still benefit. They are waiting. Okay. So with the hope that it will kind of reach them one day, someday. And, they cannot truncate their patience. So the patience is that maybe one day they will come around and share money or give them something. That's why a lot of them will not really go out there and condemn him. I don't think it's just. It is mostly selfishness. Just know that a lot of people that are suffering, they have other people that they are suffering and they are not really going out there to fight. Other people are paying their bills. But when those who are paying their bills also becomes very poor, that they can't pay them anymore, we'll see how everybody is going to cope. There are still those of you in Nigeria who are still collecting money from abroad. People are still forthcoming, offsetting your bills. So you complain, but somebody is going to still give you money. When those people are unable to give you money from abroad anymore, You will see Venezuela will be a child's play. This is Prince Adebayo from Sweden. The Prince.
Hey, my king.
The Prince.
My king.
How are you this
evening? You're too
sir?
much. My king, I'm good. My king. You know, yesterday I was saying something about the devil. And today you just exposed that devil again. And then I understand that, okay, you're on point, you know. You see, anybody in the whole of that country that is coming to bring change, that does not recognize the fact that we are fighting not just local traitors and saboteurs, but the foreign overlords, is not ready to fight the problem. Baba, you have exposed everything today. There's something I just want us to know. The solution lies in three places. One, as we are fighting to redeem our country or our space. I will not say our country because the name itself is not our own
country, because inside it is our own nations. Remember,
our own nations, exactly.
Our nations are trapped inside this fake country.
Trapped inside this contraption. Yes, exactly.
So there's no way we can say it's not our country per se. We are trapped in our nations. Yes. Our different nations are trapped within.
Are trapped inside. Yes. Thank you.
God bless
so as we are fighting to free ourselves from this shackle, we must understand that the people we are fighting are not just the ones we are seeing, but the ones outside whose interest is holding us in this shackle. Now, some people are saying Donald Trump has come and then he might likely expose who Tinubu is. But let us not forget that no matter who comes in, it is not for justice for the world. No matter who comes in America, is there for the interest of America. So if it is in their interest not to expose Tinubu, but they will keep it quiet. You understand? Because Donald Trump, yes, he has a chip on his shoulder. He has some axe to grind with the intelligence. Yeah, with the establishment. Yes. But not also forget that he also has a commitment, because the reason why they voted him this time around was because of what he did before, which is he improved the lot of the common man economically, especially the black people.
Yep.
They saw the statistics. So if keeping Nigeria down will improve the economy, you know, I will leave us there.
Because same guy actually collected nearly 500 million from Bokwari.
For Tucano Jet.
And he sold them weapons and all that stuff, despite Buhari's record.
Yes.
So yeah, I kind of agree with you in that regard.
Yes. But you know, the person who's in charge of that case now, that judge, is a Democrat. But the chance we have is, if the guy makes his judgment, they can still file an appeal. And the appeal might fall in the laps of a Republican judge, because Donald Trump is now in charge, and his Congress, both lower and upper house, they are dominated by
the Republicans now.
Republicans, yes. So a lot of twists might happen, but still we don't know, because this CIA.
You know, another thing too, Prince. Another thing that we should also be concerned about is that even when they release all of this, right, on our part, are we actually ready to use that and react?
But that's where I'm going to.
Things have been exposed about this man. There are people just
that's where I'm going to.
So look
exactly. That's where I'm going to.
Yeah.
Yes. That's where I'm going to. Now, who are the people that will react? That the reaction will make sense to the international community. Because not just reaction now, but who are the people who are going to react? It is now that we are supposed to be forming those coalitions of the who is who in the different nations in that trap. That coalition must be formed now before Trump solidifies his base. They know who to listen to. Those coalitions are the people who are going to lobby. And then when you are lobbying, you must have one thing. That's the exposure you just made today. When you are lobbying, you must have one thing in mind. Otherwise, you will enter into the same trap that Mandela entered. You know that Mandela was like Nnamdi Kanu before he entered. But when he came outside, It was a different Mandela. He now negotiated a peace that gave most of the resources, 80% of the resources to the Oppenheimers and the, you see, they are still fighting that today.
Yeah.
But he brought democracy. And that is what's going to happen to Nnamdi Kanu. He cannot come out the same. Otherwise, he will get there. Somebody that Mandela was there 27 years, won't send anybody. They don't send that. You understand me? The same thing. We just pray. But the same thing, as Nnamdi Kanu enter with all his energy, he will come out in a negotiated term. Otherwise, I want Europe at America, they don't send anybody. That man can get there for 100 years. You understand? So as we are negotiating now, we should understand that we must give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Otherwise, you cannot free yourself from this contraption. That means all their investment, they will hold it.
It's always about their interest, you mean?
It's always about their interest. Baba. So today you just expose that thing, and please, I want you to be knocking it on the head of anybody that wants change in Nigeria. So remember, the problem is not local. If it is locally, one president will decide who will lead us. But the problem is international. But another way, but that one will cause war and continue. You know your malaria when they get treatment like the Congo way. Now, if we go carry our hand now, put for the hand of Russia now, come inside. They go fight that world war for inside Nigeria. And it will be permanent. Congo has been in it for how many years now? You never stop.
Very much, Baba. Let me take a look again as usual, okay? So we do it chap, and see as many contributions as possible. Thank you.
Okay, Baba.
Stay safe, man. That's Prince Adebayo there from Sweden. And I think we have the first lady caller this evening. And here we have Charm. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening, Maiyegun.
Oh, good evening, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I just had to call in because today's podcast was a banger. Honestly, I feel like if there are people still out there deluded that we have a country, you see, after today's exposition that you made, there shouldn't be a shadow of a doubt in your heart and in your mind. We don't have a country. Nigeria is not a real place, right?
It's becoming clearer.
You talk, and what is also clear now is how long they have been playing us. You know, they've played our parents, they played us, and they want to continue to play us in perpetuity. That's what I see here. You see, what's his name? Tinubu was a long game. Tinubu was somebody that they caught and they decided to use.
Yep.
He wasn't into politics. The politics was the cover that they gave to him. They already had like people who knew what was up in Nigeria. So him going into Nadeco was a pathway into the politics of the country.
It was like a long game, you mean? This guy had no real life business. He has no real life job per se, but he was funding Nadeco with millions of dollars, Baba.
Very, very good. So that's your number one point. Funding Nadeco with lots of money. Where is he getting that money? From the CIA. Because they know what works in that stupid country. They know that money talks, bullshit works. And that is exactly what they did. Right? And then, like I said, they played the long game. They waited for this idiot man to become president. And look at us today. Look at Nigeria today. A pound, a dollar is what almost 1,500 naira. Within a span of 18 months.
1,740 naira.
1,740 naira. And then you have to think, when they're talking about things like it will go against the national security of their country, you have to think deep. Something that will affect the national security of a whole country like America, with all its intelligence, with all its security, with everything. There's more to that. There's something that man has done and has been doing. And I bet you, the deaths of many politicians, Tinubu knows about it. And I'm 100% sure that the CIA, part of everything that is there that is redacted, right? All of that information links Tinubu to a lot of things, which is detrimental to them because then it shows that they play a part in countries' in destabilizing countries. You know, a lot of Americans are clueless. When I say clueless, ignorant. That is complete, you know, about what their government is doing in other countries. They sit in their comfortable
but
houses.
they never actually really even know how it works.
They don't know how it works, and they don't care. All they learn, all they know is that what the mainstream media, what Hollywood tries to narrate for them. Oh, black people are ignorant. They can't manage their resources. They can't do it. But they never tell them the spanner in the works that their government keeps throwing into these countries. They never tell them that these people are not in complete control of their own resources. Is it not even clear now that we don't even have a so-called stupid democracy? That these politicians have always been in their pocket? And like some of the people in on the comment section, right? That said that even back to Obasanjo, I don't believe that we've had clean politicians for the longest time. And that is why they never wanted what they call it, a military, in African countries. Because democracy, as far as I'm concerned, democracy, the way it has been sold to us, democracy, the way we have planned it, is a weapon that has been fashioned and used against us time and time again. Because these politicians they're not clean. They have a lot of compromise on them.
Man. They are
sellouts. And people like Tinubu, right? When you get close to him, you don't know what compromise maybe you don't even have the intention of doing something negative or bad. But because we are within that circle, before you know it, you've done something, they have compromise and you can't do anything. You have to bend to their will.
Yeah, you have to do it.
You know?
You have to force your hand.
You have to do
it this for us.
Exactly. They force your hand. You have to do it. It is clear now. I thought this democracy, whatever it is, democracy that has been sold to us, religion that has been sold to us, everything to keep us comatose, to keep us weak, to keep us, not being able to rise up, for goodness sake. Look at the truth that you shared today. Why are we hearing it from MaiyegunDiary's Politico? Why is it not in Arise News? Why is it not everywhere? Saying that we have an asset in the highest seat in the office in a country like Nigeria.
That the Americans is arguing in court that they will not allow his file to be released, because if they release his file, it's going to affect the American national security. What?
It's going to affect the American national security. Nigeria's economy be damned. The over 200 million people in Nigeria be damned. The poverty, impoverished people, all of you can swim in that thing that we want you to swim in. We don't care. But our national security, our own self-interest, Maiyegun, this world is not balanced. It's not balanced at all. And anybody that is out there, I think we've been saying it for the longest time. I don't know about Trump, because I've told you, right, that at the end of the day, make America great again. We don't really understand what it takes to make America great. If it takes it being on the back of African countries, that is what he's going to do. That is what he wants to deliver to the American people. That America, making America great again, off of the backs of Africans. Maiyegun, we are still in slavery. I hope it's clear to everybody now. We are still in bondage. We have never been free. If the so-called democracy was just always a tool to enslave
people
us.
Think we are actually we are there just like a whining babies that we should hold our leaders responsible. We should do this and that. How do you hold them responsible when these external influences, that person, how do you hold criminals responsible when the entire system has been compromised, right, by the external forces influence? That even if the people decided that they want to kind of rise, right, you are using all the instruments at your disposal to further suppress them, hoodwink them, mislead them.
To continue to mislead them. You see this Lagbaja man that died. I don't know when did he die? And I was saying that this man wasn't sick. There was something
no record of him being
not
sick.
Right going on in that place. Again, it pointed to him. If he was eliminated, it points to the fact that there's intelligence. And if there's intelligence, the intelligence is not coming from Nigeria. It's coming from an external source. Again, we have external influence out there. In fact, everything is out there to tell us. And then you have this Lakurawa people, or whatever you call them. All of a sudden, they said they've been there for 6 years, but now they are more visible. Something is going on. Two things. Either the fact that Trump is now in office, it has become a problem, and they need to accelerate whatever plan that they've had hatched, prior to him actually ascending into office in January. So I don't know what kind of next couple of weeks is going to look like. Or I feel like everything has to do with resources. There's something they found in all of those places that is
charm.
anyway, because my mind is just working, but there's a lot going on, and we just need to be very aware and very careful. Let other people
Ignorance
come
is no longer an excuse. People
No.
should know that. Thank you so much. Let me take another one, okay? Here we have one name. That must be our own Osit. Are you there? Okay. Sorry about that. If your line is acting up, I hope you are able to get back in again, hopefully. Here. Hello. One name. Osita. How are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, I bet this is never going to pass you by without you kind of like, no, I'm going to have to call in again.
I have to call in.
Thank you so much, please.
Congratulations on the good job and the advancement.
Oh, thank you very much for the support too.
Yeah. Anyway, I just want to talk about the reason we have to have what is called self-belief. This so-called white people, I am sorry to say, Trump is inclusive. They don't have any business with us. They don't want you to be good. Let's forget about he won the election. It doesn't mean that it is the effect, the good effect, whatever anybody is anybody's thinking.
It could be a good sign for us somehow.
That is a good sign for us. That's the businessman who always says that he's a deal maker. When you're a businessman, you are clouded with money, and everybody that is around him are all business moguls. What do they need from Africa? They need only one thing from Africa.
Exploitation as possible.
As much as exploitation as ever. So I don't want us to live in delusion. God knows my heart. I don't want us to relax. It's just like when we are saying, oh, we are thinking, oh, we are praying the military can come in. It will all go back to square one. It's a deal. And you wouldn't tell me, you yourself, all of us, we know that Tinubu is a good deal maker as well.
That's right.
We know that he's a very, very awkward, good deal maker.
Good criminal in that regard. He said it, whatever money cannot buy, more money will buy it.
And you will bear me witness, you've lived among white people. Even the white people that you live among, they are even better than the white people in America. They all respect money.
No doubt.
If they can get something out of you, they are good at it.
They are fine.
If Trump is going to come against Democrats, he's not coming against Democrats personally. He's only coming against the business they do to put his own business in line as well.
Replace.
So I need us to wake up. This is our own call. I keep saying it. It's our own fight. If we think that he is going to mess these people up, these Nigerian criminals up, these Nigerian criminals will do deal with them. That's the way it is. The reason they scramble for Africa.
Either way, we are toast.
Yeah. The scramble for Africa is not because of the humanity that exists in Africa. The scramble for Africa is because of what they need to improve their lifestyle. Everything is right there in Africa. So that is the reason when they talk about Africa, it is only that we ourselves has not been able to take advantage of what we do have. I wrote it somewhere on X the other day, on Instagram.
Right.
When you look at the past 10 years, for example, the people that accepted that they have died and they are not afraid of dying has made progress than any other part of Africa when it comes to infrastructure. And that is Mali, That is Burkina Faso. That's Niger Republic.
Tell me about
If you look at what they've been able to do with the little time those guys have been in power, you will know there's something that is called change, a positive change. It might not be a total change, but it is a positive change in the right direction. So what they are going to do with us is deal, and we will be the bargaining chip. So it is left for us to know that it's our own time to stand our own ground. This fight is for us. It's not for anybody. American first is not Donald Trump that used it first. Make America great again is not Donald Trump that used it first. Make America great again was Ronald Reagan. So I need people to understand all this consciousness that people are jubilating. Yeah, Africa will be good. Africa will be good.
And making America great is not make Africa great again. No, it's
American great.
America first means American first, not African first.
Not African first. So I need people to be very conscious of what they wish for, what they want. All these things, the Democrats, their values,
I'm just kind of curious to what the disruption could do. I'm talking about the disruption in whatever these guys have planted in Africa to start with, okay? Is disruption of the whole thing could be a window for us where everybody who is conscious enough, right?
No doubt,
my brother. Take advantage of before they replace them and continue the whole scheme again. I mean, there could be a window somewhere,
No doubt about no doubt about it. There is a window. It is left for us to recognize that window so that we can penetrate
it. Because even if they release all the files, are we not? The majority of us not just going to pretend that we don't see it?
Yes.
Are we not going to pretend? Are we conscious enough? Even the ones they've released so far, what did we do with them?
Yes, I asked somebody, redacting that name, you know that it's Tinubu's name that is there. Didn't you know what did we do with it? So these are the questions that we ask ourselves. So what they try to do, the deals that they do is try to have compromise. They don't want the nice person who they don't have a compromise on. They don't want that person there. They always need somebody who they have compromise on so that they can do their biddings. So so that person can do their biddings. So it is our fight until we keep recognizing that is our fight. That is when we can react positively. If not that, we'll be somewhere in our conference there and we'll be shouting, oh, this person will do this for us, this person will do this for us, and they will never do anything for us.
Sita, thank you very much. Okay. You have a very wonderful, evening. Here is another caller on the line. Hello there.
Hello, Maiyegun Baba.
Baba, how are you?
From Canada again.
Grand. How are you doing, sir?
How are you? I'm well. Two things.
Please.
I want to open Nigerians that are listening to a different perspective to the whole thing. Now we have established that Tinubu is American asset. That we know before.
Yes. Until now,
but it's going to be now that they confirm it in anticipation of a con man that just won an election in the US. Let me tell you this impact.
Tell us.
Now that Tinubu is an asset of America, Nigeria should get ready. It's going to be a new dimension of deals. Because Tinubu cannot say no.
Actually exploit it. Rather than
it's going to be worse. Trump is ready. America is broke. Trump will look for money from anywhere. He doesn't care. They know you cannot. Nigerians will never do anything about it. That's why they release it about now. They know us well. America is not interested in our problem. For those who are waiting, oh, Trump. No. It's all about interest. Now that they have an asset in the biggest stupid economy in Africa, wait for the impact from the moment Trump takes over. Trump will dominate our president and he will take whatever that is takeable out of Nigeria. So now the thing does start.
For Tinubu, as long as he is president and nobody's challenging his human rights abuses, is corruption, and the rest of that, they can take whatever they want.
It's already getting ready for 2027, and Trump will make it happen for him as long as he can play ball. Trump is equal to Tinubu in everything. He's a con man too. You know, so the deal will be Nigerians will suffer for the whole thing. Now on the Lukarawa thing, that is the way of the future. The North has always been the problem of our nation. Right from the population, the North thrive in crisis. They use crisis to negotiate everything. From Mytasine, there's always one uprising or the other. If the North that hold every position in Nigeria for such a long time, they are still referred to as the poverty, all the indices that give quality of life is still in the negative in their region. And the children, those that they are exploiting, they never wake up once to face their leader. They feed on the whole of the nation. The Lukarawa is just a positioning of what is going to happen in future. If Tinubu, whatever way, is succeeded in spending his 8 years, believe it or not, we're going back to Egypt. It would be so much, the impact is so much devastating on Nigeria. So your word, your preaching over all these years about break it down now, that is the only way for Nigeria at this moment. The handwriting is right on the wall. Tinubu can't do anything. You remember that APC used to thrive on this decentralization of power through federalism. All those, you don't hear anything about that anymore.
They're not talking about it anymore.
He can't do it. He can't do it anymore. He can't do it anymore because the president is all about survival. It's about survival. The wrong man is in power. Whatever they say he should do is what he's going to do.
Yes.
So Nigeria is not the interest of the current rulers of Nigeria. Nigeria is not the Nigerians are not in consideration of the rulers of the future of Nigeria. Break it down now, or else
we are done for.
Only God knows where we went. We are really, really done for. It's a sad day. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you so much. I hope a lot of us are consciously following this conversation, okay? And the idea of I don't care, or the idea of whataboutism, all those things that makes us give excuses why, we can't do anything. I hope a lot of us are looking into reconsidering now. Because if not, we are done for real, Baba. We are done for. You stay safe, man, okay? You have a good one. That's a Bengana there from Canada. Here is Ike. Hello.
Hello, Maiyegun.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Yeah, I've been trying to reach you for a while. I left a message.
I am so happy that you got through this evening. Please.
Maiyegun, I want to say something about you.
Please.
And I am not toasting you. I'm not a woman. But I want to pray for you.
Thank you.
I have watched you. I've listened to you. I just joined. I just started following you.
Oh, bless you, man.
I've never met so many like you who is so detribalized, so straightforward. You say it as it is. You put your life on the line for Nigeria. You put your life. It's not about the buy me coffee, buy me this.
I know.
But you're putting your life on the line. This is a true hero. The fact that you could come out to expose this, I've been waiting to call you. Yes, everybody has. But may God bless you. May God guide you. I put on my Facebook profile just now, even though some of the things I've been told just now, might make me go and remove, because I said, may God protect Trump. But on hindsight or rethinking, most of your callers have mentioned it, and it's very clear.
Now you are
Trump is
beginning
a
to see
businessman.
things from different perspective. That's why I love this platform too, right? A lot of people will kind of make their contribution to get you thinking. I love it.
Yes, yes. Now Trump really, like somebody the last speaker just said, Tinubu is a businessman. They may allow this thing to come out now so that Tinubu know that there's a bigger stake and he's going to go outside and renegotiate, even if he's going to sell every Nigerian child for it.
He would gladly
do you understand? Yes. Now the truth is, instead of us keep hammering on the negative side of what Tinubu could do, we could just give him a leeway. So, but boy, just like what happened in the attempt at Niger, when David Hunde came out and exposed him, he got thinking it was going to backfire. It was going to decapitate the whole of Nigeria, and he changed his mind.
He put David's life on the line, right? But he changed everything.
It changed everything.
That
What stopped Tinubu from coming out?
Prevented war between Nigeria and Niger. People may not understand it, but that singular act,
it would have repeated a Ukraine-Russia situation.
It could have been a different story today, a different conversation entirely today.
So you are another Hunde David who has he's taking out his life for the cause of Nigeria. Now, if this message can get out to Tinubu, what does it stop him for saying, like, this offer was made to Peter Obi? I'm sure you heard it. Peter Obi said it indirectly when he came back, and he said, no, he's not going to do it. Tinubu can equally come out and say, no, this is my country, I'd rather die. Do you understand? Just if he were able to turn back on the Niger thing, what's stopping him from turning back? On the issue of federalism, well, I don't want to, that's one area I think I'm smelling something in the kitchen. Right. I hope it's real. I'm smelling it. I'm seeing some moves. I know it's going to be resisted, but I'm seeing some moves from Tinubu. If he does that and he succeeds in the refederalization of Nigeria, let me put it that way, he will go down as a hero. No, see, nobody can be perfect, right? Sometimes your own sin. You see this country they call America or this Western world. They will make you fight yourself and stand out and say, can you look at you? Can you see yourself? You can't even, just like, was it de Klerk or Peter Botha that said it about Africans not being able to govern themselves? Do you understand?
I'm with you.
So if you have the more likes, I wish I could still talk, even after this talk more. The likes of you, the Hyundaians, I do my own bits. But you've taken it notches. And the thing I keep repeating, I want to repeat this. I love the fact that you are a totally detribalized, unsentimental, straight, direct, open. I almost called you a motherfucker, but man, you are good and you are blessed.
Well, in a good way. I'm with you, man.
Yes. Yeah, I'm telling you, I watch you. I'm tripped. I'm tripped. I'm tripped.
Man. Thank you.
There are people I see out there. They're supposed to be people's family, people's fathers. I mean, some people will soon be preparing to exit this world. You don't ask yourself question, where do I go to? What next? Some people are amassing. If we have to cut Tinubu some slack, he might be under immense pressure. He has a heart. They might be pressuring him. But the problem, if he is hearing this, is he might have the wrongest people around him who somebody told Tinubu now when he was going to attack Niger. It was people say, Ogajika Piki, just so they walk. And he dropped it. Do you understand? There's this thing they call lawyers. I don't know, correct me if I'm right. So I'm an Igbo person, but Arijanima Daru. Do you understand? You know what it means?
Those who benefit from chaos.
From chaos. Arijanima Daru, yes. So there are some people around him who will always say, go on song, because of just no shaking. So everybody, the last lady that spoke, everybody has spoken my mind. But please, may God bless you. Please stay safe.
And you too, man.
Stay safe.
Thank you very much, okay?
Stay safe.
And you too. You have a very good day. Okay? Thank you so much. I am taking just one more call, and that's going to be us this evening. And this is coming from Adeola. Hello there.
Yeah, man. I can't know. Sorry, Mr.
How are you?
Postman. I'm very well. I don't even know what to say tonight, man.
It is a steamy night.
But I'll say that.
It's an interesting one too. Mm-hmm.
But I'll just say this very quickly. Baba, today you deliver your polling unit.
Tell me about it.
You deliver your polling unit.
Because it's more or less like an area of our forte. A lot of things has been exposed on this platform.
Baba,
right?
you deliver your polling unit. You deliver your confirmer. You deliver your polling unit. Tonight is probably one of my best shows ever because it's a breakdown of the expose of what we are seeing. Very quickly, I just see it as any compromise you have on you, if you're an asset, it's like how I put it, in the eyes of these intelligent American guys, it's likened to trading cards. You know, when you go into a place,
just like the cat clause, right? Where they can use you to grab the
I have all kinds of cards
without them having to
get different cards on the table. So as an American president, regardless if you are an independent candidate, regardless if you're a Democrat or Republican, doesn't matter. Those cards are on the table. Is how you use those cards that matter. So the current American president can choose to hold the Nigerian card and say, okay, fine. What's on this card? What are the opportunities on this card? Is it lithium? Is it cobalt? Is it gold? Is it uranium? Is it strategic? And if it's not resources, is the country strategic to something that we can use to take over other countries? So there are different kinds of high-level intelligence on those cards. And anyone surrounding Trump that helped Trump can take the Nigerian card if he's interested to monetize it. So we are up for grabs, Baba. We are up for grabs. So intelligence, information is not just intelligence.
That is why America would never elect anybody who is an asset of any other country.
No.
You get that now? Because they know what it means.
No. See, Baba, the Nigerian card, I believe, but it carries many opportunities. There is no point having a compromise that you cannot monetize. So let us get it, straight. So the Nigerian card could carry an opportunity for it to be weaponized against any other foreign power they don't like. So it might just be a good tool to weaponize against Russia. It could be anything. So every compromise, every intelligence carries material opportunities. So if you're a Trump, if you're a Democrat, it depends on who is in power and it depends on how clever they can use those cards. So the Nigerian card is up for grabs. So if anybody likes the Nigerian card that helped Trump into power, we just flip it open. Okay, what are the as long as CIA has information on it, what can I take from this card? How can I commercialize this card? Am I into tech? Am I into natural resources? Who are the guys that are playing in this field? And I want this card, and I want this card, and I want uranium. I want this card. I want gold. I want this card. I want you to take away every person that's number one in managing this material good. I want that proposition, and Tinubu will be beholden to them because it's an asset. So, Baba.
So, what does this actually really mean? Because I believe this is a threat to Nigeria's national security. And if your president is a threat to your national security, your national well-being, there must be some what do you call it? Some institutions in Nigeria that should ordinarily see what this means to the general Nigeria.
We do not have,
or everything is already everything is already like captured as a state capture right now.
See, Baba Maiyegun, not in an ideal world, you will have stronger institutions that will kick against Tinubu being a national asset, and they'll kick him out. But because we do not have strong institutions, or maybe this could be the birth of strong institutions, whereby Nigerians should not be beholden to a foreign asset that is just a maybe I'll just digress quickly. In Russian language, there's what we call
Polenzi Durak is called useful idiot. He's a useful idiot. He is a useful idiot. Is likened to a useful idiot. Is likened to a lapdog. So we will be building to them indirectly. Anyone holding assets. So scrap that, Baba. If it was a strong society that had strong, institutions, we were able to say, okay, fine, we won't take this. This is the last we can take. Or this could be the birth of us having strong institutions. But because Nigerians generally, they're on survival mode, nobody really cares about this new information. Everybody's running helter skelter.
This is no longer us alleging, suspecting. It's
no. See, Baba, this kind of news, the average Nigerian is unbothered because all he wants to do is to have food on his table. And that's where the problem lies. And I believe that the Nigerian card will be dealt so much that they will destroy the country will just break. But I may just leave this phone tonight because I don't see a way out to. I just see that whatever actions that is carried against Nigeria would lead to a sudden demise. Baba, good night, sir.
Good night too, Adiola. Thank you so much. And everyone, it's been an interesting evening or night. It depends on the time you are joining us or you are watching this, okay? Well, for every good thing, right? That's a beginning. There's always going to be an end. Sometimes we don't want it to end. I get it. Okay. But yeah, so those of us who still want to have one or two things to say, whether for or against, it doesn't really matter. There will be another time. Hopefully that will be tomorrow's afternoon because this is not over. Again, we will keep hammering on it. Okay. We will need to put it out there every now and then because our life is at stake. And listen to me, that you are in Nigeria or you are not in Nigeria doesn't really matter anymore, okay? As long as you have an affiliation to that country, we are in a mess, a very big one, okay? And I will continue to do my best to make it or to simplify it for whoever cares to listen. We are in a mess. And if you are in doubt before, now we have everything that we need to know about why we are not coming out of, we are not getting out of the woods anytime soon. We are not. So America can do whatever they want with us. With Tinubu and his gang in charge, we are just done for. It's as simple as that. I am going to see you again. But please, if you haven't really liked the broadcast at this point, please do. Okay. And also, share this, subscribe to the channel. Uganda, do you remember the saying that you can steal it, or you can grab it, or even snatch it, or run with it. Use propaganda to gain power, but you will not be able to run a country successfully on propaganda. Propaganda cannot fix economy. Propaganda cannot fix insecurity, incompetence of those who have grabbed it, snatched it, and ran with it has become so much exposed that their stock in trade, as we speak, is now blackmail, gaslighting, and in some cases, different kind of threats. The criminals who told you that Tinubu, the druggie, the jaga banditi, the jaga addict, the Asiwaju Awole, Asiwaju Awon in that contraption called Nigeria, they said he has been preparing to be your president for 30 years. The last 18 months has been the hell, something worse than the Shege Banza, the Shege Pro Max. Today, they are asking you to be patient, endure, while they while they feast, they ask you to fast. While they go borrowing, they ask you or force you to go sorrowing. Today, the Nigerian Naira has taken further hits, and for those who love to, who are very good in reading, the economy. I think they are like the economy experts. They call themselves. They have dropped a new warning. And for me, on this platform, even when the Ronukus, the bad starts, the bad idiots, the crumb eaters, the crumb chasers, the ass lickers, the all-risers, the Lagos Abobakus, even when they try to gaslight us and said, most of the time, they say it's because we are wishing or we are not wishing Nigeria well, that we are always happy whenever Nigeria goes down. We're like, this is not a matter of wishes. If wishes were horses, beggars no go ride. If wishes can build a country, do you know that Nigeria will be far, 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 far better than some of these first world economies? Oh, I wish. Just close your eyes. I wish that Nigeria naira would be to dollar would be 1 naira to $1. And it'll just be like, dun, 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 and it will automatically become 1 naira to $1. Oh, I wish that all the Nigerian roads, they will just look exactly like the best roads in the world. Dun, dun, dun. I wish that Nigeria hospitals, they will just be the best in the world. Dun, dun, dun. Best hospitals. Do you even understand what it means? If people are trying to gaslight you and say, oh, it's because you are not wishing Nigeria well, that is why Nigeria is going down. The lunatics who does that, they are on MaiyegunSDiary Politico once in a while. They accuse us of not wishing Nigeria well. Then I am like, hang on. Let's assume that me and you, we are not wishing Nigeria well, but others are wishing Nigeria well. How come saying our own wish, they come to pass? That is why Nigeria is not well. What happened to your own wish? The Ronukus, the Ronu Nazis, the Ronu bastards. How come your own wish? At least you wish Nigeria better, Abi. Wishes don't build countries. Wishes don't build, especially economies and countries that are intentionally sabotaged by the rogues, the American assets, the Saudi assets, and the rest of all those criminal assets of foreign agents in Nigeria, intentionally destroying Nigeria. Here is one of them. Okay? Nigeria Naira is worse than the trashy paper. This one is House of Representative member from Kano State. This is how he intends to empower his Alimajiri supporters in Kano to boost the economy of Kano. He decided his own share of the loot in Nigeria. He decided to cash out, envelope the money, and share it to the Alimajiris in Kano. He didn't put this money together, right, to start a company or a training institute that will educate those who are supposed to, help Nigeria out of the woods. No. In Nigeria, where criminals are writing budgets, debating budgets, padding budgets, passing the same, sharing the money, they will push the blame, the responsibility to you and say, instead of you to pray for your country, instead of you to pray for your right? Or it's because you are not praying enough. It's because you are not wishing Nigeria well enough. That is why Nigeria is going down. The rogues are taking care of themselves. They are asking you to go and do 40 days fasting and prayer, 120 days vigil. There is actually another one that was like 300 days of fasting and prayer. People will even kill Jesus self. They are not suffering like you. They are not. That should have been one of the greatest sins at the time, to kill the Savior. Yet they are currently not even suffering like the rest of you. The rogues are taking care of themselves. They are buying themselves cars. They are buying themselves private jets. Right? They are denying you what should have been basic things: healthcare, education, security, infrastructure. All of these are being denied you. But you think pointing fingers at people like me is going to make your problem go away. No, it won't. Tinubu went to the World Bank, to the IMF. They gave him conditions before they can give him money. Nobody is bringing their money to Nigeria to come and invest in a place led by a drug dealer, in a place led by deputized by a Boko Haram terrorist, a place where God knows maybe these foreign investors also have their own intel that has probably told them that all these guys, they are assets of foreign countries. So you better be careful. If you go to that place, it's either you are just going to go in there to go and lose your money. In 18 months, Tinubu devalued your Nigerian naira for peanuts, for loans. It devalued your naira, devalued your hard work, devalued your existence by more than 500%. And today, Nigerian naira is now 1,749 naira to $1. These were the people who took the naira from 148 naira to $1 to what it is today, right? Now we have received the report. Your foreign reserve is not $40 billion. It's all fake lies. I told you that one before. It's coming out now. In January, in fact, by next month, it has been projected that your naira to dollar is likely going to be over 1,000, nearly 2,000 naira to $1. By the time you get to January, February, when Donald Trump finally lifts the ban on drilling crude oil in America, and people begin to drill as they are singing it currently in America, drill, baby, drill, baby, drill, 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 drill. All this climate change campaign and the rest of that, by January 20, the first set of action of Donald Trump is that America should drill, drill, drill. And that simply means if they are still selling a barrel of crude oil right now, for example, let's say $70, last if it fall down to maybe $40 or $50 in 6 months of the first 6 months of 2025, when that finally happens, your Nigerian naira will likely probably crash further to the easiest could be probably 2,500 or more around that time. That will be the time the lies they are telling you, like many other lies they've told you, that you are wondering, maybe they said that when they remove subsidy, that it's going to strengthen naira. How come the thing is not strengthening? It's becoming weaker and weaker. By next year, the whole lies will explode. And you know what that simply means? The same criminals who told you they remove subsidy, playing hanky-panky, they are playing hide and seek with your lives and your future, right? Subsidizing dollars, the scarce forex, they are subsidizing these same importers, playing hide and seek with you, Dangote, NNPC, importers, exporters, all this nonsense, Abi, in the with the promise that Nigeria naira and Nigeria crude oil will be sold in naira, and all those lies, by the end of this year, the whole thing will become tissue, as they are, tissue of lies that will hold no water, nothing. So, I don't know those of you who are businessmen. I have no idea. I do have an idea, but maybe not as much as those of you who are experiencing it. What it takes to run your business or to sustain or make your business survive under this Tinubu-nomic. To this point, it is about to get worse. And I know that the real people that will suffer it are simply the consumers, the end users, the same pro-beating citizens of Nigeria who have been waiting for Tinubu's renewed hope, which is reduced shege to start with, renewed shege. You see, those of you who are businessmen, businesswomen, who are like importing, you know, people have said that before, and they are still saying it. What it takes them to import and clear 10 containers, this is just last year, a year and a half ago, is what they are now spending to import and clear just about 2-3 containers. And guess what? At exorbitant cost. And that is why things will continue to be like, another thing. In Nigeria today, despite the fact that they announced increase in your minimum wage by these scammers, these graduates, Tinubu and his gang, he has not been paid to anybody in that contraption. I just thought I should tell you, in case if you have other alternative and other plans, just begin to explore, kind of exploit them, explore them, because all the lies they told you, it's almost like a shit now that is going to hit the fan. When it hit the fan, now all of us could stink, including those of you living in the diaspora, right? I was trolling them on Twitter earlier, and I saw this woman who happened to be the former wife or the wife of the former or late governor of Ondo State, Betty Akeredolu. He said, very bitter indeed. Who will rescue Nigeria? What a zoo country. What? Madam, what's happened? How come that you are beginning to agree with us that Nigeria is a zoo? It's probably worse than a zoo. Zoo is organized. So those of you who have been to zoo, not Nigerian zoo. But I think when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu talk about, called Nigeria a zoo, I don't think it's referring to the normal zoo. Have you been to Nigeria zoo? Have you? Oh, you should. Baba, you go do charity, fundraiser for them and for the animals in those zoo. That's exactly what's the old caricature of a thing that they've made Nigeria, a zoo. And if we stick to that, we can say, Baba, you know that what they call the patient dog, ate the fattest bone. Have you seen the patient dog and the patient lion in Nigeria zoo? Baba, they know they see any fattest bone anywhere. Go online and search for Nigeria zoo and see the animals in their zoo. And then you kind of will be able to, compare them with the Nigerians who are mostly walking corpses right now, So when this woman said, who will save Nigeria? Who will rescue Nigeria? And I was like, that's not small. Everybody, here you get, everybody go confess that,
patience. I came to ask the
this is what I remember of her. I'm starting with this tonight.
Patience. I came to ask the party chairman, are we holding this election or not? And I said, what we witnessed in the past 2 days were kangaroo elections, state assembly. And I thought, okay, the governor can do anything with the state assembly. But national, this is a very important legislative house. You don't joke with it. But lo and behold, yesterday, they asked somebody, all the aspirants, to step down for one, I don't know whether to say unpopular, because he just collected his form maybe 3 days ago.
What is his name, man?
Who is this person?
Please, I don't know.
Okay.
Other aspirants that be campaigning, spending their money, they forced them to step down, and they did so with anger. You need to see the video of these other aspirants. I said, if this is what Hope is planning for Senate, all of us are responsible Nigerians. You can say upscale Nigerians. You can't do that to me. You cannot. I'm an advocate.
What's your demand?
We must vote. If I lose, I will lose gallantly. I will support my brother Tumba Chema and the delegates over this Honucho. But as it stands now, I'm not on consensus. Consensus is not in my diary because I knew I worked hard to win this election. Let us support the election.
Thank you.
Don't worry, so no. I will have a group here. Here. This is 2022 for crying out loud. How can we change the system if there is no transparency? And I want to
Nuisance, Lele.
Just a quick reminder. So now that Betty Akeredolu, the Rotifmi Akeredolu's widow, who is no longer, she no longer have access to, the state fund, the sort of comfort of office and all of those things around it, the lockstar and all of that of the office. So, like Aregbe Mugbana Baba Kabiru, Baba Afusa said yesterday, this system of government is making some people rich and it's making some people poor. It's not good. People are going to revolt very soon. They are always, they always seems to come back to their senses when they are no longer in power. All right? Before they gain power, they pretend to have sense. Then when they have access to power where they chop, right? They will become, they will begin to maintain table manners where you don't talk when you are eating. All right? Then once they are out of their power, then they will get their senses back. Suddenly they will kind of like, realize that the system won't work. It is like this mofo. You see this Ikorodu mofo, right? In 2011, he was one of those who knew then that this druggie, this Kolu Tifnumbu, is a drug lord. Today, is a special advisor to Tifnumbu on social media matter. Today, he is now defending Tifnumbu and is a drug heroin trafficking history and every other thing, including the certificate forgery today. But give him another few months. Once they remove him now or sack him and he doesn't have access to free money anymore, it will go back to this status quo where they'll begin to talk about how Nigeria is not working, is nye. Today, Tifnumbu is reforming. 5.1 billion naira is the total money that Tifnumbu paid out to buy V6 Prado, Toyota Prado Jeep for 2023, 2024 made, brand new to Toyota. Even though they are telling you, all of una, to endure. So if you go to their govspend.ng, you can see how much money these Olori Brukus are spending. So when one Ronuku, maybe na Brodian Ronuku, came on to Maiyegun's Diary Politico and told me that, Maiyegun, all this name calling, they are not necessary. I say, Ogun kill you, they Ogun paidan. That's what I actually said, though. I said, if you come to Maiyegun's Diary Politico with all your political correctness, or shofoni, or shofo, or jonodanoni, right? It's necessary. Okay? Like, interjection, abikilong pe, what's like in between, kema fi pe kun fun won olori buruku ni won. You will not use political correctness here. I mean, it is actually forbidden, in case if you are new, especially those of you who are the new Templars, who probably joined Maiyegun's Diary Politico maybe a few weeks ago, maybe a few days ago. And somehow, you want me to be a gentleman that we just, you can deliver your message without having to abuse anybody. Or shofoni. If you don't understand the meaning of all shofoni, ask somebody in the comment, they will explain it to you. Ati wall, ati political correctness here. Because some of you, Nigerians, right? We have already, deciphered that here. We've decoded that, okay? That most of you Nigerians, you do not really hate corruption. You do not hate oppression. Most of you just don't like it if you are not the one doing the oppression or benefiting from the corruption. We have those that usually hide behind the pulpit bandit religion to defend the pulpit bandits, pastorpreneurs, and all of that. Pastors, you dey feel me, eh? So if I have to stop in midway to beg you to kind of like even though that's no to the work, if to say the work, you know, I suppose don't see some of you get here with it and because you will not even have a chance to grab your phone and come on to MaiyegunsDiary Politico to either indirectly defend these criminals and take offense. Do you know the people who only take offense on MaiyegunsDiary Politico? The closest supporters of these criminals who are always cherry pick, you know, you are a Yoruba man. As a Yoruba man, you are supposed to respect elders. You done a shofoni. The reason to be my shofoni, we pay. If you have a problem with me, calling out and cussing out these Olori Brukus, and you don't have a problem in questioning that who born these people, who raised them, who are their parents? Did the parents of your criminal leaders in Nigeria, did they raise thieves or responsible men and women? I mean, you have a chance to lead the people, represent them, speak for them, but you spend the time to sabotage them, steal from them, and leave them in penury, leave them in abject poverty, leave them vulnerable, exposed, unprotected. Abi, and yet you are still looking for respect or shofoni. You have a problem with me causing them out, but you don't have a problem with these guys. You think I don't have home training? Oh, you this guy, you lack home training. I beg, who trained these ones? The ones that are drug pushers, drug addicts, certificate forgers, those who are destroying Nigeria. Who raised them? Who are their parents? You don't have problem with that, do you? Oh, you have problem with me. The reason why it's is because, Baba, see light in the end of the tunnel. You know that one that say there's a light at the end of the we don't go check them. See light at the end of any tunnel. No, be only say they don't steal the generator. Baba, they've stolen all the cable, all the wire, lights out of the end of the tunnel. You will remain in that darkness. And these guys don't care. They've mortgaged the life of your children and children's children. I know some of you have invested so much in your own self-survival, which is pretty much like selfishness. As long as I am okay, then Nigeria is okay. If I can pay my hospital bills, who says Nigeria is not fine, it's not working? If I can open a business for my wife, she doesn't even have to run it. It's just for her to just, let she not be like, say she's not doing something. Nigeria is fine. Now you don't know the way. In your selfishness, we have that too. There are many people like that. The liter of petroleum is 1,200. You these people, you want to kill us. Then you turn around and say, well, as long as God is giving us, I mean, I'm grateful to God. I mean, even if they sell the liter of petroleum for 5,000 naira, to God be the glory. I can afford it. In your selfishness, we know people like you. You all need to go and convert your generator, go and convert your car to CNG, but they are buying themselves latest automobiles that are using petrol because they don't have to really pay for it. Therefore, you don't have a problem since you can afford it. If others can't, well, that's their problem. They should go and work harder. Go and work harder. Do you know that the most hardworking people are people where they dig conga? People where they dig well. They are the most hardworking people. Like the young women who are praying for, I'm looking for a very hardworking man. They can't see a mechanic, they run. They see people where they dig conga, borehole, they run. Because to them, it's just they're not working for pretty much like, with nothing to show. Because these guys have destroyed the economy. They've devalued your currency to the point that you are earning, some of you are still earning what you are earning 3-4 years ago. But now you have a job, but you are like a beggar too. That affects millions. It affects businesses. People are folding. They are struggling in their business. And those ones who are still keeping their business together, they are counting days until when they won't have those businesses anymore. But since you can buy full tank to you in your car, it doesn't matter. Nigeria is working. Now those ones be lazy people. Don't worry. So now the only people that have problem with Maiyegun, the only people that their skins, their body, they scratch them. Every time they are watching Maiyegun, they have advice for me. They have opinion about what I am saying or how I am saying it. They are those of you who are so selfish enough to think, since you are okay, then it's everyone else's fault. But they are not. But don't worry, there were people like you too. Some of those people are now the victims of the failed economy in that contraption, right? Some of them were in a very comfortable position 2, 3, 4 years ago. Today, they are now at the desperate position. Your own is coming. So that is why the people that told you to go and fast and pray, they are feasting, enjoying, having all the kind of fun that they can have. Okay? Then they paid the few lunatics on social media to come and influence you and make you feel confused. Like, if listen, are you nowhere? This country is tough. Another person is coming to tell you that President Tinubu is doing a great job. If not for him, the thing will be tougher than this. And you want to believe them. My job is to get you thinking. You understand? Yeah, even if you think you are comfortable or you are not. My intention is to get you thinking. My intention is not to make you comfortable. I'm not here to tell you what you want to hear. I am here to tell you and show you what you need to see and what you need to hear. What you make of that is totally yours. In a system that is so bastardized, so corruptly destroyed, and no one is actually really safe, it is better for you not to live in denial, which is the easiest part. A lot of you would love to live in denial, so that somebody else will probably foot the bill for your responsibility. Some said, why is it that people, if things are really that bad, how come people are not on the street? Because some of them are still being, they are still being subsidized by a lot of people. There are so many of you inside that contraption today that your welfare, your living, your everything is being subsidized by other people. So you don't really feel any much pressure. When it seems like everything won't turn upside down like this, somebody will just say, how are you? Send me your account. Send your account and details to me. I will see what I can do. And once they do that, then you've got a relief for a few days or maybe for a few weeks. And every time things want to go like, one red do, don't red do, somebody will ask you, send me your account details. That is why you haven't seen a lot of people actually losing it. And the criminal politicians themselves, they are doing charity too. Do you know that? Yeah, like this guy that was the one I showed you earlier. Go and share 10,000 for them. Go and share them 1,000. Go and give them Congo of rice. Go and give them bread. And all of this, they will give you temporary relief. And that will be like, okay, maybe God will do something very soon. But there is no real plan, man. Yeah, no real plan. 5.1 billion naira to buy 26 vehicles for people who say don't get car already. This is how they spend the money. But for you, then you need to wait and endure. We are working hard. We are working hard. And then they go about borrowing money in with ridiculous conditions. to further devalue your naira. And they are not investing this money in any real sector to start with, not in any real sector. You need 24 hours electricity if you want to run and industrialize their country, which can then generate employment, in massive employment. Abi? You need government to come around and bail out struggling manufacturing sector. No, they are not bailing anybody out. Rather, they want to tax you to death. So this is just the beginning. According to Tinubu, if there is other way, he will probably have adopted it. But there is none to start with.
The cost of fuel has gone up. Food and other prices have followed it. Households and businesses struggling. Things seem anxious and uncertain. I understand the hardship you face. I wish there were other ways, but there's not.
There is none. That's exactly what Werewike said. Talking about, I mean, the guy destroyed people's livelihood. He destroyed people's homes. He called them shanties. He burned down people's homes. He called them shanties. Said they were illegal shanties. People displayed their own document of their land. He said they were not originals. Can you believe that? Then he called the media chat, Nigerian media, channels, TVC, News Central, and all this. He called them together in his office to make himself feel good and justify all his illegal actions. Baba is the government, right? So if I have a document given to me by a government that is, I mean, by the people in government that is no longer in government, and another government came and said, no, that document is not, we are not looking at it, throw it away. And then you take my land and you call my land my home shanties? No compensation, no nothing, just like that. And then he called the media. He called the media to make himself feel better, talking about it. This is the guy talking about destroying people's livelihood. And he actually feel good about it. Here is Werewike.
Shanties are not where people should live. No. Shanties are illegal people.
TVC News has a follow-up to that.
Honorable Minister, some people will also quarrel with maybe your style in engaging these people, because you also went to a place in Lugbe and some other areas where some buildings were demolished because you say they don't have approval and they insist that their papers are intact. People have quarreled with your style. They say that the Honorable Minister is not listening because there was even this viral video where you engaged with somebody and probably used it's I think 10 parts flared at that point, and people didn't like that as government with a human face, you should also be listening to the people.
Why does the criminal need a human face?
No, I'm talking about this time, not those in shanties this time.
No, let me tell you. Why do I have to sympathize with the criminal? Why
not those in shanties.
No, the criminals are not only shanties. Landgrabbers are criminals. Why do I have to sympathize with criminals? Why do I have to be friendly with criminals?
Is that how government is seen?
No.
If they said
an
arm of the ICT gave them approval.
No, it's not correct. Excuse me. Yes, I would like you to give me approval. See, today, on Saturday, I was in my Tama with the Director of Land River Control. I went there. I don't sit in the office to be told this and this. I go. On Saturday, I was there. What is going on? All the green areas, all the taken away. I said, what's going on here? No trees, nothing. This is good. That's okay. Come. Invite everybody to my office today. Do it. I said, hey, I don't know who, but I hear you people have allocations here and this and that. Well, the lot of land is not controlled. If anybody has encroached to the green area without approval, too bad. Too bad. The building will go down. No, it will go down. Certainly, yes, it will go down. Yes.
Without compensation.
Without what?
Compensation.
Compensation for what? You encroach on land. I pay compensation. No,
suppose they have some papers, some kind of papers to show which emanated from government agency.
The only person that can give you that approval is the minister. If you go and do business with what's my business there? Sometimes people can do business with them. They give a land allocation paper. What's my business? It is only the minister that has the power to sign.
Your Excellency, sometimes these documents shown are actually AMAC documents, and then you find situation.
Just like I told you that. Before I came on board, there was a director of land who went to sign on behalf of the minister and allocate land to somebody. Does he have power?
But in that case, what happened?
Anything you did illegal. What happened? What's my business? In you having an illegal business with people. No, please. Please just try to understand this. Please, we're always in a hurry to get something. And being in a hurry, you'll be in trouble. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Somebody goes to sign a CFO when you know there's only the minister that signs the CFO. And you're telling me he represented the minister. I mean, how can you tell me that? You know it is the minister of FCT that signs the. Ordinarily, the president is the governor. But that power has been given to the minister of FCT. Right? Some states, the governor donates their power to the attorney general. I will see the law, he will say that this power has been donated to the attorney general. And the attorney general can sign on behalf of the governor. You don't tell me that a civil servant will go and sign a CFO on behalf of the governor or the attorney general that the power has been given to. And then you come to bring sentiment. Then somebody is right around that belt. Now, why I don't want you to go away from that? When you say this,
AMAC land.
Yes. Now, what are you saying? They went and took land from area councils. The matter got to Supreme Court. Supreme Court said no. Every land is under the FCT.
Does it mean
now you now go? What I expect you to do is to say, look, we have made this mistake. What do we do to regularize?
Yeah, particularly when they're on a large scale like you saw in
No. Don't cut me short. Just calm down so that you get a picture. Some people just move in. And you know, we have this tendency. He will stay 2 years now. It's not 4 years. As a minister, he will go. Another minister will come. We'll find our way. That is what you have in this country. I will stand for that. You can't go to a place and just start developing on a land that does not belong to you. You go and grab land, and then you know the worst thing, they go and institute action against the FCT. They have their way in the secretariat. They go to the legal secretariat. They have their people. They go to lands. They have their people. The FCT minister is sued, but the suit will not reach him. He will not be served. And then they go. The court will give judgment. They constitute everything.
That means all this is in collusion with your staff, sir.
Yeah. Not my staff.
I mean, FCT.
But you should be aware that that's what we're trying to, that's what we're doing now, and that's what is painful to people. Do you know as I came, how many directors of land have changed? Yes. Some people saw it as their birthright. Yes. I said, no, you will leave. I removed them.
Was it enough to just remove them?
No.
If their actions had led to some of the problems we are facing now,
the point
was it just enough to remove them?
No. First of all, if you want to clean up a place, and you know that these people are part of the gang, you need to say, listen, you out. Do you know that I made approval for staff to be changed? Some people sat on it. Yes. Until I said, no, we can't continue with this.
Everything turned to ethnicity. Everything turned to religion. I'm an Hausa Fulani. I'm a Yoruba. I'm an Igbo. I'm none of this. Everything turned to. So, when people know you're
nuisance, Lele.
Everything coming out of his mouth is a lie with evidence. But because it is Werewike, do you understand? Is somebody that loves to hear his own voice. Sure you get? Even if you present him with all the contrary evidence to what he's saying, he will be like, and he will be regurgitating nonsense that are not backed with anything. And it has to be the truth. Yeah. If I say it, it must be the truth. Listen, but contrary to what you are saying, like these people have the no. They got the document from local government. No, I am supposed to be the one to sign the document. So if the minister is supposed to sign the document, right? And then the ministers before you who have signed some of this CFO for these people, and you are like, no, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. Oh, you went to local, it's the local government that signed it. They say, no, it's not local government. Sir, look, this is the Ministry of FCT. They signed, the minister signed. Look at, no, you forged it. It's a fake document. It's a fake document. There's no minister that signed anything. Minister did not sign anything. Let me tell you something. They have a way of forging documents to make it look original. So with the wicked, if it's not the one who signed it, it's fake. As if to say the FCT ministerial position has never been occupied by anybody before him. Those criminals, they are criminals. I don't respect criminals. But these people have been there before you. They had all of their papers, everything. No. There's some people in the ministry signed it. You didn't even give them chance to. You didn't even look at the document. From some of the videos we have seen, he didn't even look at anything. He's made up his mind. These are shanties. Okay, listen, these are not shanties. These are already, developing areas where people are already developing their property. No. They just take land. They just go there and take land. And then they start building. And then they will go to High Court. They will go to Supreme Court. They kill in your own country, where they do not have any respect for their own law, for their rules or rule of law, whatever. They don't have any. It is only what he, with a wicked, if he's interested in it, if I am interested here now, everything else doesn't matter anymore. And that is why he was burning people's houses. He was burning people's houses, demolishing them to look more like rough areas, so that he can justify and say, well, it's a shanty. That's why we can't get Jesus. A country where they don't have respect for their citizens. The moment he's interested, even let the journalists ask their questions. Even when they are like, no, but there are evidence that's no, let me finish. So the only thing he's saying must be the truth. And you can't even go to the court and challenge him, because the court is controlled by him. Yeah. He even justified taking people's houses. He took Julius Berger's land in order to build houses for judges. To bribe judges with houses, mansions. They will build mansions for judges. Judges that are supposed to be neutral in everything, they can no longer be neutral. Oh, here is another windpipe rant, okay? This time around is about the PDP. I'm giving you this so that I can show you other things, so we can get this out of the way, right? Here, with a wiki again.
I hear that the guy is a candidate. I've never seen him. Nobody has ever come to me. So what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Because I'm PDP, I'm going to run. I wouldn't do that.
What I'm saying is that what is in the, what a few people perhaps in your party and at the state are saying is that perhaps because of your current position, you may be cheering for the other team.
What is current position? Was that not the position when I supported Diri? Was Diri not run under this current position I was? No, I'm coming. Was it not? I supported him under PDP.
Could it also be because you are sending different conflicting signals to your party members as to where you actually stand?
For this governorship election, I'm not supporting. It's not where I stand. You don't need to say I'm not supporting it.
Could it also be that they no longer see you as a major stakeholder?
Who is the major
of the party?
Who is the major stakeholder of PDP? Mention the person. Than me. Who is the major? Mention one. You may say governors.
Yes.
Who is the governor? Tell me now.
PDP state governor, like the governor of Bauchi State.
He is what?
The governor of Oyo State.
No, fine. Look. I can tell you something. Unfortunately, it's unfortunate. Leadership is a terrible thing. And I pity my friend Sheyi, who is there struggling to see that he gets a brother or brothers in the Southwest. He's doing all he can, but I don't know how it will work out. Let me tell you, PDP has never had it this bad in terms of leadership, particularly from the chairman of the Governors Forum. And I knew it would be so.
That's Bala Mohammed.
Of course. Of course. Let me tell you, leadership is not by mouth, it's not talking. It's not by talking, it's by action. It's not tomorrow you go and blame INEC. How do you know how people are treacherous? When Tabuwa finished as the chairman of PDP Governors Forum, we have always done it north and south. But Bala and Co connived and went to Bauchi and took away the chairman of Governors Forum of PDP to the north. Of course, he knows if I was governor, it won't happen. He knows if I was governor, it won't happen. He succeeded in that because in what we call infantile ambition. To be a leader, you must have to make a lot of sacrifice. You must have the capacity to galvanize the people. You're an opposition party. You're not in the ruling party. People will see that you are serious of taking over power. It's not by mouth. It's not by going to television to talk. It's not by abusing people. It's by how you mobilize their colleagues. He's the chairman of Governors Forum. How has he mobilized his colleagues? By funding the party to make sure the party is effective and efficient to the National Working Committee. To see that they take over power from the ruling party in Ondo State.
By funding the party.
It is necessary.
There are no big spenders anymore in the PDP.
I don't know what they call big spenders. All I'm saying, funding the party. You know what you call big spenders. How you calculate what they spend, I do not know.
Your Excellency.
No, I didn't say that. What do you mean? Don't I know that they're funding the party?
Your Excellency, a lot of people
Listen, why you people allow Nigerians to get this information? It will help Nigerians. It will help the party people. Because, you see, when you travel on social media, you won't get the real thing going on. As far as I'm concerned, apart from what Sheyi is doing, and with his brother Osun State, Adeleke, I see no galvanization for PDP to win on those states. Yes, it's correct. Yes. You don't need to deceive people. You look at me. I'm the city minister. Not just minister for nothing. I'm a very strong one. And I know what to do. I know what to do. So it's not somebody can say, if you do so, you pay.
Is it too late to do that? We should.
No, I cannot. Look, you see, I'm a realist. Anybody who knows me, I don't play this way. She is my friend. Very, very close friend. There's no way she will come to Abuja. He will not come to my house. I won't go to his place. We are very close. And he knows my position. And he knows it. Nothing can affect our relationship. No, I don't do that. Fintri is my friend. He did know. I said, look, as far as Bala, things that he owns PDP, things that he can use PDP to do to his own selfish interest, it won't work. What is the problem? Maybe that would have stayed to. What maybe you may have in mind to ask? You took what belongs to the South here. The chairman of governor for the PDP ought to come to the South. You took it. Because you think you are too smart.
In clear terms, you are alluding because of ambition. Are you saying because of ambition?
Let's know. Two, because they have ambition. Or to, nobody, people should have ambition, but only because all the genetics is rubbish. But why not build your party first? Make your party to be a strong party that you can sell to Nigerians. When you don't do that, then you're not being serious. It's not by just, like I said, not by going to television. The federal government is doing nothing. That has nothing to do for Nigerians to believe what you're talking about. Now, what's the problem? All you're interested is to remove the national chairman, acting national chairman. Why? It's not playing according to what you want. All these crises you see today, and that's what I tell Nigerians, that some politicians is terrible. Bala was one. I say Makinde, as Fintri, as acting national chairman. Bala was the person.
Nuisance Lele.
Wike is a madman. Remember that. Is with Tinubu and is somehow still, as people have said, right? They said Wike, Soloma Kende Ibadan. These two, they have one job that Tinubu want them to do, is to keep PDP completely in comatose and divided. So it was having problem with Atiku before. Now, it's not just Atiku. It's now having problem with Bala Muhammad. So Bala Muhammad, that one from Bauchi, right? That one too is like acting, clever by half, right? Trying to dislodge with the weakest loyalist in PDP so that they can actually be an opposition party, not a holding bay for Tinubu, which is what Wike and Soloma Kende Ibadan, one of the 5 G-string governors then, right? So Soloma Kende Ibadan is loyal to Wike. Wike is loyal to Tinubu, and this chain of command is to keep PDP divided somehow. So if Wike's hand is removed, there is a chance that maybe PDP can actually be an opposition. But with the Pintiri, Atifu's political boy, and Soloma Kende Ibadan, see these two, they sing the praise and praises of Wike. That's why Wike says they are his friends. So they said in their permutation, they are hoping that Tinubu will become incapacitated, maybe become a Arokeshe, cripple or something, like anything, we say Tinubu no go contest in 2027. So they can then possibly now receive, this is how mad they are, their permutation. So they will receive the blessing of Tinubu, okay, to now go and run in APC, in PDP, which would then mean the power will still remain in the south between Werewike and Solomon Kende Ibadan. So any effort to try to cut off Werewike's hand in PDP, Solomon Kende Ibadan, will make sure that that never happens. So you get. So Bala Muhammad's effort with others is now considered as Bala Muhammad's personal ambition that he wants to be president. So if Bala Muhammad talks like an opposition and say, look at what people are facing, Nigerians are struggling, things are hard, things are tough, to Werewike, that is unacceptable. How can you say the federal government is not working? How can you say Tinubu is failing? What nonsense is that? That is unacceptable. You cannot say that. You have to say Tinubu is trying. PDP cannot be opposition. That's not how to do it. We are all supposed to be together. That is what is playing out. So Solomon Kende Ibadan also wants to be president, but not to be president. It is to help Tinubu further destroy and decimate PDP. So that in 2027, then Solomon Kende Ibadan won't be governor again. And he may just go and become a minister under Tinubu, like Werewike. So any effort to try to reposition PDP, to rearrange PDP, it must be stopped, it must be rebuffed. And that is why Werewike is believing that he is a force, that PDP, with the amount of money he spent on PDP, and they betrayed him, he is the main force in PDP. He's a very powerful force, who is Bala Muhammad. And as Werewike is concerned, Tinubu no get opposition. PDP no be opposition. PDP cannot disturb because Werewike is a stakeholder in Tinubu's regime. Therefore, PDP APC is PDAPC, and that's how it should be. No, not this kind of opposition of criticizing Tinubu. Which kind of level now? Do you get that now? This is the supposed arrangements. That is why he's now having problem with Bala. And he calls the two PDP governors, Solomon Kende Ibadan and Fintiri, his friends, that will never stop coming to his house. Because their job is to secure Werewike's place. PDP must remain divided and possibly destroyed. That's how it's going to be. It's a crazy place. Seriously, it is a crazy place. And you will feel sorry for those of you who are waiting for 2027. You want to do election with Tinubu in 2027. They built houses for judges. They are going to build houses for judges. They are going to buy them cars, expensive cars. They've increased their salary by 400%. They're getting themselves ready for 2027 already. Sure you get? So if PDP try to play any smart game, the court will just, a judge in Abuja will just rule something about PDP. Now that one they're going to deal with. That is what they will be dealing with. That they will never get themselves. As long as Werewike, which he has been given so much influence and a blank check. And he can do whatever he wants. That's deliberate. Somebody said he's deliberately scattering Abuja. So that all those places where they vote against APC, they're not going to be in place again by 2027. They would either have, made most of you homeless, that by 2027, una go don't leave Abuja. Una no go get that power to vote against APC. Talk less of you, changing the demography of the voting demography. No. They are changing it now. It's a crazy place, man. It is unreal, But let's leave them and their wahala. Here is the representative of the man that represents the constituency of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The other day we were talking about Nigeria having a Igbo problem. You see, a lot of people probably don't even understand what that means. You as a person, You may not like the Igbos as you are raised not to like them, okay? But you don't really have any influence in what is institutionalized hatred, institutionalized tribalism against the Igbos. It's beyond just you and I saying we don't like them or we like them. It's beyond that. This is like, you know, I actually called it a Cold War. After the genocidal war of 67 to 70, right? Nigeria, I mean, when Yakubu go lost, instead, what they have now, what they have then is no winner, no vanquish. What they actually what they activated is, I mean, institutionalized in Nigeria is Cold War against the Igbos. Yeah, the Igbos seems to probably have breached and beat all those roadblocks and limitations, so to say, with those who kick-started that genocidal war against the Igbos in the 1967 to 1970. Normally, if you go back to history, that was like unnecessary war. So when Gowon fired the first shot from the mountain of Shenakogia Benue, straight into the eastern part of Nigeria that kick-started the war. It wasn't the Biafrans that shot at Nigeria. It was Nigeria that shot at them. They were meant to, not only to physically destroy the Igbos, they were to psychologically destroy them too. But just 10 years after the end of the war, the Igbos were back in contention. 20 years, even 50 years after, the Igbos are now among the top economies that controls the economy of their contraption today. That wasn't the plan. The Igbos were supposed to be like the Almajiris of today. There are people who will be saying, the Igbos, they were so rich. Man, it was just after the war. That's why they are now very wretched. But the Igbos, they bypassed. They beat all those odds. They beat all those institutionalized roadblocks, except for the leadership part, which their institutionalized tribalism has maintained so far. So in Nigeria, it's always like that. Even though, if you look at the whole scheme of things, right, you can say Nigeria have two rules, one for the North and one for the rest of us. Abi? When it comes to the Igbos in the equation, it's even worse. In his own word, because what would you say is the offense of Nnamdi Kanu now? After all that has happened in Nigeria, especially in the last 4 or 5 years, Nigeria, the atrocities of the Fulani terrorists, the Boko Haram terrorists, and so many other terror groups in Nigeria, what would you say Nnamdi Kanu did that they still have to keep him in their detention and they just want him to be there? You can say, okay, because of Boko Haram. Now, Boko Haram is not there. The court said Nnamdi Kanu should be released. But Tinubu is there now, and they're still keeping him. They kept it that way. So you get, while others are being freed, left, right, and center, those who actually killed people are being freed, pardoned. But person will be say in microphone, the camera, the radio, and all of that he established, never killed anybody. It's like, no, we can't let him go. In his words, listen.
Just, I can tell you the whole lot of things have been done, not just by me, but well-meaning Nigerians, stakeholders, who have found this to be an issue of injustice, who has also found this to appear, like the last time I was there, I said it would appear that there are two sets of rules in Nigeria, one for every other Nigerian and another one for the Igbo man. Where every other Nigerian will scale certain circumstances, the Igbo man will find it very difficult to scale. But what we thought would have been more meaningful is the invocation of sections 174 of the Nigerian Constitution that allows the Attorney General, before the determination or a judgment of the court, that he can write to withdraw the matter. There are precedents that have already been set on this. So we're just asking, well, the way they have done for Igbo, the way they have done for Sowore and many others, that Nnamdi Kanu is entitled to those fundamental rights as a citizen.
Well, you mentioned Section 174 of the Nigerian Constitution. I recall that in June, you made a direct appeal to President Tinubu, along with dozens of your colleagues at the National Assembly, urging him to order the Attorney General to discontinue the case based on that Section 174, which gives him the power to end the trial in the public interest and in the interest of justice. Did you ever hear back from the President or the Attorney General?
Like I said, we've met with the Attorney General. I've met with him several times. I've met with his Chief of Staff of Mr. President and many other government functionaries. The only person I have not met one-on-one now is Mr. President. And for obvious reasons, he has to be satisfied with the legal position and also satisfied with the security positions. So I wish to talk so much, but so much has been happening now. The confidentiality of that is also what I said as a government officer.
You can't reveal.
That I can't reveal, I can't, but I am very optimistic that after all said and done, recently my governor, my amiable governor, Dr. Alex Oti, also talked about it, having met Mr. President, and some assurances that were given to my governor by Mr. President. Those assurances that have been given to my governor remain consistent with the assurances also that I have been given and the things that I have worked with certain circle that have been put up for this. And I'm very optimistic that within no short distance time, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu will be released from detention. Whether he's going to be released by the invocation of Section 174 or whether he's going to be granted bail, the Supreme Court, after all, said that the lower court ought not to have revoked his bail, considering the circumstances that he faced before he absconded, meaning the military came to his home, ransacked his home, and he escaped. Possibly, if he was there, he would have been shot dead, just like many others. The Supreme Court held that under the circumstances, his actions of running away was justifiable. That's what the Supreme Court said. So that since they have already said that he cannot be denied bail, it is also our desire that if bail can be granted to him, I am willing, able to countersign that bail so that he can have the ability to leave detention, at least to be able to take care of himself, see his family, and undertake other activities that's such a...
See? And that is a very plausible argument. There are other things, probably other factors that scares them to death. I don't know, like, why would they be so afraid of a man whose only viable weapon is his voice, his words? But they are not afraid of those who actually wield weapons, those who have killed people, and those who continue to kill people. They are not afraid of them as they are afraid of this man. Is it because he's an Igbo man? The answer is yes. Because it seems like it's only this type of Igbo man that says things that he means and is not selfish and is not talking about himself. It's not kind of like, wanting something for himself, but for his people. I think that threatens them a lot. It does. So that argument is plausible. And whatever it is that they are pushing behind, which is what they believe is also or would also be instrumental to the peace, the peaceful resolution of what's going on in the eastern part of Nigeria, the freedom of Nnamdi Kanu, unconditional release of Nnamdi Kanu. It's one thing they call the pathway to peace, but there is more to it. He's still adamant. He's telling them, like, I am not going to drop the advocacy for the referendum of the Biafran South of Nigeria. That is not negotiable. And I think that is what they feared most. That's what they feared most. Talking about the eastern part of Nigeria, here is something. I got two things. One from Nnewi in Anambra. It's called Owerri Road. I think this is the road that leads to Owerri or from Owerri in Imo State. Okay, so where Soludom is believed to be carrying out, or will be carrying out, some major, infrastructural refurbishment road, and houses will be demolished, and the people are already collecting their personal effects on this road. I saw that on Nnewi Connect, is called. I'm like, oh, this looks like something that will be interesting if indeed Soludom actually works on it. So let me share that with you. I don't know if it's just me. And the road looks so spacious enough. Like the properties are like far away from the road. So why is it demolishing or plan to demolish all those properties? Like, is it planning to build a 10-lane road or something? I don't know. I mean, they could renovate that road easily and make it so modern and like, you know, just maybe dual carriageway. They can still make it dual carriageway without demolishing houses that way. But politicians, Nigeria politicians, I just hope it actually construct something there, you know, and those people are not losing their properties for nothing. I hope they are also compensated because they are far away from the main road. It's like they maintain the supposed, distance from the main road as expected in construction and all that. Share you get. Well, when I saw that, I was like, I'm going to share that with my viewers. You know, the place looks more like all it needs is just a proper restructure. I mean, refurbishment of the main road there. It's so spacious enough. You don't even have to demolish all those properties for. What do I know? Also, don't let anybody tell you that even though in Nigeria today, it is already becoming like, since the person who is your president and some of your state governors as well, majority of them are certificate forgers who never really go to school. Okay, so don't let anybody tell you that education is a scam. All right. So I saw a video of a young, woman, like a young girl, in one school in Anambra. That's in Anambra, where they had Peter Obi as a guest, and she was presenting a gift to Peter Obi on behalf of the student after he came to, as usual, to give them some sort of a support. And I was like, oh my God, education is not a scam after all, right? Listen.
Good afternoon, Lordship. Most Reverend Dr. Paulinus Ezeokafor, the Assistant Vice Chancellor, the Secretary to the Bishop, the Manager, and in a most special way, His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi. It is a great heart filled with joy as we welcome you all to our school today, St. John of God Secondary School, Oka. His Excellency, reasons for our joy are highlighted in the massive support and love that you have given us in the past. As Igbo people will say, Di Batiake Afichere. It could be recalled that His Excellency, during his tenure as the governor of Anambra State, provided our school with 2-seater bus, 35 million naira for various renovation of our physics, chemistry and biology lab, internet connectivities and laptops, to mention but a few, along with other schools in Anambra State. His Excellency, we pray that God Almighty will bless you abundantly for all that you have been doing for us, for traveling around the world doing good. May posterity never forget you. However, in Manasseh, it's Politico na Conere. Your Excellency, we truly appreciate all that you are doing for us. But just like Oliver Twist, we still want some more. Always. We need an ultra-modern administrative complex, modern toilet facility, renovation of different classrooms, to mention but just a few. Our management are trying quite alright, but have limited resources. More resources are needed. For the saying goes that when you train a girl child, you train a nation. Just like you narrated about your friends, here there are so many great potentials. And I believe that when they are given the right education, they will do better than this our senior that I am talking about right now. So we truly appreciate you and we welcome you in our midst. We say, may your stay here impact us positively. And for the words of advice, we cannot neglect that. We truly appreciate it. We promise to be the better versions of ourselves. We promise to be the women that the world will reckon with tomorrow. So, Your Excellency, you are highly welcome in our midst today. Thank you so much. And Your Excellency, just to show you how appreciative that we are of your coming, we make you the footwear. No, not for you, but for Her Excellency. We promise to make your size when you come to visit us again. Program that the school has given us. For we want to revive the saying that we want to move from consumption to production. So this is part of it. This is our own way of making Nigeria better, not only Nigeria but everyone. Educating the female child, enabling them and supporting them. So this gift is for Her Excellency. When you
now the man comes visit you, but now the wife they get gifts. You know, she's such a brilliant young woman, and indeed, when you listen, you know, to when I listen to her, I kind of feel like man, education is not a scam after all. It's just that Nigeria is making it look like education is a scam. Education is not. You know. So train a girl child and you will be training a nation. So when you train a girl child, you are training a nation. I agree, 100%. But let's leave Anambra and stop by in Edo. So it's on record that the new government in Edo State is led by APC, Egbekebe, which took office yesterday. Okay. Now, the new government or the new governor announced his cabinet. And from the list that we have seen so far, Adams Oshiomole, Cyril Oshiomole, the son of Adam Oshiomole, has been nominated as the commissioner for health. Obasanjo's daughter, which is like Stella Obasanjo's daughter, has also been nominated for commissioner. So where is Cyril? This is what Cyril looked like. Let me show you. That's Cyril. He's a doctor. Dr. Cyril Oshiomole, representing his father in his father's third term. Second term, so to say. All right. So this our man has something to say about that. Jimmy Dizu. Listen.
The third person that Okwebulu appointed is Oshiomole's son as Commissioner for Health. What does that tell you? What it should tell you, the young man out there, the young woman out there, faffing around, supporting this and supporting that, is that at the end of the day, a lot of our politicians have themselves and their families, at heart. If the way I'm trained, the way I'm brought up, If I was so prominent, I'm a senator, I'm so prominent, the gentleman is eminently qualified. But that you can reproduce, I know Edo State very well, you can bring 1,000 of them out. But it's always when that takes all. Something tells me that Oshiomhole will sit on Okpebholo's listen that announce my picking home now, so that nothing changes after you've been sworn in. And that's exactly what happened. So you should ask yourself, when you support these politicians, don't just do it for the little money that you say, what is in it for me in the long term? And like I always tell you, this gentleman, qualified doctor, there's no doubt about that. He didn't join in insulting people in the social media and so on and so forth. He probably didn't even join in all the running around. You are the one sweating, doing this and doing that, being used as talk with all the degrees that you have. At the end of the day, he is the one who has been appointed commissioner. And that is just the beginning. I remember here one day, Sheriff read a comment and somebody said that Jimmy Disu is angry because he has not been given a slot.
Yeah, I read that.
You read it? Now that is how politicians think. The chairman will bring his own. This one will bring his own. You remember during the campaign I brought T-shirt to bring his own. At the end of the day, the spoils will be shared. There might not even be enough money for governance and you will be left hanging. We have to change our attitude to politics. We have to force our politicians to the table to say that fair must be fair. I would love a system, for example, given what we have in Nigeria, where nominees are gathered, you are allowed to apply to be a commissioner. If we do it, other people don't do it, there's something wrong. And an exam is set by maybe Arthur Anderson or whatever, and they choose X number of commissioners and hand over to the governor to work with. Rather, it's going to be Sheriff's son or Jimmy Disu's son. I have so many sons, so I don't know how many you want to pick for that. But because for me, son is, I don't need a DNA to determine my son. Son is son. And talking seriously, I'd like our youth to think seriously about this towards 2027. The third person that Okpebholo appointed.
Also, from the stable of Referendum, he has also waded into this talk of Lakurawa terrorists. According to him, the Lakurawa terrorists are making mistake. This is the National Security Advisor to Tinubu, the druggie. He said the Lakurawas are making mistake because nobody fights Tinubu and win. I don't even understand what that means. But the usual way of their ass licking, all right, is what I kind of see in this. Okay? Oh, Tinubu has ordered the minister to go and restore power. Oh, the Tinubu has ordered the Attorney General to go and withdraw the case. Oh, Tinubu has ordered that the Nigeria Customs should go and make money. Oh, Tinubu has ordered that we should do, like, ass licking, like fooling, they call it. But here, in his words, to the Lakurawa guys, you are fighting Tinubu.
One, and we are beginning to see the gains, what we call Tinubu gains. Hundreds of bandits are killed today, every day. Tinubu gains. You move everywhere in our own country today, free of fear. Tinubu gains. Things are changing. These so-called Lakurawa or whatever you call them, they are making a mistake. Nobody ever dares Tinubu and win. Nobody. They have come at a wrong time. Nobody has ever defeated Tinubu. And you are going to be defeated, and we'll kick you out of Nigeria. This is a Nigeria of 2024. And this is a Nigeria where I can assure
Nuisance Lele.
Abawere, National Security Advisor. This is Tinubu gain. You can walk about in Nigeria today without fear. Tinubu gain. Eh? We will kick you out of Nigeria, Tinubu gain. Hundreds of terrorists are killed, bandits are killed every day. Where? River dump. Where are you killing hundreds of terrorists every day? Where? As you are watching this video, there's a report that Al-Makura, what is that place called again? Oh, I don't forget. Somewhere in Sokoto, that the 3G people have already blocked. You know, they said they were fighting 3G yesterday. But this talking head, this mofo. He said more. He even said that the Nigerian custom, Tinubu gain. Nigeria custom made 5 trillion naira. Tinubu gain.
And I just heard what our controller, very amiable Bashir, told us. For the first time, you know, we are hitting 5-point-something trillion. Tinubu gains. Tinubu gains. And it's happening all over. And we are just 1 year, 7 months. Let them wait and see 2025. It will happen. We will secure this country. We will fix it. We are not jokers. Tinubu is a success. It has never been a failure with him. We will fix our country. Nigeria will be up. And that's why we are proud. Like I told you, we lost one of us, very painful one. We lost Lagbaja, a personal loss to President Tinubu, and also to me, an incredibly good person, very loyal, very, very committed, very honest. He served his country well. May his soul rest in peace. And there are many like him. I don't think we have ever had a team like this. You know, the surprising thing people don't know, how we have become a family. Those who are working for President Tinubu. We are one. We do things together. We speak with one voice. We will work and we will achieve results. Boko Haram today is running out. Today they have moved to Chad. Most of them have moved to Chad, and that's why the president of Chad declared war. And I just heard
nuisance, Lele.
A complete nuisance. A complete nuisance, man. Like he's lying. It's all talk. Just talk, all talk. If you open your phone right now and then you get to see the atrocities of these terrorists today alone. But because they believe that they can run a country on propaganda, and that will fix it. Oh, this is the best team. The best. We are like family. All of us. Tinubu gain. So that means they are reading your posts. They are reading your reactions online. When you call Tinubu T-Pain, Tinubu pain. Now they are trying to kind of change that and say, yeah, it's Tinubu gain. We are making more money from customs. 5 trillion naira. Tinubu gain. Do you know what they have done in ripping people off at the that custom of a thing? Where people are now spending so much money to clear 2010 car, 2005 car, old cars. And then if you go out and say you want to buy a car, to the point that an average Nigerian cannot even buy a Tokumbo cars anymore. Wait, then born you well. How you want to do it? So to them, it's about this taxing and collecting money. A bag, oh my God, a bag of rice is now like over 100,000 naira, 120,000 naira, 160,000 naira in some part of northern Nigeria. Tinubu gain. All talk. People are still being kidnapped en masse. Ungoverned areas across Nigeria. But Tinubu gain. Freaking talking dead. Well, last night, I think they carried out some raid on rail track. According to the report, they said they carried out some raid on rail tracks in Lagos. and they arrested these guys.
You can go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. These are okay. Go ahead. This one is okay like this. Go ahead and do other ones.
They will roast you inside this fire. The mentality will go your brain and shine you come.
People were sleeping rough. So they'll probably now have a prison cell to sleep in. They won't get any real help. You know, it's Nigeria. And similarly, a multi-billion naira worth of properties, went up in smoke in Abuja, where the whole Abuja, they no get fire truck. There was no fire truck to help quench the fire. Fire in our country. Give me plenty water. Make her quench the fire. Somebody's investment gone up in smoke.
Reporting live in Warimpa, Fitness. No fire service in Abuja. How can this happen in Abuja without no fire service? This thing is not happening anywhere. Abuja, I'm reporting opposite head medics in Warimpa. This is First Avenue, Fourth Avenue, live. Call fire service right now in Abuja to come and quench. Look at people's property worth billions of naira is waiting here. Abuja FCT Minister Wike should call fire service right now to come and quench this fire. Please, call now, throw the light. Billions of naira is going on. Billions of naira. This is one of the popular gyms in Abuja here, in Warimpa, live. Reporting live in Warimpa.
That's someone's business gone. I hope they have insurance though. They are spending billions and billions building houses, building this, constructing road to somebody's houses because he's a judge or he's a politician or they have a business around this path. So let's construct the road to the place. So they have their farm along this route. Let's construct a road to the farm for them and all that kind of thing. But basic things like a fire service is not in the, it doesn't exist in the Federal Capital Territory, Nigeria's headquarters. It's crazy. Similarly, the people of Ogun State too, they are crying. Please come to the Army Junction. We cannot be, we can't continue like this. After Lagos State, on the state with the highest IGR in Nigeria, Ogun State is next. Also, after Edo State with the worst road in Nigeria, Ogun State is, I don't even know, maybe now Ogun State be the worst, with the worst road. I've been at Lagos State, I've been at Edo State. The number one spot should be shared among the three of them. But hey, we can excuse Edo, they don't get money reach Ogun State when it comes to the IGR. But they are bragging of IGR in Ogun State. They said Ogun State IGR is more than all the 5 states in eastern part of Nigeria. They are bragging about that. But take a look.
This is Mopo Johnson at Ayetoro. People in authority in Ogun State, see your state to make quick action on this. Ogun State, Governor, Deputy Governor, please help us out. We are suffering on this axis. See, Mopo Junction at Ayetoro. Is this part of Ogun State or Lagos State? It can never be Lagos State at all. It cannot. Lagos State is working. Let Ogun State emulate. Let Ogun State copy Lagos fairly, squarely.
Second in Nigeria was in roads. It's like there is no I mean, it's crazy though. How these guys can really get away with all of this. Eh? You can cry for 8 years. Another one will come. It will do the same thing. Another one will come. It will do the same thing. And you're like, man, what kind of life is this? They are pure rent seekers, rent takers. That's all they know. Collect the money, share the money. I'm just going to leave it at that. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone. All right, for listening to me and my rants this evening. I am going to take calls, okay, which means that if you still want to be part of the conversation, all you have to do after liking the broadcast or even subscribing to my channel is to pick up your phone, dial the number on the screen on WhatsApp only, okay? Yeah, WhatsApp only. Keep dialing it, right? And I will probably be speaking to you when I come back. So a quick shout out to our sponsor when it comes to the phone-in segments on MaiyegunsDiary Politico. It is sponsored by Ya Rasulallah Digital. I have received a very great report that a lot of you, the Templars, you have actually been checking it out as well, which is impressive. Not only that, they have recorded at least, some of you have actually signed up and you are in the process of, or you actually set up your own business. See, the idea behind this is if you are looking for an alternative source of income where you can be trained on this digital marketing stuff and all that, okay? It is not an MMM, not a get-rich scheme. It is not a pyramid scheme. It is like you buying how can I put it out? Yeah, it's like you buying a piece of a training, right? Where you get trained on some of these business opportunities that you probably will fit into. Let's say you are somebody who is working 9 to 5, so to say, working at 2-3 jobs just to pay bills only, missing out on important occasions, important events in the family, the children and all that because you are working. And it seems more or less like it's just never enough. Now you want to try something new on the side, you can check this out, all right? And there's no one that is not trainable. You can be trained. I can assure you of that, okay? So if you bring out your phone and you scan this PR code on your screen, okay, it's going to bring up a website. That website, click on it, read more. With $149, you can sign up. And like I've always been saying, right, if for any reason you feel like, oh, this is not for me, right, before the first 30 days of you signing up, you can cancel it, okay, and you'll get every penny, your money back. So good luck to every one of you, and congratulations to those who have actually really checked it out, okay? Again, this is not a get rich quick, what have you. You have to actually do the work. I mean, you would have to invest your time, get trained about this, follow up at the instructions and all that, own your own business in this regard. And the opportunity is endless. So again, good luck to you. So I am going to be back in a minute or two, okay? And that will be us taking calls after. Or if you have to leave, just remember, like the broadcast, share it, okay? And I will see you some other time then, right? But if you are staying back, the number to call is right here on the screen. It is WhatsApp call only. Remember that. Thank you very much and welcome back. Oh, I welcome you back though, right? So thank you very much once again. We have our first caller for tonight, and I believe that should be George, if I get you right. Hello.
Yes, you're right. I'm calling from Cambodia.
Oh, Jojo, how are you doing this? What time is it in Cambodia right now?
It's 5 a.m.
Oh dear. So you've been watching Maiyegun since 3 a.m.
every day.
God bless you. Wow, man, that's some dedication, though.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we are, you know, with the situation in Nigeria, every Nigerian, every concerned Nigerian should follow up with important news like this, at least to get the view of the situation. So you are the best. I mean, you are.
Respect.
Yeah, you are the best.
Thank you.
You are the best. And thank you very much. I appreciate it. I want to comment on. Can I go on now?
Yeah, sure, please. All of us can hear you, okay, sir.
Yeah.
Go on.
Okay. I want to comment on. You know, I tried to call. I tried calling yesterday, but I was not lucky. I didn't reach you yesterday. So some of the things you talked about yesterday and today. Some of the things you talked about yesterday and today, I want to say something about it, especially the CIA, Tinubu and CIA stuff.
The floor. I am going to be all ears for you now. So please go on.
I want most of us following you to understand that we can actually talk about all these things for the next 50 years, and it will continue to get worse. Because we are not the only people.
Talk. It won't change anything.
If we only talk without taking any action, any concrete action, it might not. I mean, it can only get worse because we're not the only people agitating all over the world. Some countries are agitating, and if you look at countries, if you look at Iran, what is happening in Nigeria today is what happened in Iran before 1979, before the hardliners struck and took over Iran. And since that time till now, America is still struggling to bring Iran down and take over because the government before 1979 was America's influence, America's ally, and all that. Until this cartel that is holding the
Ayatollah and co.
Yes, they took over 1979, and since 1979, America will not leave Iran. And they understand that they need different kinds of weapons, even nuclear weapon, to make them feel among as a global power and all that. And so far they are struggling and they are succeeding. Where Iran is today as a sanctioned country, Nigeria feeling like a country without sanction. If you look at where we are and where Iran is as a sanctioned country, you will know that. We have not started. I mean, we have not started because Nigeria being the power of Africa and looking at where Nigeria is. You can imagine what is left for the rest of African countries that are looking up to Nigeria. We are finished as a people until we decide to die for a cause. Because if we are not ready to die for a cause, then it can only get worse.
For anything else.
Yeah, exactly. If you look at Lebanon, If you see what happened in Lebanon, it is the same thing that's happening in the north today. Before 1980s, some Islamic people were moving on to Lebanon, which used to be the Paris of Middle East. Christians were there. They were making progress until some Islamists decided to move into Lebanon to position and fight Israel. And Christians begin to live the way we are Jabbering today. That's how they start to Jabba. And until these Islamic people took over Lebanon, and look at the country today. All they do every year is attack Israel. Israel will hit them back. They will prepare again and attack Israel. So until we have a cause to fight for, we will continue to drag Biafra, drag Oduduwa, while Fulani is dragging Nigeria, we are dragging our villages and all, and it all continues like this. And some people who were fighting before us, most of them are dead now. The young ones are pushing. When they die, then, because if this generation don't get it right, if we don't get what we're looking for in this generation, then the next generation will not fight again. By that time, intermarriages and other things will weaken people.
So the base.
Exactly, because if you look the way Igbos and Yoruba are intermarrying, and the way Hausa, Igbo, Fulani were intermarrying, you will see that by the time you will see up to 5 million Igbo Yoruba parents in Yoruba land, I mean, even more than 5 million people who have Papa Igbo, Mama Yoruba, or vice versa, they will not be ready for all this kind of this kind of mix-up will not be ready to. I mean, they feel like they belong on both sides. So
they will just accept whatever it is.
Exactly the same thing with those in the north. So it's going to, if this generation, if by now and the next 15 years we didn't get anything done, then it's finished. It's finished. There's nothing we can do about it. I want to give a space so others can call.
Thank
I want to listen.
Much, George, you are so spot on. Honestly speaking, and I bet a lot of people who also heard you right now are right there seated and they're like, Well, thank you so much for this. You stay safe, man. Respect again. 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Now it's 5 a.m. Man, respect. I love you, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Stay safe.
Thank you.
Nice one, sir. Wow. But you see dedication, right? Even though people say to me a lot of time that, Maiyegun, you do not know how much your influence, the reach of your influence. And I said, well, I hope I would never know. Because sometimes, right, it's only when you actually like effed up that people will begin to say, man, this guy we used to kind of see, you know what I mean? Like, man, this guy used to be, but now, see him now. So maybe I would never know how rich, how far-reaching the temple of truth is. But here is Solo. Hello, sir.
Hello, good evening.
Baba, how are you?
Fine, thank you. The Ronukus have been silenced. It has finally been revealed. You know, I don't know what they are doing now. They've been very quiet. They are probably thinking of a reply. You know, but for now, they are supporting Wike's wicked actions, saying, Abuja already has a plan. Whatever Wike does is right. But let's go back to this Tinubu. I used to tell people in Nigeria, your lives are over already. What do you have to lose? They never used to believe me. Now it is confirmed. Whatever they tell that guy to do, he's going to do it. They have him at the palm of his hands. And these people, they've lost Mali. They've lost Niger. They've lost like 3 African countries that they used to suck dry. So what does that mean? That means that the 3 countries that they used to suck dry from, they have to suck Nigeria dry 3 times more than ever before. Can that country handle being sucked out 3 times more? All the mineral resources they used to suck out from these 3 countries, now they have to suck out 3 times of it from Nigeria. The oil, the gas, the whatever they are getting, they have to get it 3 times more. So Tinubu has not even started with them yet. That fuel price has not reached the final line, you know. And what happened when all these places had military takeover? Immediately, almost immediately, terrorism ended in those countries. Now, They have decided to come and face Nigeria. What do we see? Terrorism has increased. What do they want to do? They want to set up their military base because there was already a plan for this. They want to set up the biggest military base in the world in Nigeria. And why do they want to do that? To protect their assets so that Russia will not come and get it. Russia has cornered almost all the Western African countries and areas that they used to steal from. And those countries now have peace. So what do these people want? They've come to come and bring all the terror, all the weapons. They'll give it to this group and they will make them terrorize. Even if tens of millions of Nigerians buy, none of these Western countries will make any noise. You will not see them say, pray for Nigeria. You know, that is what they want. They want to cause chaos so that they'll have a reason to come into our country and stay there permanently. They need a reason to enter Nigeria. They don't care if we suffer.
I mean, there's somebody just put it in the comments, and I've seen that comment as well, where they're like, so if Tinubu is CIA asset, so others were like, that means that Tinubu game out be that. If Tinubu is a CIA asset, these are the Ronukus who are making mockery of this, and Nigerians who hear this, what are they doing about it? They pretended that they are not hearing it or seeing it. There's no reaction. There's no nothing.
My good, this news channel did not see all these news blogs, all these news channels, they did not even post it.
No,
it is so incredible. They literally said that your president is giving every benefit to another country. So that means if it benefits that country for 50 million of you to buy, so be it. And Nigerians are just sitting down there and waiting. Nothing will change. I keep on saying this. Some people are hopeful. They say, oh, they should release Nnamdi Kanu. You know, it's very unfortunate, but let me just break it down to you. They are not releasing him because it does not benefit them. Why would they release him? You have to break him out. If you really claim that you are there supporting him, look for a reason to break him out. Look for a way to break him out. Stop waiting for him to be released. They will never release him. It is not in U.S. interest. It is going to destroy everything they've worked for. They have to break him out. Because the moment Nnamdi Kanu is out, Nigeria ends. That is it. If Nnamdi Kanu ever gets out of that jail, Nigeria ends. Whatever you want, whether it's Biafra Republic or Oduduwa Republic, everybody, you know, you say we are not one, we are not united. But, you know, we have no choice. We must be united to break away. That is the only strategy that will work. Even if it's 2 million, just 1% of the country come together from every tribe, just 1%. We're not even asking for too much. 1% of 200 million people, that's 2 million people.
That's right.
We have to come together to break up that country.
That's
it's
not enough
a
small number, man. 2 million people. If we can mobilize that genuinely, physically, that's number, man.
You know, so enough of all this Kwankwanso or Atiku or Obi or these people will never arrest each other. They smile when they see each other. We Obi arrest Atiku. We Atiku arrest Tinubu. I dare them to call Tinubu a CIA asset. I dare them. They will never do it. What difference is going to make if these people are still walking free? If Obi is there and Atiku, Buhari, all these people are still walking free, what will change? If Atiku is there and all these other people are still walking free, what will change? Because nothing will change. They will always be there to try and destroy the country. If they are not afraid of the candidates, if they are not scared, if they are not trying to run away from the country because a candidate is coming, then you are wasting your time.
And you are just replacing one with another, man.
So, you know, break Nnamdi Kanu out or stop waiting for them to release him. That is it.
That should be something that should also possibly send shivers down their spine, where you take the war to them in such a way that, you know what I mean, they will never forget.
You know, enough of this gentleman talk. The only thing these people fear are people that are violent, are people with weapons. Look at how they treat all these terrorists. They forgive them, they negotiate with them. Look at how they treat Tompolo. Look at how they treat this guy in Niger Delta. You know, they are always making out. The only way they respect you is when you are violent like them.
The only way they respect you is when you have weapons like them. But if they see you, look how Wike was shouting to owners of property. They don't respect you.
No.
They don't respect you because you do not threaten them. They do not fear you. And you are calling them sir. It's very unfortunate. It's
Thank
very,
you so
very
much
unfortunate.
again, as always, okay? We shall continue, right, to put this in front of everyone. And those with a discerning mind, they are watching. I can assure you of that. If anybody feels that because the action is yet to take place, doesn't mean that those who need these messages are not listening. In fact, a lot of them are in a lot of ways, but we shall see. Stay safe, man. Okay. Thank you very much. So here is another caller, and this is Prince Adebayo from Sweden. You are back again this evening, sir. How are you?
My king, God bless you. My king, I was listening to you this afternoon. It's like, Baba, I take God beg you. Just continue your afternoon and evening service for the love of God, because that's how I survive. Otherwise, I will go mad. You know, please continue.
I will.
I like what that brother was saying now. You know, that brother was just repeating my mind. I think I've said this before. The days of politics is over. Will they ever work? The days of preaching like we need good governance is over.
It's gone.
It can never work.
Because asking them to do the right thing is like asking them to sack themselves, and they will never do it. They won't stop.
They will never do
until you stop them.
They will never do it. They will never do it. There was a video you played the other day. Is it 2 days ago? There was one man that has had his house for more than 37 years.
39.
They came out. 39
he just
years.
returned from abroad, by the way, 3 years ago.
Yes.
And that
yes.
is the house
before these people.
Demolished.
Yes. Demolished. You know.
That's
so there's nothing they cannot take from me.
They have the capacity to destroy his property. In a state with law and order,
then you now see what happened. What he saw, boy, the NURTW national president. What's that? What if that guy did in Lagos? If they repeat what that guy did in Lagos in every other state, nobody person will care person. Nobody will enter Nigeria again. ẹ ti wo fídíò bí bàbá yìí ṣe pa gbogbo àwọn opponent ẹ èsì olúwo kínní tó ń lé bàbá kínní káàkiri. He fight that guy. All the people wey that guy fight for Lagos, wey Lagos take do lawyer. Baba, if I say no more starts for national, they repeat wetin happen for Lagos, everybody go run comot for that country.
Seems like
that country cannot contain us. It's got to be it's so normal. I think history, boy. And that's what I'm seeing. They want to use that guy for the tax collection.
He's already
and they are using.
They've set him up there already now.
Those guys. The guy is deputy that they call. You see that one? If you see that one, you see. As I see, Baba, we are entering. I just hope that Nigerians can radicalize themselves and just stand up one day like weed and say, "Oh yeah, we don't want anything.
Enough.
Leave the country for us." I don't know what can radicalize these people. For soft budget, it's not as if they ever reach. Nothing they ever give to you. You always fought and you use your blood to get everything. If malaria comes, you will go to hospital and pay from your all your last savings. Nothing this country ever do for you. Yet you cannot rise. You cannot rise. CIAT. That what this former caller was saying is entirely true. Niger has lost their gate. Burkina Faso have lost their gate. Guinea has been locking their gate. Mali has locked their gate. That means all those things that you find in those countries.
Yes.
You will now see that they will start drilling and start excavating all those things in Nigeria. What is done here? That Benue State, that trove like that, is full of precious metals. That Kogi that you are seeing is full of precious metals.
And all the places is currently filled with illegal miners, illegal mining. A lot of corruption is going on in those places, man.
Yes. You see that northern axis. That's where they bring out all those. That's why they're having illegal miners everywhere in the north now. Zamfarao,
and you see those behind them, they are politicians. I mean, Chinese are doing illegal mining in Nigeria, Baba. Like from China to Nigeria. How far now?
Those you know they started mining this silicon for this thing. This precious metal for batteries. They have started all over the north now. It's not official. If you count all the places they are mining now, we don't see them on TV because they just gazette areas, blockade it, start doing their work. By the time we see what's happening in that country, Baba, it will be all over. We cannot even live there.
And they are supplying weapons to terrorists.
Now.
Destroy places so that they can continue to mine the. Come on, man.
Baba, the best thing is for us to go and look at these countries that have left. Burkina Faso, Niger, and all, know how they did it. Repeat the same thing. Let them leave us alone. That means we need to unite. All these nations need to unite. Selfishness don't power. Selfishness. Biafra do their own. Oduduwa do their own. This one do that. Everybody come together and chase these people. And notice what they left. All these judges that are giving houses here. Police, they will leave these things. They will leave it for us. If not, they will burn them in those houses. What kind of rubbish? They're stealing everything from everybody. They're stealing everything. They're stealing land here. They're stealing land in Lagos, in Abuja, and everywhere. That's what they're doing now. Baba.
Thank you very much, Prince Adebayo. There, you have a good night, sir. Okay. So here is another caller. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you. Maiyegun General.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Good evening, Maiyegun. I'm fine, and you?
Well, very well. Thanks for asking. Please.
Yeah. This is Ferdinand calling from Newcastle.
Ferdinand from Newcastle. How's your week going?
Very fine, very fine. It's really been a while, but I've not actually been missing any episode because what I do is even when I miss them online, I go to YouTube, click on save later or save to watch later, and then I watch them. Yeah. So you're really doing a good job. Yeah. So first of all, shout out to the brother who called from Cambodia. I think the first caller. You know, somebody watching you at 3 a.m. Yeah, it's not really that easy. That's a level of
every day.
Yeah, that's some
of dedication,
of love, commitment. Yeah, it's not really easy. But that's again to show you the level of content. The level of content of what you have and the impact you're making across the globe. You might not even know. You're kind of like enlightening us and all that. A few days ago there was something you said about some kind of prayers people don't even pray overseas because most of the problems that we pray for in Nigeria are caused by man.
Yes.
Prayers like Heavenly Father, as I'm going out, I cover myself with the blood of Jesus, every spirit of accident, kidnapping, all those kind of prayers. Honestly, since I traveled out of that contraption, I've not really said that kind of. In fact, to be honest with you, the last discussion I had with my mom, she was like, "How are you doing? Hope you're going to church. Hope you're being prayerful." I told her, "Mom, I can't really remember the last time I prayed though." She was like, "Why now? Why have you? Why this is not?" I said, "No, it's not about why."
I'm like, I know that you have to pray.
It's gonna sound strange.
Not like
Exactly. I can't really pray and say, "God, cover me from road accidents or kidnappers," because there are cameras in the traffic light. Once you overspeed, you get speed tickets. Now you get the letter delivered to your house.
Don't want to do that twice.
And by the time you pay £200 for just doing speeding, for just overspeeding on a highway, and you calculate how much you're making in a month, then no be some person go advise you like, man, you have to take it easy. Yeah, you will just slow down. Where we kidnappers come from, there are cameras everywhere, security, everybody, there is work, everybody is working and making money. So there are some things you can't really pray about. So that's just by the way. You know, the problem about Nigeria is like when you have problem in a company, because people don't really get how Nigeria is functioning. Nigeria is like a company. The last time I was listening to your broadcast, you were mentioning companies that has left Nigeria, and you mentioned Unilever. And I was like, oh, if Unilever has left Nigeria, that means Nigeria has also left Nigeria, because that company was formerly called Royal Niger Company. That company is how Nigeria started.
And now?
Yes, that company is Nigeria itself. The history of Nigeria is entangled with that company. Nigeria started from that company. It was formerly called Royal Niger Company. So if Royal Niger Company has left Nigeria, which is Unilever, then that means Nigeria itself has left Nigeria. So Nigeria is being run like a business entity, which is what it has always been. All these politicians and all that, I call them looters. They have one thing in common. They are just there to suck the whole place empty and go. And whenever they go, their offspring will start from where they stop and start dealing with the people there. So, and I have this conviction that in as much as we want that contraption to split, that these guys will actually help us to do it with their greed. Because they have this thing in common, like their greed is all, is getting to the extent that everybody wants a bite out of the whole contraption.
You get?
So they are going to
is no longer holding. They are not even
exactly.
Like slowing down. You can loot a place, saute. You begin to realize that this thing is about to fall. Let's stop it for a while. These ones are not giving up.
Exactly. They are not giving up, and it is that greed. It is that greed that will actually drive them to disintegrate the whole thing. The other day, Odab was saying something about he was discussing something about orientation and how to teach our children the value system and history and culture and all that. And I'm like, how can you teach the younger ones value system and culture when the government purposely removed history from the school curriculum? Histories are no longer being taught in Nigerian schools, Maiyegun. And there is a reason for that. Because the government don't want people to know where they come from. If history is being taught in class, Fulanis will know how they came into Nigeria.
Yes.
You get it? If you come down to the southern part of Nigeria, all this south, whatever, Niger Delta, whatever they call all those axes, all of them, they will all know their roots. All this identity crisis, history class will just solve it, and everybody will know where they belong. You get it?
Yep.
But they actually excluded that subject for a reason, so that the history of people becomes dark, so that people don't have idea of how they came into, how they came to be a part of that contraption.
And if you don't know how you come to be, how are you going to know that what they're
exactly
on you right now is wrong and different from who you are?
Exactly. So I feel so much pity for the upcoming generations, because if we don't really do anything to tell them where they come from and how things happened, the next generation coming will be lost unless they start asking questions that will lead to, kind of like bring out some bitter answers and truth. Because honestly, what we are running there is no longer a country. But one of these days, with their greed, because the poverty level has never been this high in Nigeria, Maiyegun. I deactivated my Facebook account, Maiyegun. If anything you post, people use that avenue to ask you for money. Like, the poverty is so much that people I can't even imagine that will inbox me and ask me for financial help are doing that. And when they keep hearing how many millions that these politicians use in buying cars, I feel that right inside their mind, there is a revolution already going on already, because you can't really have so much in a country where people are picking food from the dustbin to eat, where people are starving, and you're driving cars worth hundreds of millions of naira, and these poor people are hearing it every time, and you expect them to be happy? No, they are not going to be happy. One of these days, people keep saying Nigerians, if you push them to the wall, they will open a wall and make a hole. No, one of these days, Maiyegun, something drastically will seriously happen, because look at the exchange rates. It's not being friendly at all, and we all know
it's going to get worse, man. It's going to get
yeah,
worse.
and
All this
imagine
propaganda will not run the place for
no
them.
propaganda will not do anything. Imagine when
for them.
imagine when $1 hits 2,500 naira, what a bag of rice would be like, what importation would be like.
Ferdinand, when we say these things, right, sometimes we just say them out of the fact that you can see the projection, how things are going. But somehow, we there are people that will believe that will never happen. But you know something? If anyone had told us that they will be changing $1 for 1,700 and something naira,
I would not believe it.
You and I would likely say no, it's impossible.
I would not.
Even though we said it, but we didn't believe it.
I would not believe it. I told you, I did my undergraduate and masters in this country. My father spent 50-something thousand pounds. At that time, it was 20-something million naira. That 50-something thousand pounds is at 100 and something million naira now, Maiyegun. That is to tell you how bad naira has gone within a space of 2-3 years.
Jesus.
Honestly, and you feel that it is going to get to a level where £1 will be like 5,000 naira. No, people will be like, no.
Yeah, like just what you just said right now, right? If you say 1 pound can turn to 5,000 naira, so many people listening to you will be like, no, it's impossible.
It's getting there already.
Maybe another 5 years time, and it'll be like 4,800 naira to £1. I say, what?
It's getting there. When I came to the UK, £1 was 380, going to 400 naira. We were shouting then, look at naira, what is happening? We were even complaining then.
When I came to the UK, right, a pound was was actually 220 naira to £1.
Yeah, imagine.
Today it is now 2,200 or 2,300 naira to £1.
Imagine that. So how can and when importers bring goods into the country, it is the poor people that will pay for this thing.
They are the ones that will pay.
And when it gets to their head, they will never take it any longer. And that, don't forget, what started French Revolution was price of bread. It was price of bread. Bread started French Revolution. They disposed their king, and French started using president. So I feel that one of these days is going to explode. Let me not just take much of your time.
Thank you
for what I'm doing. Keep up with the good work. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You stay safe and take it easy, bro. Okay, have a good one, man.
All right. You too, Mike. Bye.
Yes, sir. I have another caller on the line, so I'm going to ask my caller to hang in there for a second. Sober reflection. What Ferdinand just said there is some level of, let's just sit back and just feel it. When I came to the UK, my flight, return ticket to the UK was 110,000 naira. That's how much I paid. And I remember it was somewhere around 400 pounds return to the UK. Yeah, it was about 400 or maybe 450 pounds or something. Today, 400 pounds tickets is over 1 million naira. Yeah, 450 pounds is like 1 million naira. 500 pounds is like 1.1 or 1.2 million naira. Man, this is exhausting. Hello there.
Hello, Maiyegun Baba.
So how you doing, sir?
Oh, you know my voice.
Well, I do. Usually when the name pops up and I see the profile picture, I'm like, I know this person. Fair enough.
How are you doing?
I'm very well. You know,
it's been perfect. You know, I've been trying to avoid to call you, but the situation in Nigeria,
say, you know what?
the situation.
I'm gonna call.
Yes, Yes.
I'm glad you did.
It's damn, I don't know Nigeria anymore.
It's unbelievable.
I'm speechless when it comes to Nigeria. Sometimes I'm like, the tricky part is that in January I'm going with my family for a vacation there.
Oh dear. I have to kind of like
And
pray for you. You're gonna probably
I need all kinds of prayer. I promise you, I do.
You do.
I do.
Absolutely, you do. Something is that you'll be fine. Like the family, everyone will be fine when you are like careful on where and where to go to. But the saddest part is that you will never, the children, the family will never have the fun that they would have had when of Nigeria, the Nigeria of 10, 15 years ago.
God bless you, Maiyegun. God bless you.
Far and wide. Feel it so
Oh my
much.
God. Oh my
you have
God.
to be careful where you go to.
Yes. Yes.
It's unfair
Yes.
on them. It is unfair.
Yes. Yes. I'm over 40 years and I can still remember how it is in my village. I'm from Imo State. I still can remember how I used to go from Lagos to the east for December celebrations, and we go in the hunting and all that. I wish my children can have this experience. I wish, but I can't even try.
Be so careful. You just have to be like mindful. You have to be careful of a lot of things. And then the day you finally say we are going back, it's going to be like, oh, thank God we are now going back. But meanwhile, we are supposed to be looking forward to going home. Now,
yes.
It's
the sad news.
Nigeria did us.
The sad news is that I am stuck in Lagos with them, but I'm going to go to my village just to see my village by myself, not with them, because I'm scared of them. Exactly. Now you understand. But I miss my village so much that I want to go by myself, but I don't think they can survive whatever. Hey, you had two to 3 days ago, unknown gunmen shooting. In my right next door to me. Jesus. Those whole incident happened close to me. I'm just like, wow. How can I take my kids there? They'll be like, Dad, what's this? they're never gonna go there if they see this kind of incident. They're never gonna go there.
People need to understand what this also does to us as Nigerians living in diaspora. Okay, it is sad that the dream we had years ago, 10, 12, 15 years ago, about going out there, to kind of make things out there for ourselves, and hopefully one of these days we're going to come back, enjoy the nature, enjoy the community, the whole community experience. But now you have to be mindful of how you get yourself, back to those places where Nigeria seems to just don't care. They don't care. You're on your own. It's unfair, man. Anyway,
I do no longer believe in the country anymore. I've lost hope, patience, and the people itself have disappointed me in so many ways. I have friends there still that I grew up with yesterday, and I keep asking them, why you guys can't stand up and fight for this? They are like, we are helpless. Even if we fight, no one will join us. They said to me, I'm like, this is a serious thing. Really, I didn't know how strong.
You can't keep looking away and hoping that it's sad, man. Damn.
I really can't wait, or like my expectation for that country has gone so much that now all I see is miserable. All I see is everyone miserable. People are miserable. I mean, the way my parents are complaining, then I imagine people that have nothing, how they can complain. I can't Mayegun Baba, I don't know what we can do. I don't know what we
There's so
can
much
do
we can. This
to
is
save
part
that
of it as
country.
well. Yeah, raising awareness, enlightening the people. Eventually, we are going to make up the critical mass. There are some of us who believe that once the signal is kind of like a sin, right? There are those who are actually, despite as worse as it sounds, right? There are those of us in the diaspora that actually want to return back there and fight. But they just want to see the sign. They want to see the willingness in the people there first.
Yes.
What they can
Yes.
Yeah, we are joining you. We are facing this. There are people who want to go back in there and fight.
Yes. In as much that I'm not a fan of Showore, I supported him in his struggle of liberating Nigeria. But in the end, what did they do to him? They abandoned the poor guy. And like a lonely guy screaming in the desert. You understand? There's a part in the Bible that says that someone is screaming in the desert. It's like Showore. It's trying to say we need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's you. You just scream and scream, and it's like nobody hears. It seems.
No.
Anyway,
Maiyegun, I'm sorry. I will let others get to talk to you.
Yeah, thanks so much for calling in.
I really appreciate you for listening to me and talking to me. Thank you, Maiyegun.
Such a
Thank
pleasure
you.
to hear from you, man. Take it easy, okay? You have a good
Same
day.
here.
Cheers, man.
Same here. Bye bye.
That's so I have another caller on the line. Here we go. Hello there.
Hello, Maiyegun.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good evening. I'm fine. This is Tolu from Glasgow, just back of you here.
Oh yeah, Baba.
Yeah, Papa. How are you doing?
Man. Yeah. How your side too?
We thank God.
Bless you, man. Bless you. Go for it.
Yes, sir. I just want to mention about the guy called MC that you're talking about. Did you know that this guy, there was a court judgment on Friday,
right,
about the previous president, which is called Barua, that upheld.
Yeah.
They first went to industrial court. Barua won. They now go to appeal court. On Friday, Barua won as well. And on Saturday, they now move to somewhere, they do kangaroo, whatever.
And now the election, unopposed.
On Saturday.
Unopposed.
Yeah, and there was a court judgment on Friday that said Barua is the authentic. Can you imagine? There is that country is a lossless country.
100%.
So now Barua is now running back to court again now. Like, you say I'm the authentic chairman. These people now they are using federal might power. So they did not even listen
to chase after him.
I'm telling you, they're not even listening to the judge, to the court, or whatever, because they have might power, they have the back of the government and all that. So that's what is happening in that country. On Friday, they went to Abuja High Court, and Barua still won, and it was everywhere. And suddenly on Saturday, early morning, they just moved to somewhere in Shogbo or whatever. They went to go and do the another meeting.
And
by Monday, they said no.
Office for him in Abuja.
I'm telling you, that country is a lawless country. Now, Barua is facing the Chief Justice of Nigeria to speak to the police. The police cannot even enforce the court order that was given to Barua. The police is now supporting what is it called?
MC.
MC. That even they said in their constitution, if you left the union, you need to wait for 2 years before you can become anything in the union again.
The guy won last year. Remember now, it was last year they did one, and this MC was defeated. I was surprised that they are doing another election now. I'm like, but I thought that's 2 years.
There was a court on Friday in this Abuja.
So
that country is a lawless country. They don't listen to any court order. It's just following his master step. that country, they are so I don't know.
A lawless place. No rule
I'm
of
telling
law.
you.
It is just
Now,
the rule of God.
now his son was boasting in America, saying, "Oh, my father, we rule Nigeria now. My father is now in Abuja. This and that."
Yes.
I was, what a, oh my God.
Yeah, we are no longer just ruling over Lagos. We are now in charge of
we are not
Nigeria.
state. Oh my brother, the God help us in that country.
Well,
that's how it is. Thank you, my brother.
God bless you, Baba. You have a good one, okay? Nice one.
And you, yes.
You get, here is another call. We are coming close.
Maiyegun Baba.
Hello.
Baba.
Yes, so.
Good evening, Baba.
Good evening, Baba.
DJ on the line, Baba.
TJ.
Yes, Baba.
How you doing, Baba?
Baba, I'm just back from Nigeria 3 days ago.
Oh yeah, now gist me. How was it?
Baba, when I was in Nigeria, do you know what I always think most is like, when Maiyegun always, say on the phone that there's nothing we take me to that contractor. That is what always comes in my mind. So how will so as in, what is coming to this boy's mind to be saying this statement? Like nothing will ever bring me to this contraction. Because most people will not get it.
Oh, she wants to see you, man. Come on. If
Baba, most people will be thinking,
something they happen.
Baba, most people will be thinking you are saying this maybe because of the they don't want the government to arrest you. But they won't know that is not the main reason why you are saying that. Maiyegun Baba. Baba.
TJ.
Baba, I say, Baba, I'm even telling you, Baba, like even the way you are, like all what you are saying about Nigeria is 1,000%. But Baba, even when you get to that contract from Baba, as in, you will not be thinking as if like all what you'll be saying in Scotland is like illusion, like this is the main reality.
Like you are
Baba,
face to face, and you are there questioning things like,
Baba, when I get to Nigeria, as in, Mama Papa make like I don't matter so much job with it. But I feel everywhere I want passport. Do you know all the reliable people in the family, in the good people that you always look onto them? What is that or J? Dog eats dog. Dog eats dog. They want to see.
You want to hide from them. But normal. Everybody.
But let me tell you one thing.
They hide from them.
But I don't even secret. Now we diaspora, now we the whole Nigeria. You see the reason why everybody is not coming out like people say, why are they not coming out this Baba? You said it tonight. It is because of what they depend on law. Baba, that's the only reason. Don't even think about another thing. And Baba, you can't pity them in Nigeria. You can't pity them. I was the only you can't pity them there. They are talking about self-determination. Yeah. They don't even give a damn. Ebi power to do what people will go and cannot be as in any value just to mo wan fún wọn ló jẹ egbudo pé mo ti dé egbudo. But when I come out, I realize that the West is all about freedom. That is what as in one way òyìnbó one way ìlú òyìnbó wá jẹ́ as in òmìnira freedom. When you
finally pass through that their custom stuff, and you're on your way back, okay, and you are seated in the plane waiting for it to taxi. After all of that stress, how you feel? Say, oh, Momo, I'm getting out of this mess.
Baba, let me even tell you. See, Baba, I was left free, but Baba, I'm still as in now. I am as in I'm a lot of. I'm in trauma right now with what I went through in Nigeria. I'm in trauma right now. I'm Baba, that trauma. I don't know when I don't know when I'm going to take that trauma out for me because I'm still thinking what is going on there, Baba. Family are eating as a dog eat dog in the family, in the as the people that told you what to eat, people that know Nigeria, as in people that drive big cars, I see them as that only to eat. Àwọn tó ń wá aṣọ gidi ó ní wọ́n ti yí bàbá Maiyegun gbogbo wọn tí wọ́n wà nọ́mà bọ́ tó máa dẹ́gbẹ́ tó wà nọ́mà bọ́ ṣe wọ́n àwọn wèrè máa fẹ́ máa tún máa advice ẹ̀yin tẹ́tí wá láti ibi tẹ́tí lóbi wọ́n máa fẹ́ máa advice yín as in. Bàbá as in you go get some people to say you no go fit talk because just dey look dem say okay jẹ́ kí wèrè yìí ṣá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu ẹ̀ as in no go fit talk sọ̀rọ̀ tó fẹ́ ṣá sọ tó bá dẹ̀ sọ okay as in you can't argue with them. They are able to argue with you, Papa. They are defending Tinubu.
Yeah.
They are defending Tinubu. Once they say they are Fabio, they are defending Tinubu as Fabio, saying that you know this political correct, like you know, anything like the subsidy, Danny is fighting. I can't argue, Baba. I can't argue.
I stand there I say, where I want start. Say if not for Tinubu, there will be nothing for Yoruba in Nigeria. Now Tinubu,
that's what they are saying.
They never tell you say that Tinubu they stop the North. If not, the North want to they want to us. Thank God for
that is not what they are saying. And Maiyegun ṣe sọ wípé nothing will bring you to this conference. Àwọn kò sí lè gbọ́ yìí ro ìṣèjọ ẹ̀yẹ pé because every one I did not see to that Baba, you know exaggerate people living in diaspora. If I won't go to December, making a go at other African countries, I'll be other European countries, I'll be South America. Don't go to Nigeria, please.
Or else you go return with trauma.
Another one I go deal with my own trauma. I don't know. I don't know.
You see, you don't know even.
I don't know.
This is your own trauma experience. Some people when they listen to you right now don't they get trauma because they have plan of going in December. Now you don't make that be like.
Baba, the thing when they come on law. Nigeria ti Baba ọgbà wèrè níbi bẹ̀yẹn ọgbà wèrè gidi I'm not exaggerating o gidi èmi tí mo lọ lájọ mo dúpẹ́ pé mo dé láyẹ̀ bọ̀ bàbá mo ṣe wà yìí ìyàwó mi gan sọ fún mi ní pé please ìyàwó mi gan sọ fún mi pé please you know you should be grateful you are back. This Nigeria from your head has been doing give the move. I became around remove because you see it in my eyes. I'm just saying it more. Nigeria, this is what I went through. This is what people are doing. I can't believe this man when I knew this man. This man was a very good man with he had a good job. When I saw him, he came to me, he was begging me for money. He said that I gave him the money, but I was that he's not selling. I was thinking say. When I went
for my mom's burial, right? A quick one. When I went for my mom's burial, yeah, I get this one Egbon.
Yeah, Baba.
When things still day tough for Nigeria, this Egbon broke even. Now recharge card in the sell. You know, Egbon when they sell recharge card, right? All these ones when they sell recharge card of little then, before you know it, they collect bulk. I'm talking about person where they trade with 2 million naira back then. 3 million.
Yeah.
If they buy in bulk, the guy is okay to just make profit of 50 kobo, 1 naira on each card. If they make money, Baba, say, you tell me. What kilo happen?
Baba, you don't lie, you.
I tell you, Baba.
You don't lie. You don't lie, Baba. And I was at the only property today. Anybody that is telling you,
okay, I will leave you. See, thank God say you came back alive. I mean, you came back well. And here you are. Yeah? Just take it easy, okay? And stay safe, okay? Send me well to the madam as well. You have a good one. So that's TJ. We are now more or less like just about 10 minutes to go. So let me take this one, a quick one. And please, if you haven't really liked the broadcast, please do, okay? Before we call it a night. Emoji, hello, sir.
Hello. Hello, my good evening, bro.
Good evening, how are you?
Fine. I just have a few things to say. This morning when I saw your broadcast about Jose, this is the highest of it. Not highest of it. I mean, is like we are done. We are done. It's very, very unfortunate. A president is sitting in another country and working for another country against his own country. So we are done. A president. We are done. That's
million people.
Yeah. That's why they are doing all these things. Because if you go back to the history of Nigeria had a hard contract with Germany for this presidential kid, But Tinubu came and cancelled that contract by going to America to take Escalade, buying one for himself, buying one for his vice president. So it's not a new thing, but it's why I'm calling now. Just my heart is bleeding because they are not suffering anymore. They are old people. They are already going down, and the new ones, the children, the people that are in middle age, that they are suffering, they are dying. And these guys, they can't even say, okay, let me just take little of all this wealth. I know. Let me give to these people. I know that I don't have
more. I know.
money. So let me just do a little. I know these people are holding me. I cannot do anything against what they want. Let them be taken, but let these people, over 200 million people, let them eat. Let them have good life. Because me, I don't need it anymore. Tinubu and his cabinet, everybody as a politician now in Nigeria, they don't need this money. They're already rich. They are eating. They can buy a bag of rice 200,000. Do you know that UBA are terminating contract of their staffs and telling them to come and sign that they resigned by themselves? Nobody, no law. Like somebody will mention Showore. Yeah, Showore is fighting. He wants revolution. But from his last interview, he said something that Igbos will not survive if Nigeria did not break. So that from that tone, not only the Igbos, Showore is now asking Nigeria to break up. But people are still thinking that this guy is still talking about revolution. Nigeria must break up to save lives, because what is happening now, you see, these guys are doing like they don't have time. They are not behaving like people that have they are behaving like people that have mental problem, mental issues. Because I have not seen in my life somebody will be taking something that he cannot use. If you open your fridge now, there's a lot of food inside your fridge. You can only take one and eat. You cannot eat this like a rat. But these guys are. Yeah, but these guys are eating like a rat everywhere. Look at Luike. He never allowed the journalists to talk. And they asked him one question. They started laughing. They started laughing at him. They started laughing. It's not a joke. Push him, but because they cannot do it. But because when they do that and disgrace him on camera, at the back, he will go and arrest them or punish them from another side. You see? So okay, look at Edo State. For the first time in Nigeria, a governor handed a sitting governor or outgoing governor never handed over to a new one. They went to another place and do their charade. They didn't invite the old governor. So who handed him over? What did they hand him over? Who handed him over? So everybody is doing what he wants to do. All these old men that saw Nigeria, that have enjoyed Nigeria, enjoy their life, and when they look back, they see people suffering. They see their people dying. They see everyday posters. People are committing suicide. People are killing themselves. People are killing each other. A lot of crimes. But they're still eating, going. And it bleeds my heart. This point today is the height of it. A sitting president working for another president.
You haven't heard enough. There's still so much that you're going to come across tomorrow that's still going to make you feel like there's no end in sight.
What is you're doing there? What are the army doing? Shame on Ribadu. Shame on him. A sitting president working for a saboteur. How can they work? How can Niger and Burkina Faso army work with them? It cannot happen.
No.
They cannot sit down the same people. Okay, look at Mali.
Thank you.
Mali is clearing their money. You know, thank you so much. You're doing a lot. My head is.
We'll keep the enlightenment going until one day we're going to come up on this program and we say the hour has come, and we are looking forward to it. Thank you so much, and you have a good one. Okay. So I have oh, hang on, I just lost a caller there. Sorry. I'm trying to see if I can take just one or two more. Depends on which one comes in. So let's see. I think I have one there. If we can do it properly, we only have just about 4 minutes to go. Let's share it. Hello.
The General.
Yes, sir. Baba, how are you?
I'm good, my brother. I'm good. It's me, Saviola, calling you again from Toronto.
Fantastic, man. Good to have you again, please.
Yeah, Maiyegun, there's something I want to ask before I will give my own contribution there. Okay. Is it true? Is it the same God that created the Westerners? Is it the same God that created we Africans?
Since they say God no be two, say na one God. Some said that if let's say when God took break, right? When just go stretch after creating others. They say some of the angels where they work with them, they can't use the remaining sand where they there, can't mold us. Some said that if he no be him, but Baba, here we are.
Maiyegun,
it's a tough one.
Maiyegun, some years back when we were growing, there's these pictures that most Christians do use, that you will see an angel being a white man, then Lucifer being a black man, an angel with the white man standing on top of a black man. Do you remember that picture?
I know.
It's part of the brainwashing, bro. But let me tell you the truth, bro. If you look that picture and you really think well, if you can reason to an extent, brother, we are wicked. Maiyegun, if you can think well, you see we black people, we are wicked. I'm going to tell you something that will shock Nigerians. Do you know if it were black people that have the same grace that Westerners have, maybe the world would have been suffering today. Even the Western people won't be able to come to Africa. We are wicked. What is it that these so-called politicians have not done to these young men and women back home? They pay for light without having light. They pay for water without having water. They are being forced to pay for everything. Now, even the judiciary, which they said is the hope for the common man, they don't longer have hope there. The so-called politicians are busy. They have captured the judiciary through wike, building of houses, buying of cars.
They are proud of what they have done.
Not Chibika Mechi said something. It's just that we Nigerians, the way we reason, and we don't take anything serious. And Mechi said, if you lie 10 Nigerians now and shoot them, nothing will happen. People will be going as if it's just a normal thing.
That is so true.
Brother, since yesterday that you released this report about Tinubu and the things that I've seen today, well, you know, those of us that have always been of the side, break the cage, let everybody go. Dismantle this slave settlement, let people have life. They see us as being violent, they see us as being radical. What is the solution to this suffering? Yeah. My brother, there's nothing they've not called us. The problem is, how do we solve that's the question. How do we resolve this thing and save this life? We are not talking only about hunger. What of the terrorism that has taken all over the whole country? The general, please, my brother.
Thank you so much,
bro.
Perspective, okay. But because of my time, okay, I will speak to you again. You have a good one, sir.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Good night.
So there's a lot that we can pick from ourselves in this vein, all right? And I understand the fact that some of you don't like people using the general verb like us, like we are this, we are that, and all that. But you must understand that people can speak in can speak in words that they don't really mean everyone. But when the majority pretty much suits that kind of description, sure you get, it then makes sense to say us. Well, I get where some of you are coming from. So the question he asked me about, Shana, the same God that created the white, created the... Well, one thing is that the whites are even more wicked when it comes to how they have treated us, the blacks, how the blacks have treated themselves and all of that. But in reality, right, the white people, the way they have treated themselves is a bit much fairer, okay? Even though in their own history, they sold themselves as slaves too, right? The British sold the Irish as slaves, in case if you don't know. I'm just saying. Now, the blacks have sold themselves for slavery as well. But these days, at least the whites kind of like treat themselves better than the way we, the blacks, treat ourselves. That is the point he's trying to make, okay? But to that answer of Shana, the same God created us, I don't think so. If we want to use that mythology, all right, the mythology of she indeed, if you know, be the same, or it doesn't really make any sense to. There is for tonight. This lady that has been calling in. Time is totally out of hand. The African Muhammad, how are you?
Yes, sir. I'm good, my brother. I can make it very snappy just to allow that lady call in if necessary.
No, that's
fine. I just want to thank you.
Adios.
Okay, I want to thank you first and foremost for putting out this expose the way you did yesterday. I didn't have the opportunity to call in, but I am very grateful, and many people have said the same thing, that they are also grateful, because it takes a lot of courage to do what you did. And also shout out to David Honday. Honday, that guy, me personally, I've had some things that I didn't like about
risk. So if somebody like me is sharing a publicly available, but what about the person that has put his life on the line to actually did these things, continue to fight and fight, even though Nigerians don't even appreciate him, they want him killed. I won't say Nigerians, but some of these Ronokus want him killed. So if somebody like that is not slowing down, how would somebody like me now begin to fear what is already public?
Man,
go on.
Maiyegun, man, shout out, David Honday. Shout out to you, my brother. Me, personally, I had some gripe with you, but it doesn't even matter. Who cares? Nobody cares. That's irrelevant. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for throwing Maiyegun the alley hoop. And Maiyegun caught it and slam dunked it. Because that's what you did. You thoroughly broke it down yesterday for us to understand how we are still in slavery, pretty much. Because that's my conclusion. We are still in slavery. Unfortunately, we went through that process of slavery, colonization, and neo-colonization. It seems like we are at the tail end of that process, because more people are now aware that we are still controlled. We still have agents in our governments controlling our economies, increasing our taxes, making our lives miserable. So African people are not dumb, because a lot of people genuinely believe that African people are stupid because Africa is messed up. But part of the reasons why we are where we are is the collaboration of some African people with imperialists to keep us where we are. But that's all it is. But thank you, Maiyegun, for exposing this. I was a little bit, I won't say depressed, because I'm not surprised about anything that happens in Nigeria. But I'm just happy that more people know about this and they understand that, yes, we are in trouble and we have to find a solution. Thank you so much, Maiyegun. Thank you.
Bless you, the African Wala. Thank you so much for all you do as well, okay? And stay safe, bro, okay? You have a good one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, my brother.
Take this, and I will believe this is our last caller for this. Hello, ma.
Hello, Maiyegun.
Hello, ma. I love your persistence.
Hello, Maiyegun.
I know you've been on there forever, and it's because of you I'm saying.
3 years. 3 years I've been calling.
I know, and I will not forgive myself if I.
3 years. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
You need to mute the broadcast now and let's talk so that the rest of our listeners can listen to us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Yes. Maiyegun, you're doing a great work.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great. Thank you so much for
yes, I can hear you.
I have been seeing this your call, but most of the time when somebody is finishing their own talk, you are already like somebody else has replaced the call. I'm like, oh no, I'm glad you didn't give up. Please.
I just didn't want to. I want to talk to you. Yes.
Please.
Thank you very much for all that you are doing.
Thank you, ma'am.
All that you are doing. My husband, incidentally, is not here now, but we're always here with you, listening, and we share with people back home. I'm calling from Canada. Thank you very much.
You are so welcome.
It's nice
Everybody can
talking
hear you
to
too, so you can add yours like others.
Yes. As for those in government, all they do is amass wealth. But they should remember there is death. Those who did it in the past, they died and left everything. Even the people from my own side, Okotiebo, had all the money, but it's gone. And what is the legacy? Nothing can be remembered of him. Let us live a life of legacy. Something that you can be remembered of. That is just what I want to say. But grabbing, collecting money, you want all the money, but there is death. We should remember that. Maiyegun, thank you very much. It's so nice talking to you.
I know, it's such
so
a pleasure.
Nice talking to you.
It's, now I can go to bed. Because I've been like, oh,
yes,
she's been on and on, and she's not giving up. And, inside me, I was like, I hope she won't stop calling. I hope she won't. And I'm glad you did it. Thank you so much.
Yes, I did. Yes.
Enjoy
after 3 years in Canada, listening to you.
The Ronukus, the Ronu Nazis, the sewage dwellers, the ass lickers, the crumb chasers, the crumb eaters, the all-risers, the bastards, the bat idiots, every one of them in the comment section, kindly tolerate them. They are going through a lot again. From last night, I have been seeing some of them back again on MaiyegunsDiary Politico with comments like, my friend, watch your mouth. Do you have evidence of all these things you are talking about? What is this with all these name callings? I mean, you can deliver your message without calling names, blah, 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 blah. One by one. Do you not know that it is actually intentional? Number one, if I can make you mad, talking about Tinubu, the druggie, the drug dealer, Tinubu, the heroin trafficker, Tinubu, the American assets. If that makes you mad, then I'm doing something right. Oh, Nikure, at what you got to believe in. Name calling these people is actually intentional. And anyone who feels offended or agitated, for example, just in case if you are new here, there is actually a prayer session also for Tinubu on this platform. Something like this.
Since when I born you never seen this kind of abuse before. Tinubu, I must abuse you. Tinubu, number 1, Ogun Okiyopa. Tinubu number 2, Ogun Okiyoma. Tinubu number 3, Ogun Okiyo your children. Tinubu number 4, Ogun go bury all your family. Tinubu is a god to you. Turubu is a god to you.
Just so you know, on this platform, anything that has to do with APC, Egbekegbe is cost. If you by any chance, right, try to defend them, now Google kill you too. It is as simple as that. You can say the same thing back. You know what I mean? The thing here is that what APC, Egbekegbe, represent is evil. And there is, they've proved that many times. And that is why people like myself, we are not afraid. I am not afraid of them. Now, this other message is for those of you who somehow, I don't know, like maybe you feel like Tinubu is this all in all. Very, very powerful. You can. Some of you are even sending me messages like, you need to be careful, okay? You need to watch yourself. You need to protect your family. You need and all of that. Somehow, I believe this is coming from the position of the societal conditioned fear. What is the worst that can happen? What is the worst you think will happen to Maiyegun for sharing what is already in the public? Adding his own, adding his own jara to it. What is the worst? They will kill Maiyegun. Is that going to stop your own, is it going to stop you from eating? Or is it going to stop you from living? No. I am now beyond, well, for a long time though, I am beyond that kind of publicly induced or conditioned fear. What is the worst that can happen? There are those who are facing the worst of the worst in that contraption today, courtesy of the likes of Tinubu, courtesy of the likes of this APC, Egbekegbe. They are the weapons fashioned against us. It's just a matter of time. You should worry about yourself more. I've said this many times. Don't worry about me. And the Tinubu may tell them to extradite you. On top, say, Tinubu now waiting. King Tinubu, please keep that advice to yourself, okay? Worry about yourselves. Because the situation we are in, we are all in danger. Nobody is spared. And usually I used to think Nigerians are, cowards. I don't think Nigerians are cowards. I think Nigerians are generally, majority of Nigerians are hypocrites. When they tell you to slow down, it is because they don't want to tell you that somehow, what you are doing, they are feeling affected. Or when I say something about these rogues, some of you feel attacked. You know what I mean? Either whether the person is related to you because of your tribe, because of your ethnic, or because of your religion. And to show that, Maiyegun, I love you so much. So please, you need to be careful. Don't worry about me. You should be worried about yourselves. Somebody like me can take whatever is coming to me. Because you know why? I know them too. Rather than pretend that, maybe if I am nice to them, maybe if I keep my mouth shut, if I keep my mouth shut, maybe I will be spared. None of us is going to be spared. None of you. Whether you are living in America or living in the UK, wherever you are living, even outside Nigeria, none of us is spared. Every action of these criminals affects all of us. And that's why we can't keep quiet. We cannot keep quiet. And if your way is to keep quiet, well, maybe your hypocrisy is what is actually speaking through you. Okay? Somebody like myself is not really afraid of them, and they cannot do me anything. They will do nada, nothing. That's why I said that what's the worst that can happen? They will kill Maiyegun, and the rest of you will be like, they've killed that guy. Oh my God. If I die, I'm not dying for you. Just know that. I am doing this because my children should not exist in the world where the likes of Tinubu is seen as a leader, ruining millions and millions of lives. So if I have to use my voice, okay, to tell the world what is already out there, to elaborate, to expatiate it, I will do it without any blinking. I won't blink. I hope we are clear, right? Good. Another thing, somebody was like, I actually got rid of the idiots. All these things you are saying, they are lies. You don't have any proof as Olori Buruku. The proof we yakpa. And that's what we are going to do on this platform this afternoon, this brunch time today. There is nothing that you are going to hear on MaiyegunsDiary Politico that is not publicly accessible, publicly available. There are others who believe that Tinubu couldn't have been a drug dealer, heroin trafficker, and America would not have arrested him. That is how much of the stupid ignorance that they have spread, which a lot of you are so loud in your stupidity as well as your ignorance. America doesn't actually really jail all criminals. Do you know that? No, they don't jail all criminals. Some of them are actually turned to assets that will continue to what? To snitch for them. Somebody said, CIA can never have confirmed that Tinubu is the asset. Okay. The court paper showed that they said we can neither confirm or deny, because if we tell you or release the document on Tinubu, it's going to affect the national security of America. That's all we need to know. What is that thing that the CIA, the FBI, the DEA, and the rest of them, what is it about Tinubu that they do not want the public to see? Over 70,000 pages of Tinubu's criminal record in America is yet to be released. But there are a few of them that have been released already in the public. They are already in the public domain. Some of them as well, they have been declassified too. And that is why we have to keep it, we have to keep it pretty much open. So if reading it is going to make you be like, FBI is going to come and arrest me, FBI is going to come and kill me, they should better kill you before Tinubu's agenda finally kill you, kill your family, because that's what they are doing in Nigeria right now. Our loved ones are trapped in the hands of APC, evil APC, in Nigeria. The rest of you who are abroad, you are not spared too. You have to walk about with that stigma coming from the country led by a drug baron, a drug dealer, heroin trafficker, Tinubu. That's the truth. It is the truth. It is in the public domain. There's nothing called defamation of character. If Tinubu feels like his personality is being defamed, defamation of character, tell Tinubu to sue me. Sure you get. He can't. Drug dealers don't sue people, because they would have to prove that indeed all the publicly available documents that showed all their activities, the one they the one they have themselves deposed to, right? They would have to come back and say it's a lie. I mean, it's not true again, which they can't. And that is why Tinubu continued to say, if they release his documents, if they release his records, it is going to cause irreparable damages to him and to a lot of people. Maybe to the FBI, maybe to the CIA, maybe it can actually bring down, a lot of institutions in America too. And that's exactly what the CIA, that's what they said in their court paper. For the sake of national security, we cannot allow the record of Tinubu to be unsealed. Fine. But what about the ones that are already unsealed? Is Tinubu a drug dealer? Yes, he was a drug dealer. Is he still a drug dealer? Maybe. How come the CIA or the DEA, how come they didn't arrest Tinubu and jail him like others? Because he was no longer in America. He was back in Nigeria, and they could use him for another purpose. And that purpose is to become a snitch, the assets of the CIA. The FBI have record on him. DEA have records on him. The CIA have record on him. Which institution, which other criminal investigative institution in America doesn't have any? Maybe if we kind of dig further too, maybe the MI6 also have a record on him too here in the UK. And that is the criminal that is in charge of Nigeria. So to those of you who probably are pretending that you did not know that Tinubu is a heroin trafficker with court documents and his own partners, others who also went to jail, this afternoon I'm bringing back all those documents. They are publicly available. There is no secret about this. When they asked his leakers, his group of criminals in Nigeria, you know what they said? They said that it's been a long time ago. That was a very, very long time ago. So Tinubu is no longer that person. Really? But did it happen? Yes, it happened. How come? Why are you trying to intimidate people from saying it? Why are you doing everything to block other incriminating, information about this criminal, this drug dealer. Do you think I actually just come on my program to call Tinubu drug dealer for the fun of it? No. He's a drug dealer, a known heroin trafficker, banker for drug dealers. His wife, Rat Rebi Tinubu, is a drug imola, so she's a drug dealer too. They are all into drug business. So when they return to Nigeria to go and become a politician, which is what most of them always do anyway, to clean their names and make themselves feel like. He was close to Abacha, close to Abiola. Abiola too was a drug dealer. So to ma fori gbagi koya lo fori egba igi ko fori gbageti ko lo wa bi kuti. These are a bunch of criminals that if you begin to dig, it will shock you the caliber of people running Nigeria in the past, even in the present. Many of them are foreign assets. Tinubu and some of these guys, they are the CIA assets, Abi. There are others who are like, what do you call it, Israeli assets. There are others who are like the Iranian assets, the Islamic Republic of Iran. This and, in Nigeria, majority of these guys have no allegiance to Nigeria. Majority of them don't. In northern Nigeria, you will see these different sleeper cells of, foreign assets who are working for Saudi Arabia, working for Iran, working for Kuwait, working for UAE, working for all these guys against Nigeria. But now one by one, you're going to see the searchlight on them, one by one. And that is why I keep telling you that majority of them don't love that contraption. I mean, look at what they have done to Nigeria, man. They don't love that place. They don't care about the place. It's pretty much like you are just guinea fowl, being a guinea pig. That they are using like lab rats. That's what they see most of you Nigerians. That's why when you say our Nigeria, one Nigeria, you are just so daft, man. You just need to peel your eyes, right, and see what is really going on. So when any of them is exposed, it is your right to probe for that. Say, oh, no wonder these guys don't really care. They have no love for that place. 64 years of independence. You are the poverty capital of the world, and they are the richest. They have so much money. Your resources are being plundered by these rogues. They don't care about the place. They don't. Why? Because they know what they have all signed up for. And so many of these countries that are taking advantage of Nigeria, and they are not there to defend Nigeria. When they go out there to borrow money, they borrow the money in with ridiculous conditions, which will also blow back on the rest of you to keep you poor perpetually, in perpetuity. And you think fearing them will make you feel safe. You are not safe. None of us is safe. Right? So that's why I kind of believe what one madman said. Not madman, but I call him mad because sometimes the way people think, if you reason with them, they will come be like and say, not true. The worst case scenario, they will kill you, right? Fine, then that's it. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. People will die last year. They don't know what God do for them because they are not here this year to face what millions are facing in that contraption today. And those who are still here now, they will face it for years to come, except everybody rise up and face these roads. Except you rise up and face them. There's nothing new. Whatever Maiyegun shares is already in the public domain. Here is the first part. When Tinubu became their asset, right? But let me see if I can put that on the screen. Give me a sec. When he became their assets, he also became their snitch. You will see all the things he said about politicians in Nigeria to, what do you call it? To the, give me a second. Which one is this? Right. So what he said to some of these is the ambassadors in Nigeria, the American ambassadors to Nigeria. All right. That's why we're going to be reviewing them one by one now, so that you will know that he has been a snitch for these guys for years. It didn't start today. Take a look at this one. They're talking about electoral politics and all that, okay? This was in 2003 when Tinubu, right, was a governor, okay? So here, to the ambassador, American ambassador, which also which also wired this back to their country. What Tinubu told them, okay? Say here, classified by Ambassador Howard Jetta. The ambassador accompanied by consul general and staff assistants, a note taker, right, met a politically confident and relaxed Lagos State Governor Bola Tinubu on January 24th. Despite the allegation being tossed at him, Tinubu appeared self-assured and convinced of his political longevity. The ambassador and the governor discussed the results of the recent party conventions and handicapped the April general election. Ambassador Jetta began the meeting by congratulating the governor on his nomination as the AD, Alliance for Democracy, Lagos State gubernatorial candidate. The governor responded. This was a classified information before it got declassified, though. Are you with me? This was supposed to be like something that shouldn't be in public, but eventually people who have been fighting to expose the rot in Washington, D.C., right? They eventually declassified them, but WikiLeaks fed us some of them too, okay? So he said the governor responded modestly, but stated that it was virtually unopposed. You remember that was the time he already killed Funshaw Williams. So when asked about his former deputy governor and now staunch foe, Tinubu said that Bokno Akerele joined the ANPP. Not finding success there, she skipped to the NDP, where she will likely be the gubernatorial candidate. So despite having supported the presence of additional political parties, Tinubu now expressed concern that there were too many parties. Instead of strengthening democracy, he feared the presence of roughly 30 parties will weaken democracy and perplex the Nigerian electorate. On a practical level, the governor said, it is difficult for the Independent National Electoral Commission to manage with so many parties. Minor tasks like constructing comprehensible ballot pose a challenge. He continued that INEC's problems are compounded by insufficient funding to prevent voter fraud. The ambassador agreed that funding was a serious issue, but gave a different perspective, saying INEC's challenges could, if overcome, be viewed as precedent-setting, ultimately strengthening democracy and establishing example for future elections. So this was supposed to be Nigeria election, okay, where America shouldn't. It's none of their. It wasn't their business. So, or call who felt comfortable discussing this with the ambassador. Then, asked about the recent PDP convention, Tinubu stated that the outcome was uncertain, even up to the time the ballots were cast. Adding suspense to the PDP convention, important governors such as Katsina Yar'Adua and Kaduna's McAfee went in their support for Obasanjo. The opposition to Obasanjo was understandable, according to Tinubu. On the policy front, Obasanjo underperformed in several areas, most profoundly on the budget and resource allocation. According to Tinubu, Obasanjo lowballed the price of oil in UN budgetary projection. The FY02 budget, he said, was based on $18 per barrel, but oil sold at over $22 per barrel for most of the year. Tinubu asked where the difference was being deposited, subtly accusing Obasanjo of malfeasance. The ambassador asked Tinubu what he thought of Obasanjo's troubles leading up to the PDP primaries, playing both sides of the fence and contradicting his prior comments. The governor said the 2000s intra-party troubles were designed to teach him a lesson. The party always intended to re-elect him, but wanted to remind Obasanjo to whom he owed allegiance. So the governor said that Obasanjo's trials and tribulation have been a serious wake-up call. An outstanding question is whether Obasanjo will honor commitments made during his moment of desperation at the PDP convention. Tinubu explained that Obasanjo would destroy his own legacy if he seeks revenge against Atiku. Obasanjo's ego is big, Tinubu said, but is smart enough not to challenge Atiku. In fact, in the next administration, Atiku will gain more prominence and power, possibly in the form of a deal in which Obasanjo will be the traveling statesman and Atiku will spearhead domestic policy. So the ambassador asked about AMPP's presidential candidate, Muhammadu Buhari's prospects in the southern states. Tinubu said that Buhari possibly could do well in the south-south, but not in the southeast or southwest, where religion is less important than personality, political record, sentiment, and emotions. Tinubu estimated that Buhari would garner 33% of the vote overall, but will not win any Christian votes in the north. As it now stands, the oil dichotomy bill will mobilize the north against Obasanjo if he gives away too much, Tinubu said. Only Buhari could concede the continental shelf and get away with it. So this was about election, remember? So Tinubu revealed that Alex Ekweme was actually the AD's preferred PDP candidate and expressed regret about his defeat. So the governor said that the AD wanted Ekweme to run and even win because it was a civilian and civilian governments are more responsive to governor's interests. But Tinubu said that Ekweme did not have a chance because he made critical blunders early on, including insufficient funding and starting his campaign too late. So the ambassador led the governor down a discussion of other winners and losers in the electoral season thus far. Both the ambassador and the governor agreed that the biggest winners were the governors and Atiku, who proved their relevance and weight in the primary process by controlling Obasanjo's fate. National Security Advisor Aliyu Muhammad Gusso, remember, was a bigger loser, Tinubu said. He now has no prospect in government for 2003 and is out in the political court struggling for his survival. So Ambassador Jetta pointed out the IBB didn't deliver and was possibly the biggest loser of all despite having his tentacles in 5 parties. So Tinubu agreed, saying that IBB was hitting like beef between 2 slices of bread. Tinubu said that IBB's problem began when Atiku refused to take IBB's bait to break with Obasanjo. He then considered that if Atiku himself had decided to run, Tinubu was planning to be Atiku's vice presidential running mate. So Ambassador Jetta shifted the discussion to state and local politics, asking the governor's thought on political hotspots. The governor said that election violence in Kwara State was inevitable because AMPP's governor Lawal was willing to play hardball in order to win the election. Tinubu postulated that Governor Lawal and PDP's Olusaraki would likely split the vote in the center of the state. Lai Mohammed, former Tinubu's chief of staff, will be strong in the south, while the northern part of the state will be up for grabs. So the governor also predicted problems in Anambra, Enugu, Plateau, and Kaduna. In Kaduna, Governor Tinubu said he expected the AD candidate to win. Note, not likely. End note. He is also expecting AD victories in Borno and perhaps even Benue states. Note, Borno is possibility, but Benue is out of range. End note. So with his path to re-election relatively clear, Tinubu's most serious opponent is his own past and allegation of forged educational degrees that continue to hound him. More recent allegation that Tinubu forfeited $460,000 in the US to avoid charges of money laundering and even narcotic trafficking are the latest unconfirmed scandals. However, Tinubu appeared confident during this recent session. He overcame the allegation in 1999 and believes he can do the same this time around. As always, so which means this issue of trafficking, heroin trafficking is not new, just so you know. So turning the normal, okay, hang on. Yeah, as always, we found his take on the national political scene to be insightful, yeah, because it's deeper in them. And turning the normal political, Atiku, his assessment of the winners and losers tracks our own, the Americans. Atiku and the governors were clear winners, turning the normal political dynamic on his head. Obasanjo won because he was able to ride the coattails of his vice president. Big losers were Alex Ekweme, NSA Mohammed, and former head of state Babangida. So this was a conversation between Tinubu and the American ambassador to Nigeria back then. Now here is another one. Out of the WikiLeaks, convo exposed. Sorry, Tinubu's expose, so to say. All right, here is another one. Let me see if I can bring that up. Right. So this one is, according to them, confidential as well. So Lagos State Governor views on Iraq, national elections, and AGOA, other. Let me see if I put that up properly. Yes, I did. Grand. Now, this is Tinubu being very much comfortable, all right, to share, some will say, well, these are just like normal political observation that are already in public and all that, right? Well, maybe not, okay? Here. So they said the Lagos governor told Congress, what is congen? Give me a sec. Right. So, and DAS Bridgewater on February 16 that he has asked the Lagos State Assembly to issue a resolution declaring that no new construction be permitted along the Embassy Road. I think this one is on how he facilitated whatever it was then for the American Embassy, around there is own estate in the Bodilon back then, okay, in Victoria Island. Here. On Victoria, Tinubu assured the Congress Gen or so, right, that it would do all it can to ensure protection of consular and diplomatic personnel in Lagos. He shared our view that the dispute with Iraq relates to weapons of mass destruction, not Islam. And he is confident that most of his co-religionists share this view. So Tinubu pledged to work closely with the legislators who will be elected or re-elected to the National Assembly to secure passage of a customs bill, inaction on which has prevented Nigeria from benefiting from AGOA. That's, Tinubu disclosed antipathy for President Obasanjo, but praised the Vice President Atiku, whom he has known for many years. So Atiku ended up going to Tinubu's party, by the way, when Obasanjo got him frustrated out of PDP in 2006, 2007. So during a luncheon for visiting DAS Pamela Bridgewater on February 16, Lagos Governor Tinubu assured the DAS and accompanying contingent that his office will do all it can to ensure protection of the consulate in the event of war with Iraq. Tinubu added that he has asked the Lagos State Assembly to issue a resolution declaring that no new construction be permitted along the, just a repetition there. That's another one. Here is another one, which is also from the cable too, right? Which one is this? Option 4, 2007. Okay, well, this one is probably where he was grassing on some of the candidates and then the prospects and how the 2007 election was going to be, again, political. Discussing this with an American ambassador, which are very much keen, right, on what they, where or who to picture their tent on or so, right? So here is one. Said in an August 27 conversation with Consul General, so Lagos Governor Bola Tinubu stressed he was urging his bets and political ambition on the 2007 election by no longer placing sole reliance on riding the cocktails of Vice President Atiku, even though Atiku was going to be the candidate of AC at the time, right? But Tinubu confessed to this ambassador or Consul General then that is not really like banking on, so Tinubu sensed that Atiku's stock was declining and could descend further. It thinks that Atiku will leave the PDP and thus weaken the party. So Tinubu vaccinated that National Security Advisor Ali Gusso, a Babangida loyalist who has amassed sensitive, damning information on many of the players, could emerge as a key broker and perhaps dark horse in the PDP presidential scramble. So consequently, Tinubu has held meetings with 2003 presidential candidate Muhammadu Buhari and former head of state Babangida. While Tinubu wants to be somebody's vice presidential candidate, he also eyes a senatorial seat as a possible alternative. So Tinubu no longer sees Atiku as a likely winner of the PDP presidential nomination. So said the option of being a vice president candidate for Atiku. So during a relaxed August 27 evening meeting with Consul General, Lagos State Governor Tinubu provided his analysis of the current electoral topography, particularly in the rival People's Democratic Party. Although now in different political parties, Governor Tinubu and Vice President Atiku have a close relationship dating back to the early 90s. Their friendship is one that defies party lines and perhaps political logic. Whispered in the back room as well as heard in the public domain by less discreet tongues has been the possibility of an Atiku-Tinubu ticket under the banner of a new progressive party. In the past, Tinubu has talked with verve to us about this option. At this last meeting, however, he was more cautious. Tinubu was noticeably less sanguine about Atiku's presidential chances. Tinubu's position within the PDP, Atiku's position within the PDP has weakened considerably. Tinubu assessed. Atiku has lost his grip on the National Executive Committee as President Obasanjo has successfully esconded loyalists there. Obasanjo is also applying heavy pressure through the EFCC on Atiku's other main intra-party allies, the PDP state governors. Tinubu felt that many of these governors will wield under the pressure and make amends with the president, thus further undermining Atiku's position within the party. Tinubu maintained it would take a political miracle for Atiku to gain the PDP presidential nomination. Alternatively, if Atiku left the party, his exit would be precipitated by a defeat for the party nomination. The faction born of defeat will not augur well for the fate of the new party Atiku will form, Tinubu forecasted. Nonetheless, in the next breath, Tinubu voiced eagerness at joining Atiku in a different party in order to fight the Obasanjo machine. Tinubu observed Obasanjo was almost neuralgic about former head of state Babangida becoming the PDP nominee as about Atiku's possible ascension. Given this feuding triangle, Tinubu thought each man would do his best to play the other two against themselves. This three-way tug war might not produce anything but a political stalemate, requiring a compromise candidate. Enter NSA Aliyu Muhammad Gusso. Tinubu commented that Gusso has strong ambition, but is careful not to encroach on turf staked out by Babangida, Gusso's mentor. However, Babangida will give Gusso a nod if Babangida himself was foreclosed. Babangida would rather see a loyal surrogate than an Obasanjo proxy win the prize. Additionally, Gusso, as NSA, purportedly has dossiers embarrassing to both Obasanjo and Atiku, Tinubu maintained. At the right time, Gusso could brandish these files to douse Obasanjo's and Atiku's ardor while promoting either Babangida's or his own ambition. The benefit that Gusso would serve to the likes of Babangida, Obasanjo, and Atiku is that among the major players, he knows how to keep secrets and he will be least likely to publicly hear others' dirty linen. Vice President Buhari, in light of Atiku's mayor, Tinubu has begun to edge by holding discussions with Muhammadu Buhari of the ANPP about the vice presidential slot on a Buhari ticket. Buhari finished second to Obasanjo in the highly controversial 2003 elections. What was not controverted by most objective analysts was that Buhari won a sizable majority of the northern vote. If he is to run again, he needs a southern vice president candidate who can command a large voting bloc, assuming he continued to control the north in 2007. All Buhari needs to take the election is to win one of the three southern states, Tinubu calculated. So Tinubu said his command of the AD in the southwest and his close connections with 4 of the 6 south governors, Ibori of Delta, Igbinedion of Edo, Ata of Akwa Ibom, and Alamesia of Bayelsa. All of these guys were, two of them were convicted of, looting. They are a bunch of looters and criminals though. Ata, Igbinedion, Ibori, Igbinedion, and Alamesia, except for Ata, who eventually got a plea bargain for looting their state. They are all friends to Tinubu, by the way. So it makes him an attractive partner to Bokwari. The drawback to teaming either with Atiku or Buhari is that this will produce an all-Muslim presidential ticket. Why Tinubu did not see this as a big problem with Atiku, due to Atiku's noted religious laxity and his pro-Western outlook, it would be a heavy cross to bear for a Buhari-Tinubu ticket because of the perception in many southern Nigerian minds that Bokwari is a religious zealot. Because of this factor, Tinubu asserted he had begun to shift his focus, which had been exclusively on the vice presidency, to see the Senate as a nice place to land upon exiting the governor's mansion. To be a Senate president, Tinubu said he is seriously considering the Senate in 2007. This will be an easier campaign, and given his political ode in Lagos, one more likely achieved than a run at becoming the nation's #2 citizen. If he selected this route, he will support either Buhari or Atiku, with the understanding that if either one, Tinubu will be appointed Senate president, the #3 citizens in Nigeria. Moreover, he also believes he could influence the selection of either Atiku's or Bokwari's running mates, the AD, Lagos and Southwest. Closer to home, Tinubu stated he was under intense pressure from the half-dozen AD candidates to anoint a successor in Lagos. He said he will resist the pressure and hold an impartial primary, whoever one will get his blessing. The governor revealed, however, that local electoral politics was making a casualty of orderly governance in the state. State commissioners with gubernatorial ambitions had their knives drawn at each other and were rapidly factionalizing the party and government. Tinubu said he might be faced, for the sake of ease and Lagos state government sanity, to demand all potential candidates resign their government positions. Despite this turmoil, Tinubu expressed confidence the AD would recapture the Lagos gubernatorial seats. He also predicted that the AD would have a good chance in the other southwestern states, particularly Ondo and Osun, where the one-time PDP governors have distinguished themselves by their ineptitude. So here is their own comment. Reading the writing on the wall and getting a good sense of its likely conclusion, Tinubu is exploring options other than his old friend Atiku. Although Tinubu expressed confidence and felt himself to be in a strong position to influence national politics, reality might be a lot less generous. Currently, the options to realize his vice presidential ambition are thin and getting thinner. He maintains a degree of popularity in Lagos. His strategy to concentrate on running for the Senate for Lagos and on shoring up the AD in the Southwest are less expansive than what we have heard from him or prior meetings. They are also much more realistic. End of comment. Now, these were just the record of some of the supposed confidential chats that were wired back while the Americans were trying to, gauge the supposed, check the pulse, the political pulse of the country via their supposed surrogate assets. Now back to who Tinubu truly was and maybe still is, the drug dealer. The record is in public, like I said, and here is one of them. I am going to put that on the screen again as well. This is for those who probably, I think we will start with the drug dealing in Illinois, in Chicago. But this is the biggest one. Okay, we'll come back to this. Let's first go and look at the first FBI documents released of Tinubu of his drug dealing in Chicago, as well as the northern, I think it's Nevada or so. Don't rush. So when we call him a drug dealer, it is not a defamation, okay? it is a fact that is out there in public. Usually on this platform, we've had this before, okay? But if this is to just refresh your mind, what happened in America just on the 11th of November, 2024, is the request by Greenspan, so to say, the lawyers to, or the partner to David Undeyin, that are filing what is called the FOIA, so FOIA, appeal. They have started fighting for the release of all the Tinubu records with the FBI, all the Tinubu's record with the DEA, all the Tinubu's criminal record with the CIA. And on the first part, Tinubu won in a Chicago court, where the judge said Tinubu's privacy is paramount. Okay, that he has the right to privacy, even though the argument is that no, for the sake of public interest, Tinubu's criminal record is very crucial. This was way back in 2022. His record for the public is very crucial. It's no longer a private individual. All right. So he won, where the court said even if they have to release some of these documents, right, they must make sure that it's redacted, which means wherever Tinubu's and other people's names appear, they should blank them out to make the entire document useless from reading. Here you get. But before then, the court granted that they should release some of these documents, like, declassify them and release them. But when the plaintiff, Undeyin and the Greenspan, right, when they check all these documents, they felt like there is more. We believe that from our findings, right, there is more of Tinubu's record with the FBI, with the CIA, with the DEA. Therefore, we are using the FOIA, request, which by law means that they have to release all those documents. That was when Tinubu said, if they released all this record, it will cause an irreparable damages to him. So this was now in 2023. But the one they released to the public in 2022, which is still in public, they can't take that back anymore, is this one. Now, I can go through it with you, and this is the record of Tinubu's drug dealing between 1991 and 1994. Okay, in the information of Indianapolis and Chicago, Minnesota, on and on like that. Sure, you get all the details of Tinubu's, investigation of Tinubu's drug dealing in America. Okay, so I'll scroll it down to where it is readable. Here you get now. Let's see. Let's take a look at this one. The person that was being investigated, who happened to be Tinubu's drug dealing partner, right? His name is Lee Andrew Edwards. Okay, a drug-related homicide, dated November 28, 1990, as captioned. For information of IP, several of the individuals in reference communication have appeared for visas at the U.S. Embassy in Lome for travel to the U.S. So IP investigating, IP will expeditiously advise intelligence research of the DIU if the subjects and the companies are definitely tied to drug smuggling and or captioned case. So look at this, right? Now, I'm going to scroll it down to where it is readable. Okay. So Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation, communication message from, again, these are just like the intro, okay, intro to what you are still going to see, right? Again, let's keep going. See? Okay, let me see if I can read this out. It's captioned, investigation was initiated by Indianapolis FBI during March 1991. It was approved as an, what's this, OCDETF matter on July 31, 1990. Initially, this investigation focused on the heroin trafficking activities of subjects Lee Andrew Edwards during the period August 16, 1990 through October 14, 1990. Okay, so on, like that. So supposed to be documented, okay? So give me a sec. I think this is the redacted one. Hang on, no. This is the redacted one. This one was like the one they released. Yeah, you see all those places where you are seeing blank, blank, blank. They are filled with Tinubu's name. So this is the one they released last year. Okay, let's go to the ones that they didn't redact. See, this is why it is not readable. You see, they are removing the names of Tinubu. This is the one they released last year. We'll come back to this. All right. Let's go to the ones that the one that actually was released in 2022. That one is pretty much detailed. All right. So before the ruling, where is that again? Give me a sec. Let's go to the one that was released. Okay, yeah, I think it's this one. Now you see, this one is much like detailed. So much to pick from. So the funds in the accounts held by Citibank or the bank accounts that Tinubu opened for the drug dealing, drug smuggling, okay, where they found one of them, they found the $1.6 million, which he made a deal. All right. So if you come down here, let's start from this, the first file. Let's see if that right. Let me see if that pops up. It should. Yeah, brilliant. So now take a look. So if you now this one, right, it's not redacted. This one is not like redacted. This one is pretty much like, and I will leave, maybe I should, give me a sec. Let me leave you the link. So those of you who might want to check it out again, okay? I'll leave the link in the comments here. Now this. So, in the docket, where is that again? So this is a verified complaint for forfeiture. This was supposed to be, the forfeiture process of the proceed of heroin trafficking, which Tinubu and his gang referred to as Tinubu not paying taxes, IRS. No, it's not IRS. This is the drug forfeiture case, which document is now public, has been public for over 2 years now. So the court has venue in this matter pursuant to USC 1355 because criminal activity giving rise to the forfeiture action occurred in this district. This complaint is verified by the affidavit of Special Agent Kevin Moss, which is attached here to and incorporated by reference in this complaint. As is stated more fully in the attached affidavit, beginning as early as 1988, Adegboyega Muiz Akonde, with others, operated an organization which distributed white heroin a controlled substance under Title 21 of the United States Code, as is stated more fully in the attached affidavit. This distribution operation was conducted in a large scale, and the proceeds of the operation were substantial. The defendant funds represent proceeds of this operation or property involved in money laundering. By reason of facts set forth above and in the attached affidavit, there is probable cause to believe that the defendant funds represent proceeds of narcotic trafficking and further represent property involved in money laundering in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1956 and 1957. The defendant funds are therefore forfeitable to the United States pursuant to 21 U.S.C. 881 and 18 U.S.C. 981. So, wherefore, the United States requests that the defendant funds be proceeded against for forfeiture, condemnation, the warrants of seizure, monition issue, and that due notice be given to all interested parties to appear and show cause why forfeiture should not be decreed. The court adjudged the decree that the defendant funds be forfeited to the United States and that defendant funds be disposed to according to law. So this was the forfeiture that they are telling you that it was IRS, that it wasn't for drug, it was for drug. Here is the second one. This is where the investigation for homicide, people got killed as well by these drug dealers, the Tinubu and his gang. Okay, so here is what I believe. One sec. So United States District Court, Northern District of Illinois. Okay, name of assigned judge, sitting judge if further than assigned judge, United States of America versus funds in account number. Here you get. So going further, this was on the 2nd of July, no, sorry, on the 20th of July, 1993. Okay, forfeiture order. Now, here is another part of that document, number 3. 1993, right? Here, if you take a look at this, you look at United States of America, it's plaintiff, funds in accounts number 263226-700, held by First Heritage Bank in the name of Bola Tinubu. Funds in accounts 094-83134, 3948-3396, 465027 in the name of Bola Tinubu or Compass Finance and Investment Co. Funds in account 52050, 8945-1952, held by Citibank International in the name of Bola Tinubu, defendant. The United States of America by statutory, Michael J. Shepard, United States Attorney for Northern District of Illinois, requests that the court review the verified complaint filed herein, a copy of which is submitted herewith, and make a finding of probable cause and issue an order relating to execution of the seizure and service of the warrant of seizure, admonition, and in support states. This is an in rem forfeiture cause brought pursuant to 21 U.S.C. 881 and 18 U.S.C. 981, which provides for the forfeiture of property representing proceeds of drug trafficking and property involved in money laundering. The verified complaint and affidavit allege that the property bought to be seized in this case is subject to forfeiture under this provision. 2. Although Rule C3 of the Admiralty Rules, which governs this in rem casu, explicitly provides that judicial review prior to issuance of warrant of seizure is not required. A number of courts have held that a prior determination of probable cause is necessary before real property can be seized. So e.g., United States versus 124 East North Avenue, Lake Forest, Illinois. So when we say Tinubu is a drug dealer and the money forfeited in America, right, is the proceed of, heroin trafficking. It is not a defamation. It is not an attempt to spoil a name. He no gets name. He's a criminal. He's a drug dealer. So when you say this, and some people are saying that it's because it's been a long time, okay? So it's no longer an issue. Even if it is 100 years ago, our children must not grow up to what? To read the story of a drug dealer as a role model. This is why this is so important, okay? Very, very important. The reason today that even though we screamed and screamed and screamed before this criminal forced himself on you in Nigeria, okay? Today, many reasonable people, many reasonable countries, or investors are not interested in Nigeria. Nobody wants to do business with a drug dealer. Nobody wants to do a business with a country led by a drug baron, heroin trafficker. Nobody. And that is why today, Nigeria is in more mess and will continue to be in that mess as long as this guy is still there, okay? Now, if they told you then that it was an IRS case, it's not IRS case. This is a drug dealing case, heroin trafficking from 1988 to 1993. So nevertheless, the United States has delayed service of process until this court has reviewed the complaint and affidavit ex parte to determine whether there is probable cause to believe that the subject property represents drug proceeds or property involved in money laundering. Probable cause in the forfeiture context has been described as less than prima facie proof, but more than mere suspicion, So the defendant funds in these bank's accounts were seized pursuant to warrant issues in these districts and in the Southern District of New York. The banking institutions have retained custody of the defendant funds in these accounts on behalf of the court. The United States requests that this court direct that the warrant for seizure and monition be served by mail on these banking institutions having custody of the defendant funds, and that the funds remain in this account during the pendency of this proceeding. So this is the court, this is the action that Tinubu finally went on to renegotiate. He renegotiated, and this is where the FBI, the CIA, and the rest of them are involved. He renegotiated that they ended up releasing some of the money, changed the issue from drug proceed to, it did not pay tax and therefore it should give them $460,000. And this is what turned into the CIA assets. Active, that's what they say. They say it's an active asset. There is another one, right? So the proceed of some of these bank accounts as well, they said, order, this matter is there, it's before on the ex parte, is before the court on the ex parte motion of the United States for a finding of probable cause to believe that the defendant found in this forfeiture action is subject to forfeiture under 21 USC section 881 and 18 USC 981, and for another relating to the execution of process in this matter. The court has reviewed that the verified complaint filed herein, having been fully informed in the basis for this motion, hereby finds that there is probable cause to believe that the funds described in the complaint is subject to forfeiture on the United States pursuant to 21 USC and 881 and 18 USC and USC 981 accordingly. It is hereby ordered that the United States Marshal shall hereby have authority to execute the warrant of seizure and monition issued pursuant to Rule C of the Admiralty Rules by serving the warrant by mail on Citibank and First Heritage Bank, which shall be deemed the substitute custodians of the defendant funds for the United States Marshal, and who shall hold the defendant funds during the pendency of this proceeding until further order of court. It is further ordered that upon execution of the warrant, as set forth above, the United States Marshal shall give due notice to all interested parties. So you see all this forfeiture. This was on the 18th of August, 1993. Okay. So all of this, right, they are act of Tinubu's involvement in heroin trafficking, white powder, it's called. Now here is a designation of Attorney Marshal A. McClellan as U.S. Attorney. Here's number 6 of it. Let's go to that one. So again, it involves Tinubu. They've not redacted. They couldn't redact this one. Okay. Here it says H. Stuart Cunningham, Clerk, United States District Court, Northern District of Illinois, 219 South Dearborn Street, 20th floor, Chicago, Illinois, 6064. So U.S. versus funds in 3 accounts. Okay. Here, say Mr. Cunningham, the above reference matter is assigned to Assistant United States Attorney Marshal 8 McClellan, whose telephone number is, please direct all communication to the above named assistant. This letter is not an appearance by the United States Attorney on behalf of any party, but is provided for informal purposes only. Now, underneath it, you see, the supposed Attorney Cunningham. So here, funds in accounts 1, 2, 3, held by Citibank International in the name of Bola Tinubu, and praying that all persons interested in said goods, wares, and merchandise may be cited in general and special to answer the premises, and due proceedings being had that the said goods, wares, and merchandise may, for the causes is said, complaint mentioned, be condemned as forfeiture to use of the United States. You are therefore hereby commanded to attach the said goods, wares, and merchandise, and to detain the same in your custody until further order of said court respecting the same, and to give notice by publication in the Chicago Daily Law Bulletin to all persons claiming the same, or knowing or having anything to say why the same should not be condemned as forfeiture to the use of the United States, pursuant to the prayer of said complaint, that they be and appear before the said court at the city of Chicago within 10 days after giving of notice. The same shall be a day of jurisdiction thereafter, then and there, to interpose a claim for the same, and to make the allegations in that behalf, and that they deserve their answers within 20 days after the filing. So this was like putting all that money, and including even the property, so to say, in care of the attorney. Okay, so that's that. Now let's go see another one. Okay, again, return of service by the U.S. Marshal. In this regard, it's also against Bola Tinubu. So says here that entered the Psalms and logged out. Okay, let's see. Plaintiff, United States of America, Bola Tinubu et al. Name of individuals, company, corporation, etc. to serve, or description of property to seize or condemn. So John Lopez, Esquire, Citibank. Address, what is this? Send notice of, okay. Here is just the further confirmation of the receipt after the court order, the receipt of the forfeited properties, in this case, money, proceed of heroin trafficking, that Tinubu and his gang. So I'm giving you the backstory, the background of how Tinubu ended up being the assets of the CIA, which I am also going to show to you why they are fighting the appeal. Currently, they are fighting the appeal that this guy, the Greenspan's chamber, as well as the Vedudayi, are filed. Here is another document. Now, all of these are just documents to confirm that the court order, all right, is being adhered to, and the money in these accounts have been forfeited. So the Tinubu and his gang, they had a chance to possibly, fight it, and why these properties or this money should not be forfeited as proceeds of a crime, proceeds of heroin trafficking at the time. All right. So this is just the U.S. Marshal giving the account of the order that they received. Again, I think it's the same with this one as well. Okay. Now, here with George Nordbadge, okay, in the Northern District of Northern District of Illinois, the United States District Court, still on the money that is believed to be proceeds of corruption. Here is again, they said stipulation and compromise settlements of claims to the funds held by Heritage Bank and Citibank. So the United States of America, by his attorney, Michael J. Shepard, United States Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, and claimants Bola A. Tinubu, K.O. Tinubu, individually and on behalf of Tinubu family, Alhaji Mogati, by their attorney, Patrick S. Coffey, stipulate and agree as follows. This is when Tinubu now brought, Tinubu said the money in the bank accounts belonged to his mother. That his mother was the, okay, let me read that out anyway. Said, the United States filed a verified complaint for forfeiture against the funds in the above captioned defendant account because there was probable cause to believe that the property represented proceeds of narcotics trafficking or was property involved in financial transaction in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1956 and 1957, and therefore was forfeitable to the United States pursuant to 21 U.S.C. 881A6 and 81 U.S.C. 981. The funds in the defendant account were seized initially by seizure warrants. The claimant disputes that there was probable cause for this seizure. 2. The defendant accounts held by Citibank and Heritage Bank are in the name of Compass Financial and Bola Tinubu. Ownership interest in the funds is this in this defendant account have been asserted on behalf of Bola A. Tinubu, K.O. Tinubu, individually and on behalf of Tinubu family. And Alaja, instead of Alaja, it's not Alaji, it's Alaja Mogaji, but they put it out as Alaja Mogati. Hereafter, the claimants warrant that they have exclusive rights, title, and interest to the defendant property seized. The United States and the claimant agreed to settle and to compromise this action on the terms described below. You follow him now. This is after he's already kind of like make a deal with the CIA or BFBI them, right? So he came back and said, okay, you know what, just go to the court and claim that the money belonged to your mother, Alaja Mogaji. Alaja Mogaji had $1.6 million paid into Tinubu's bank account in America, 3 bank accounts, remember? So he said, the United States and the claimants agreed to settle and to compromise this action on the terms described below. The parties agreed that the funds held by Citibank shall be released to K.O. Tinubu, and the action filed against these funds held in the account by Citibank shall be dismissed with prejudice. The parties further agreed that $460,000 from the defendant account held by Heritage Bank in the name of Bola Tinubu shall be forfeited by the United States and disposed of according to law. The funds remaining in the account shall be released to K.O. Tinubu. The claimants, Bola A. Tinubu, K.O. Tinubu, individually and on behalf of Tinubu family, and Alaja Mogaji, hereby release and forever discharge the United States, its officers, agents, servants, and employees, its heirs, successors, or assign from any and all actions, causes of action, suits, proceedings, debts, dues, contracts, judgments, damages, claims, and or demand whatsoever in law or equity, which the claimants, their heirs, successor, or assign ever had, now have or may have in the future in connection with the investigation, seizure, detention, forfeiture, disposition, and release of the defendant property. The parties further agreed that this court will retain jurisdiction of this matter for the purposes of implementing this settlement agreement. The United States and the claimant agree to bear their own cost and attorney's fees. The United States and the claimant states that they have read this agreement and understand this agreement and that they intend to be bound by its terms. Agreed, Michael J. Shepard. This was that moment, the moment that Tinubu turned around and said the money they found, $1.6 million that they found in his 3 bank accounts, which was after the investigation into Edward Andrew narcotic trade and the rest of that, all right, where Tinubu is linked. So Tinubu just said, the money is not my money, it's my mama's money. Remember, all of this, so it was in Nigeria, it wasn't in America. All other members of his narcotic trade and all of that, they've been arrested. They were in jail. So he was able to give the, the FBI, the CIA, the DEA, all of these guys, he was able to give them all they needed. He was able to snitch on his own fellow drug dealers. Okay? And then they were like, you know what? In that case, you have to work for us. You have to begin to work for us. That's how it became their asset. And they said, we are not going to say, oh, this money, the court will release the money. But it's going to now be under the IRS that, okay, you did not declare the money. Since you didn't declare the money, you have to forfeit 460,000 and you will take 1.1 million or 1.1 million and $40,000. So his mama claimed to be the owner of the money, who was kind of giving him the money, sending the money to him in America. Okay. And he was saving the money and saving the money. Okay. And to those of you who probably will know, in the late 70s, in the in the late 60s, early 70s, late 70s, 80s, especially in the late 70s and in the entire 80s, right? Drug dealing in Isaleko, that Abibatu Mogaji herself was also fingered as one of those drug dealers. And they are not just drug dealers in like selling drugs to people. They are like international drug dealers. Tinubu himself was sent to America for this same purpose. So when they flooded the Chicago, Illinois, and all these surroundings with their white heroin and all that, right? They needed somebody to be in charge of the account, to be managing the account. Even though it was recorded that, he was working as a non-commissioned or non-official something with the mobile. And he was being paid $1,200 every month as his own salary. But in his bank account, 3 bank accounts that he opened, including the one his wife also opened, he had more than, the money that passed through that account was like more than $10 million. The last one they caught when they started, when they confiscated the accounts, the properties, there were also properties they took from them, right? So when they took all these things from them, in the bank account, they had a combined balance of $1.6 million. Or before they could arrest him, he was back in Nigeria. In fact, he was already running to be a senator in Nigeria. So rather than arrest him and extradite him back to America, that was where they made their deal. That was when they all agreed on this, that, okay, you know what, we will let the case, we can make your case disappear. So when somebody said, when someone actually said that, Shay, do you have the evidence that Tinubu, the CIA, if they indeed accuse Tinubu, or did they confirm that Tinubu is their asset? I'll show you their court case on the 11th of November. Just wait too. I have I think it's about 58 pages documents here to share with you. But let me put it on the screen again. So we have, hang on. I think it's this one. Okay, you know what? In order not to mix them up, I'm going to close some. Let's see. Right. So when FBI released the first set of those documents, right? Tinubu went back to court and said, no, they can't release any further documents. It will kind of like finish him totally. And he's right. In my own opinion, I think he's right to try to want to stop it. So let's go back to that. So on the 11th of November, Aaron Greenspan sued for another Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, to appeal the judgment of the district, the Northern District Court of Illinois, which said that Tinubu's privacy, Tinubu's privacy is more important than the public interest. So what that then mean was that, yes, Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. Well, he also kind of have the rights to privacy. So since Tinubu argued in Chicago that they should not release his documents, so the court agreed with him that, you know what, it's a two-way thing. You are a public figure now, and we don't know what this, like you said, that releasing these documents will destroy you and can cause a lot of irreparable damages to the United States and even to Nigeria. And this is what we're going to do. We will redact these documents. Every document that the FBI will release with the name of Tinubu on it, they should remove his name. They should blank it. So last year, they released Tinubu's documents. Then it was after the election. It was after he has been sworn in. It was after the FBI visited him in Nigeria, the FBI director. So when they released that document, it was almost like useless. I think I shared that with you earlier. Maybe I should bring it up again. Okay, so it was a useless thing to read. It's not as straightforward as the one I just finished reading to you earlier now, right? It's not like that one. Let me see, 2023. I think it's this one. Just give me a sec, okay? Yeah, this is the one they now redacted. The one that is totally useless to read. Okay, let me see if I can get out. Yes, I can. Now, take a look. The former one, you were able to read his name, but in this one, they have removed all his name from it, including all the investigation of investigation of all his activities in Indiana police, in Chicago, in New York, in few other places, right? Where he was actually investigated, right? They removed that. They even removed what they investigated him for, FBI. Here you get now. They just blank the whole thing. It's so useless. You can't read it. See? It's so useless. This would have been all the information. Here you get, look at this one. Department made available a plastic see-through bag containing white powdery substance. So the blank stated that this was represented to be a ½ ounce of cocaine and was obtained from dash blank 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 SA blank took possession of this bag containing the white powdery substance and placed it in an evidence sealable bag where it was in fact sealed tight. Investigation on blank blank at Maryville, Indiana, file number by SA blank blank, date dictated 6/13, that's the 13th of June 1990. You know, see this one, Detective blank Marion, Indiana Police Department, blank 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 blank, see blank, where you cannot see his name or anything or other things that they believe could give us the idea of what they are talking about. Blank 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 blank, see blank, blank, blank. All these places, they were supposed to be reported. Said it's provided the following information. What information? Blank, blank, blank. Investigation on date, blank at Maryville, Indiana, blank, blank, blank. See, blank provided the following information, blank, 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 nothing. See that? Detective, blank, Marion, blank, 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 see, blank. So this is the one that FBI released. And this is what prompted the Aaron Greenspan, Unveying's partners to now go ahead and appeal this judgment and say, this is useless. It's not useful. Nobody can use this. Nobody sees what is inside there. It's all like empty. Yeah? How can you even explain this to anybody? It's blank, 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 blank. It's useless. Can't read it. Right? Just to protect Tinubu. So that is when, on the 11th, their argument now is that let's leave it. It's useless. You can't read it. That's the one. That's the one they released last year. Just because the court said Tinubu doesn't have privacy as president, but FBI should go ahead and release the document, but they should redact it. And they did. So without giving up, David and Aaron went back to appeal that decision. This time around, away from Chicago, straight to DC, Washington, DC, where the arguments of this time around, right, the FBI, the CIA, the DEA, they are compelled by under the law, okay, to honor the FOIA, request. But they also have their own thing, where they can tell you, for the sake of national security, they will exempt, like we are exempting this also person. We can't release these things because this person, we cannot, because the line of argument in law is that they will say they can neither confirm or deny. But you see where they gave Tinubu up is that they said, we cannot give information or record of an active asset. They did not kind of categorically say Tinubu is their asset, but they said they cannot honor the request of these people to release information on Tinubu because they cannot release information on an active asset. Then their line of argument is that we can either confirm or deny. Is Tinubu a CIA asset? We can neither confirm or deny. We can't confirm and we can't deny. What are you talking about? Okay, release all the, you've investigated him. There's evidence that you've investigated him way back. Can you release all the things you've investigated about him with the name Bola Ahmed Tinubu? We cannot. Because if we release information on an active agent, it will jeopardize what is the national security of America. Really? Now here is the argument in court in Washington, D.C., where the representative of the American CIA, FBI, DEA argues out that they cannot seal FOIA requests and responses, FBI, DEA, CIA, and number two, the civil action. So the argument is that FBI and DEA have properly asserted global responses pursuant to privacy exemptions 6 and 7C. FBI, privacy interest outweighs the public interest in disclosure. DEA, privacy interest outweigh the public interest in disclosure. So the plaintiffs' privacy and public interest arguments are unpersuasive and contrary to law. CIA has properly asserted global responses pursuant to Exemption 1 and 3. The Exemption 1, Exemption 3. Now, this is just the table of contents, okay? So, here, you have, in fact, let me just go straight to the argument, okay? This is the argument of why they can't release Tinubu's record. They are not denying that Tinubu's record, they have Tinubu's record. And they are also not confirming that they have it. But they are there in their court to say, we can't release it. You get? We can't say we do have it, but we can't say we don't. So the defendants, FBI, Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, and the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, collectively defendants, by and through undersigned counsel, so they have their own lawyer there, respectfully submit this memorandum of points and authorities in support of their cross motion for summary judgment under Federal Rule of Civil Procedure, Rule 56, and in opposition to plaintiff's motion for summary judgment. So remember, this is a follow-up to what the district court attorney or district court judge in Illinois, in Chicago, Illinois, ruled that Tinubu's record should not be released. And if it's to be released, it must not. Let me see if I can even put this further, bigger on the screen. Yeah, it should be better this way. Let me see what it looks like on the screen. Yeah. And I don't want it to block anything. No. I don't want me to block anything, but don't worry. So take a look at this. This case arises from numerous Freedom of Information Act requests that plaintiff Aaron Greenspan submitted to the FBI, CIA, DEA, Executive Office for U.S. Attorneys, Department of State, and the Department of Treasury, Internal Revenue Service in 2022 and 2023. The request sought criminal investigative documents concerning third parties, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Lee Andrew Edwards, Muiz Adegboyega Akonde, and Abiodun Agbele, who, according to plaintiff, participated in an international drug trafficking and money laundering ring with operations in Chicago, Illinois. The remaining the remaining disputes involved defendants' global responses to plaintiff's request for records about Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, and the DEA's glamour response to plaintiff's request for records about Agbele. So here, the plaintiff also sued the Executive Office for U.S. Attorneys, Department of State, and the Department of Treasury, Internal Revenue Service, but on August 13, 2024, he voluntarily dismissed those defendants. So the phrase global response originated from a FOIA case that sought information concerning a ship named the Hughes Glomar Explorer. And the CIA refused to confirm or deny its relationship with the Glomar vessel, because to do so will compromise the national security or divulge intelligence sources and methods. Do you get that now? So that is why it's called Glomar Response. So Glomar Response is named after a vessel, a ship named Hughes Glomar Explorer, which is the bottom, so it's kind of the bottom difference in this argument, okay, where the CIA continue to say, we can neither deny or confirm. We can neither deny or confirm. Do you have information on Bola Tinubu? We can neither deny or confirm. What do you mean? Yes or no? We can either say yes or no. We cannot say yes and we cannot say no. Okay. So the FBI and the DEA properly asserted global responses under FOIA Exemption 6 and 7C because the requests seek criminal investigative documents pertaining to third parties that, if they existed, would interfere with the third party's substantial privacy interest in not being associated with law enforcement investigative records. The CIA properly asserted global responses under the FYA exemptions 1 and 3 because confirming or denying the existence or non-existence of records related to Tinubu will reveal classified information that is protected from disclosure by executive order and statutes. To the extent that plaintiff attempts to argue that the existence of requested records have been officially acknowledged, such that a global response could not be used. This argument will not succeed for numerous reasons, not the least of which plaintiff never demonstrated that such an acknowledgement had ever been publicly and officially made by defendant. Of course they have. FBI already released documents of Tinubu's investigation. So they can no longer now turn around and say, global response, global response. What do you mean global response? You have already given us, Abi. Have you not been listening to me? We have it here, the record of Tinubu released by the FBI in 2022. In 2024, FBI is now using global response. They are saying we can either confirm or deny. We can either confirm or deny. What are you talking about? You already confirmed, released some of these criminal records. Investigation, that's it. All this investigation you've done, you've released them. In 2023, you released a bunch of it, right? A bunch of it. And you redacted it. You blanked Tinubu's name out. How can you now in 2024 come out and say you cannot confirm or deny that Tinubu's record, you have Tinubu's record? You see, that is the argument 2 days ago. The court hasn't ruled yet. Sure, you get now. It hasn't ruled. It's just their lawyer. That is the lawyer to the counsel to FBI, CIA, and the DEA, trying to say they can't confirm or deny. So therefore, for the sake of national security of America, they cannot confirm that they have the record of Tinubu. How can you be like, how can you turn around like that? So there are 3 central questions before the court. And the plaintiff's case fails at each step. This is their lawyer talking, don't forget to. First, whether an affidavit of an agent of the Department of Treasury, IRS, PSCs the global responses of the defendants who are not part of the Department of Treasury. That is, whether the affidavit of an IRS agent constitutes an official acknowledgement of the FBI, DEA, and CIA that the records requested by plaintiff exist under circuit precedent. The answer is no. Second, whether a complaint brought by United States Attorney's Office of the Northern District of Illinois seeking forfeiture of seized funds in Tinubu's bank account based on the IRS agent's affidavit transform the affidavit into an official and documented public disclosure confirming the FBI, DEA, and CIA records requested by the plaintiff exist. The answer to that question is also no. This is their lawyer saying the already made public documents doesn't exist again. The answer is no. Do you have the document on what the supposed IRS agent that investigated the proceeds of narcotic heroin trafficking and all that? Do you have the record? Do they exist? The answer is no. What? We still have that on our screen. If you roll back this video, you will see all the FBI documents that were released in 2022, 2023. Now in 2024, they said they don't exist. The lawyer is saying the answer is no. To the court. Yeah, to a court in Washington, D.C. 2 days ago. This is the argument. Then they went further. Third, even if it is presumed that the affidavit from an agent of one agency is imputed to other agencies, which the law forbids, plaintiff must establish that the prior disclosure matches and is as specific as the requested information. So they are saying that Aaron Greenspan must prove to the FBI to the CIA, to the DEA, right? That even though publicly disclosed document of Tinubu that you have in public, that similarly, the same one is, does exist with the FBI. He has to bring a, they have to kind of like show to them that the one in public and the one with the FBI, they are the same. So if they cannot show that, then they don't have any case. I know this is what it is, Baba. In in the situation of Africa. I mean, Americans will never allow anyone who is a foreign asset to lead them. But here we are. Tinubu spent $1.8 million between 2022 and 2023 to stop any release of his documents, despite his close protection by these agencies in America. He spent so much money to make sure that these documents said they must not release them. And his lawyer said, if they release these documents, it's going to cause irreparable damages to Tinubu. So this is their lawyer, okay, saying the remaining defendants in this FY action are the FBI, DEA, and CIA. So, said, hang on, number ACF, number 40, steep of dismissal, meaning order August 13, 2024, dismissing other defendants. Additionally, as to these three defendants, plaintiff has agreed to waive his claim related to count 7, December 1, 2023, FBI FOIA request, FBI file number ATLG-C180, count 9, July 21, 2022, DEA FOIA request, Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Andrew Edwards, waiver limited to Edwards. So that was where they kind of like redacted the Tinubu, okay, that they should, not release Tinubu's detail, okay. Here, March 23, 2023, DEA FOI request, Muiz Adegboyega Konde, and any corresponding allegation related to this request raised in count 13, declaratory judgments. I know this is just like a word of, So request number 1588244-000, FBI. This is what the FBI responded, their lawyer, by electronic FOIA dated March 29, 2023. Plaintiff submitted the FOIA request to the FBI seeking the entire FBI file for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Date of birth, March 29, 1952. President-elect of Nigeria as of February 2023. By letter dated April 4, 2023. The FBI acknowledged receipt of plaintiff's FOIA request and notified plaintiff his request for assigned FBI FOIPA request number that the FBI informed plaintiff that because his request sought records for third-party individuals, it will neither confirm nor deny the existence of such records, pursuant to FOIA exemptions 6 and 7. The FBI informed plaintiff that the mere acknowledgement of the existence of FBI records on a third-party individual could reasonably be expected to constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy, and that this was the FBI standard response to such request and should not be taken to mean that the records do or do not exist. They are neither here nor there. As a result, the FBI advised plaintiff that it was closing its request. The FBI informed plaintiff it could appeal the FBI response to the Department of Justice, Office of Information Policy, within 90 days of his letter. Now that's what that is. So FBI response is that we can either confirm or deny. Here you get. And because the person you are requesting us for, we believe is a private individual. So therefore, we are closing your request. Sorry. But if you are not happy with our decision, go to the Department of Justice, Office of Information Policy. Go and talk to them there. You are going to meet the brick wall again. Sure you get. So request number 2, request number 1593615-000 by FOIA dated March 25. So it's similar. It's almost the same thing. We can either confirm or deny. Papa, you de crazy. You have already confirmed and you have released more than 100 pages of this criminal, the record of this criminal. So how come you can't change them again to we can either confirm or deny? Now to the DEA, the request number 22-00892-F. On July 21, 2022, plaintiff submitted a FOIA request assigned case number 22-00892-F to the DEA seeking any records from the DEA's Hammond, Indiana, or Washington, D.C. offices concerning the Nigerian Heroin Distribution Organization active from approximately 1988 to 1994 or later, involving any of the following individuals: Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Lee Andrew Edwards. This organization is described in a civil forfeiture complaint and a confidential IRS affidavit in civil action number filed in the Northern District of Illinois. Okay, so Exhibit 2, Davis Declaration. So on August 22, 2022, DEA notified plaintiff that the agency had decided to neither confirm nor deny the existence of such records pursuant to FOIA exemptions 6 and 7C, as even acknowledging the existence of law enforcement records on another individual could reasonably be expected to constitute an unwarranted invasion of privacy. So on August 23, 2022, plaintiff filed an appeal of DEA's determination with the Office of Information Policy, assigned case number A-2022-01983. On November 30, 2022, the Office of Information Policy notified plaintiff of their decision to affirm DEA's determination to neither confirm nor deny the existence of the record. You see, this is what happened when CIA seal your record. All agencies, once they see sealed, classified on your record, it simply means no agency must release anything about you. The only person that can unseal all of that is the President of America. Yes. If the president now says, you know what, we are unsealing that record, we are releasing everything. So you see, FBI will no longer matter. The same agency that is telling you that we can either deny or confirm, they will begin to release everything out and say, yeah, we have them. They exist. Okay. Privacy no matter anymore. Yeah, take everything now. Here is what we have on him. You know, in any country, once they say classified, Dr. Agbede will say classified. Once they say classified, you can write FOI request. And once they put it there for the sake of national security, Baba, every agency that you, because normally they were supposed to honor the FOI. You get now, they are supposed to, Freedom of Information Act, they are supposed to honor it. But once they say it is classified for national security, nobody must touch them. And that is what is being faced here. So the only time they were able to release some of these documents was when the court said they should release them. Now they are denying the existence of these documents intentionally, something they will never allow in their own country. They will never allow a drug dealer, a compromised person to be the president of America. Never. See how many years they were holding Donald Trump, calling him a Russian asset. They even set up what do you call it? A special counsel or something, Mueller, to investigate that it was Russia that it was Russia that Donald Trump was representing for 4 years. because of a dossier. They said there was a dossier from somebody, a dossier that was actually developed by Clinton, Hillary Clinton. Yeah? That they found out that Donald Trump was working for Russia for 4 years. They were, they were investigating Donald Trump because they won't take it. They won't. They even impeached him because of this dossier. But now in America, in Nigeria, a drug dealer, a known drug dealer, drug baron, is the president of Nigeria. And they are telling us that we cannot, and all that. DEA. Now, this is the one for the CIA. So listen to the CIA own. They say on March 23rd, 2023, plaintiff submitted a request to the CIA for materials concerning Tinubu from January 1, 1985 to December 21, 2021. By a letter dated July 21, 2023, the CIA notified plaintiff that CIA assigned his request FOIA number F-2023-01008. On October 25th, 2023, the CIA issued a glomar response. Why do I call it glamour? Glomar response, and notified plaintiff that the agency can neither confirm nor deny the existence or non-existence of records responsive to his request pursuant to FOIA exemptions 1 and 3. According to the accompanying CIA declaration, the CIA invoked a glomar response because confirming or denying the existence or non-existence of record related to Tinubu during the relevant period will reveal classified information that is protected from disclosure by executive order, exemption 1, and statute, exemption 3, and an acknowledgement confirming or denying the existence or non-existence of such records will reveal classified intelligence information and jeopardize the clandestine nature of the CIA's intelligence activities and or disclose information about CIA's sources and methods. So then it became a civil action where, according to them, right, they said on June 12, 2023, plaintiff filed a complaint, which the agency answered on August 28, 2023. On that same day, plaintiff filed an amendment complaint adding the CIA as a defendant. The agencies answered the amended complaint on September 11, 2023, and the CIA filed a supplemental answer on September 27, 2023. On March 24, 2024, plaintiff filed a second amendment complaint, ACF number 35, which the agency answered on April 8, 2024. From the outset and throughout the litigation, the FBI, DEA, and CIA have asserted glomar responses as to plaintiff's request to each of them for records about Tinubu, and as to plaintiff's request to the DEA for records about Agbele, right? On August 13, 2024, plaintiff stipulated to the dismissal of the Executive Office for United States Attorneys, Department of State and IRS, stip of dismissal scored. The court dismissed these defendants. See, they lost. So, minimum order, August 13, 2024, plaintiff and the remaining defendants, FBI, CIA, and DEA, agreed to proceed to summary judgment briefing, limited to certain specified issues, namely the glomar responses as to Tinubu and Agbele. On September 12, 2024, plaintiff filed a motion for summary judgment. Defendant now oppose plaintiff's summary judgment motion and cross-move for summary judgment on the ground that they complied with their obligations under FOIA when responding to plaintiff's request. For these reasons, and those set forth in the accompanying declarations, the court should grant summary judgment in favor of defendant. Remember, this is their lawyer in court in Washington, D.C., defending the CIA, FBI, as well as the DEA, for why they cannot release Tinubu's documents. This is their lawyer. This is, You know what I mean? So the legal standard. So summary judgment is appreciates when the pleadings and evidence show that there is no genuine issue as to any material fact and that the movant is entitled to judgment as a matter of law. The party seeking summary judgment must demonstrate the absence of a genuine issue of material facts. A genuine issue of material fact is one that might affect the outcome of the suit under the governing law. So Anderson versus Liberty Lobby, Inc., 477 US 242-256, 1986. Once the movant has met its burden, the non-moving party may not rest upon the mere allegations or denial of his pleading, but must set forth specific facts showing that there is a genuine issue for trial. Blah, 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 arguments, blah, 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 like that. So here, the FBI and the DA properly asserted GLOMA under exemptions 6 and 7C, and the CIA properly asserted GLOMA under exemption 1 and 3. So they said FBI and DA have properly asserted GLOMA responses pursuant to privacy. So GLOMA is that we can either confirm or deny. I'll leave you with the rest. My time is up. We have to take calls to those who might want to react to this. So, you know what? Read the comments. In the comment, right, you will see the link to this new document. So we are waiting for what the court will say. If the court is going to say, you know what, your GLOMA response or GLOMA responses doesn't count now. What you need to do is that release the documents. Release it. And then we can see what they are hiding. Tinubu is CIA, American assets. There is document to prove that. Tinubu said if they release his documents or his record, his criminal record, everything about him, there will be consequences. So the people, over 200 million people, that Tinubu is destroying their lives now in that contraption, they deserve to know. They deserve to know. Even though some of us believe that maybe even if they release everything, what would you do, Nigerians? They've released enough documents of the criminal past of this guy. But people didn't really do anything. But yeah, that is plausible. It's an argument that, you know, somehow, well, makes sense. It's disappointing, but it makes sense. But for the sake of the unborn generation, it is ideal to leave this information out there. People need to know who this guy is and why it will help them to tank and destroy that contraption. That's what he is doing right now. America doesn't have to come in and destroy Nigeria. They have an asset that can do that for them easily. The one that can put millions of children's lives in danger, leave them in poverty. I'm talking about generational poverty. He can do it. So therefore, a country like Nigeria, with over 200 million population, with a vast, what do you call it? A vast deposit of mineral resources that could have made them one of the powerful countries in the world. They would never have the chance of reaching any stage or any level to be a threat to the United States of America or any of these Western countries, because all of their assets in that country, they are doing the job for them. Others, there are those who are doing the Islamic fundamentalist work for them in Nigeria. Those who are sponsoring terrorists in their own country, destroying their own country in the name of religion, when they actually don't believe in any religion per se. As you have those from the Arab country who have their own assets in Nigeria, so you have the Westerners who have their own assets in Nigeria. Majority of your politicians, they are criminals. And because they are criminals, the West, they have a compromise on them. They are willing tools. They are those who will sign off terrible deals. Deals that will further impoverish the people, that will further put your life in danger, destroy your jobs, destroy your businesses, destroy your industries, underdevelop you. They will sign them off. And you will never get to that stage of being competitive to any country in the world. They are doing it. This is what compromise. This is what compromise means. In this part of the world, Baba, if they do a background check on you and they discover that in your, I mean, look at it now. You see some of your state governors, they are criminals. Bajabia Mole, who was your speaker, the last speaker, yeah, is a criminal from Georgia in America. The current governor of Ogun State, Dubious Dapo, his mugshot is online. He's also an ex-convict, a criminal from Florida. So these are willing tools. All they have to kind of do is what? All they have to do is just tell them what they want and they will sign it off. You are never going to be a priority. Everywhere, left, right, and center. Go to the east, go to the west, go to the north. They are compromised. I mean, they are compromised. They're criminals. When you begin to dig into their past, you will see where and who is holding the leash. You can easily see that, and you can see why they will never do anything that will actually take Nigeria to any full potential, ever. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do? It's a sad one, though. I'll take a break. I'll come back and take calls. For those who might want to say one or two things, though. It's unfortunate. I mean, this is the guy who is, which we have there is image, is a Guinean. Your president has a passport of another place in Africa, and you are not supposed to have a dual citizenship. If you want to be, you have to renounce one, Abi. Call who didn't. Oh my God, like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do even if tomorrow they say, yeah, release everything to them? Release everything. You still won't do anything. So every time I look at him, I'm like, see, this is why you will never see any real investor come into that place because all this information are also available. So everybody, investors, so all this, they can see all these things. Nobody want to be part of that. Nobody want to be in the same room to share any conversation with somebody who is an asset to America. You don't even understand. You don't. Well, you not go learn. So welcome back. Listen, if you have not liked the broadcast, please do. All right. You don't even have to like me. But at least like the broadcast to show that you are here. And then if we see any Abobaku or any Ronuku that is trying to cause a nuisance here, you know what to do. are people with spanners, okay? Because most of them have always been like shouting people down. So sometimes they will be asking you dumb and stupid questions, because they all know that maybe the generality of Nigerians are either too poor to even comprehend what this means, all right? Or they are too involved to accept the damages, what this means as well. Or they are pure enablers who would rather pretend that this is not happening, living in denial. Okay? But to everyone else, I know that we were all raised to live in fear. In fact, it's considered when we were growing up never to question there are people that you are not supposed to question in Nigeria. Those who are older than you, those who are in the position of authority, and those who are rich. If you question them, it is almost like an abomination. So that is why when people come around and try to say they are worried, don't worry about me. Please, 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 please. I am worried for me. And that is why I can't keep quiet. Whether this is effective or not, don't worry. You should be worried about your lives and yourselves. Okay? So the publicly available information is meant to be given enough voice, because we don't know if this is all some people actually need to be spurred into action. Okay? Don't worry about me. They can't do anything to me. Nothing. They cannot do anything to me. I'm saying that publicly now. But there's more they can do to me and you, even without touching us, that can actually really destroy us when these guys continue to hold power in that contraption. That is why you should be worried about them. Don't worry about me. Here, hello.
Yes, my boss.
Pablo, Baba.
That's me. How are you today?
I'm very well. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad.
Right.
You've dropped another one. We're in big trouble. Big trouble.
Tell me about it.
If for anyone that's asking stupid questions about, where's your evidence and all that nonsense, they're just being pretentious. They know, you can see the writing on the wall. It's obvious to a blind man that this guy has been compromised from the start. You published it when, I think it was in November. When you put it on there, I've still got a link on my phone that has all the reports on there. So anyone that's messaging and saying, "Oh, do you have evidence?" is either being deliberately ignorant, or is working for these people and just trying to waste our time. But what they don't realize is this platform isn't that kind of platform.
No.
Where people just come and ask stupid questions and think,
And we don't manufacture lies just because we want to be seen to be talking.
No.
The evidence is there. So nobody should deny their existence. And if they are denying, we'll keep flaunting it in front of everybody. Look at it, read it. Yourself, check it out.
Absolutely. And there's one thing that I appreciate that you always do. You always call out this criminal and drug dealer every time.
Yes.
You always mention it. And, that's one thing we should not forget. Because, the history of Nigeria has shown that, they've lied to us and they keep repeating it. And then all of a sudden it becomes fact.
But
it's not.
Want us to take them as facts.
Exactly, but it's not. And the implication of this, if Nigerians won't react, that's their problem. It's down to them. But the far-reaching implication of this is, which world leader would want to be seen with this drug dealer, with an asset, with a CIA asset?
Okay, sit in the same room with him to discuss the critical national security of both countries. Who would sit in the same room with this guy when they don't know who he's going to be talking to after that?
Exactly, and you wonder why there hasn't been any investments in Nigeria since he took over. That's pretty obvious to everybody else. It's
And
pretty
the
obvious
elite
that
of
there's.
Nigeria, where are they now? Everyone is quiet now. Very quiet, solo.
Michael, you know, when this whole thing kicked off, when Atiku was running to the courts and all this nonsense, they knew what this guy was about when he was being hounded by Gani Fayemi.
Back then.
They knew everything and they kept quiet because, you know, it didn't affect them. But that's the thing about when you try to, you know, ignore what's staring you in the face and kick the can down the road, you forget that you know, somewhere down the line you're going to meet that can, and you have to deal with it.
Now he's the president of Nigeria. What can they do now?
It's crazy, absolutely crazy. You can't make it up. You can't even imagine it. We're in big trouble in that country. It's not only about drug dealing. Now it's just you've got a compromised figure as the president of Nigeria,
the most populous and the biggest black nation on earth,
and a disgrace to the black nation as well, to the blacks. The other thing I want to add, I think his wife, he has replaced his wife now because he's now the rat, isn't he? So I think because he's the main rat in the whole thing. Because he's ratting on Nigeria and ratting on everybody else.
Spying on everybody, snitching on them, and God knows the level of that kind of damages. I mean, that is going to be or amount to at the end of it all when he's done.
As you pointed out, why as a country like Nigeria, how can we cause a national threat to America? How? Tell me how.
I understand too. I don't.
So obviously they're privy to things that he's done or they've made him do in the past that's going to implicate them. That's why, you know, Jesus, man. Oh, we're in trouble. We're in big trouble.
Let me take another one, man. We will keep putting it out there. And if there's anybody that should, be worried or who we should be worried for, we should be worried for ourselves and our children.
For ourselves, let nobody worry about Maiyegun. Maiyegun, he knows what he's doing.
Actually kind of have whatever is coming for him. And some of us probably we are aware of what could come for us. But what about those of you who feel like keeping quiet, hiding your face, and all of that?
Burying heads in the sand, yeah. No. Thank you, boss. I'll, yeah.
You stay safe.
You take care, bro.
You have a good
one.
You
too.
Cheers, man.
Take care.
Cheers,
Bye.
You too. So I have another caller, and I think this is Ahmed. Hello.
Maiyegun.
Morning.
Lafiya kalau ya kake kana lafiya?
Lafiya kalau Mandala.
Yawa.
Thank you so much, Baba. Please.
Sannu da aiki.
Lafiya kalau.
Yawa, you say yawa, you say good, you say yawa. Yawa. I say well done. Good job, well done.
Thanks, Baba. Always.
I don't really have much to say. I was just reading the comment because I came late actually. So I was just reading the comment and I seen someone who was Andrew Milder who said, we like what you do, Maiyegun, this, that, exposing bastard. I live in the US, I'm a paralegal. Man, we don't know how long you've been here, but bro, if you know what they talk about when they say freedom of expression, this is freedom of expression.
That's right.
No be we enter go office. No be Maiyegun enter their office, go pull and come out from their office. So if they don't want it to be online, they will never put it out there for people to see or for people to be able to access it. You understand? So I don't understand when some people try to they call them fearmongers, Abi. They try to like put fears in people, say this, say that. Look, we are living free. No be Nigeria we dey. We go carry something, come out. Somebody go begin hunt you, won't finish you. That one no they happen.
No.
So
that's why I'm like people should worry.
It not be happen. It not be happen because me. Someone will say, we love you, we do this, we are living in the US. Don't touch, don't enter the USBs. US for only Kenny. Then say they know they support within the happen. Now, no be here all of us. We know they see within the happen. If our own place good, we no go leave our own place, begin come everywhere like this. So when we see something and it's alarming and we raise alarm, we self talk about them. I mean, what's bad about it? There's nothing bad about it. You talking about stuff like that. So you're trying to put fear in who? How?
I did
what?
try to possibly just correct a lot of them. You know, something I observed, which over time, right, is the fact that majority of people, they usually say, you know what, Maiyegun, just, you know, for your own safety, right? Don't talk about this one, talk about that one. It's actually, it's not because they love me, oh. It's not because they care about me, oh. It is mostly because they believe that they want me. No, they want me to stop talking about something that they have possibly vested interest in, or the fear that they have over themselves, projecting saying, "Here you get now." Like
of course,
if they should, they may come for you. They may can come, Papa. Let them come. They won't be. It won't be you. They will come for. It will be Maiyegun.
Exactly.
But the thing is that whatever is already said can't be taken back.
Exactly.
You get?
All die now.
So if you are so scared to speak your mind, and you are projecting that same fear on somebody else, so last, who wins?
Maiyegun, you see, there is something we used to say. There are some people that they left Nigeria, but Nigeria never left them. It is the same thing. These are the kind of people that if they are in Nigeria, they will be seeing white, they will call it black because they don't want to get in trouble. They don't want stuff like this to hit them because they feel like they didn't get me song. And that's the problem that they happen
said
in
that
Nigeria.
Tinubu may ask them to extradite me. I was like, really?
Extradite,
that would be interesting.
Let's try it. Yeah, really. But that's so easy to extradite people. It would be like people don't even know, like you don't know where you're right. I mean, you need to go and study well how your right works. You need to go and study well how your right works. Somebody will not just wake up one day and say, they won't be on. What did you say? Everything that you say on your platform, Maiyegun, it is something that somehow it is out there, but you try to go pull it out. Like let's emphasize on these things. Let's talk about it more so that it can go viral, so that people can understand. Like you break it down bit by bit for people to understand, because many of us see papers like this, stuff like this online, but like we don't actually like take our time to read, understand what he's saying, and like teach ourselves, okay, this is what they are doing to us. This is maybe because we think we have other things to do, so we don't really have much time. That's why some of us will just come around here, like listen to this, and once we see one, I've seen this paper house, this thing somewhere. That means me said, man, go back, then you said that is where you now go back and now start digging, start reading more, now understand that also this thing where I see. So now, Lord, they don't finish. You understand? So it's not as if it is something that Maiyegun is as Yahoo they do their thing, they will first go enter place, pull something, come up by force,
and
all
it's
these
not
kinds
to say I was hacking into the CIA or hacking into the FBI back end and then pulling out a document. These are publicly available documents. So the fear of it is pretty much like the way we were brought up. It's not even about
so you guys to understand that
it's about how we were brought up, projecting fear.
Yes. So you guys will understand that Maiyegun is just trying to make you pay attention more to things like this, not because of saying go find the document from any. No, he's just making all of us here to pay more attention, because a lot of people don't pay attention. They just what's going on in Nigeria, dollar don't rise, this thing don't go up, food, share, rice, kinikon, all those kind of things. It's not all about that. There are other things that you guys don't see, but these things will later it will really hit us hard, which we need to pay attention, because when it comes, we know, okay, this is something we've seen before, And I mean, we can know how to manage it when everything comes crashing and stuff like that. You understand?
Anyway,
so Maiyegun, that's just what I have to say.
thank you.
So
For adding
I think Allah ya taimaka, Allah ya baka sa'a.
Thank you. You have a good
I say may God help you.
Amen.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. Okay, you have a
Bye-bye.
good one yourself,
Bye-bye.
right? So, indeed, I am not new to fear mongering. Okay, I read them, and most of the time I just ignore them. Okay, you won't be the one to tell me how dangerous the likes of Tinubu and people around him out there. Okay, and somehow, somebody like myself is maybe not as some of you will see it too. I will run into that supposed trouble, and the trouble will run away from me. Okay, so there's something I have come to realize. Majority of us who don't want some of the exposés on these criminals. Number one, it is due to how you were brought up. Then number two, some of you are not really, like I've said it many times on this platform, not many of you really like all these bad, not many of you actually don't like these bad behaviors or this act of criminality by these criminals in power in Nigeria. It's not everybody that is against it. What majority of you don't really like is that if you are not the ones benefiting from that criminality, then you are likely going to agree with Maiyegun. That's why you like to cherry pick. And I'll keep reminding you, all right? Don't claim that you love me more than me, all right? Don't, because you don't. You don't love me more than me, okay? Don't feel so worried for me. Because you see, Nigeria is a place where we love to talk about the problems. Oh, we love to talk about Nigeria. Nobody where you go ask about Nigeria problem that won't tell you convincingly about Nigeria problems. But where some of them always draw the line is when they begin to actually mention the names of those behind the problems. That's where people will be like, what did you, And you know, somebody like myself, I have been in this now for a while. I have. And I can see through some of the people's hypocrisy. That's why I said Nigerians are not cowards. Well, many Nigerians are actually not cowards. They are hypocrites. Okay? When they react to something, if Nigeria says, this thing is very bad, how can you do that? When you look at the background, you will see that their reaction is mostly coming from their own biases. Some will react because the person involved is not from their tribe or not from their religion. Here you get. So they will react in a way that you think they care so much. Now, if similar thing happen elsewhere, they will be so unconcerned. Not the same reaction. And I am not like that. So that is why I have told you many times, okay, you can't love me more than me. I love myself and I love my own safety very, very much. And I won't compromise it. But when I share something with you, right, it is now left for you. You know, it's left to you possibly on how you deal with it or how you handle it. Okay? You will never love me more than me. And as for Tinubu and his gang, I have said this many times. The only thing I won't do is to go into that contraption and put myself at their mercy where they can do anything. But outside that contraption, let them come. Hello.
Baba, the Maiyegun,
yes,
the
sir.
general.
How are you?
I'm fine, Baba. It's Tokwe Babalola from Canada.
Oh, Topsy Baba, thank you so much. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. Baba, exactly. kò sí kan tán lè fi ṣẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀.
It's wrong.
Wọ́n lè fẹ́ ní ìdíṣẹ́.
That is
Kò
it.
sí kan tán máa ṣe bàbá. Kò
You
sí o.
get? So the only time they have a control over me or will have any little kind of close opportunity over me is if I have to buy my ticket and go into the contraption, then I'm at their mercy. But outside that place,
There is bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Kò tí ẹ̀ sí kan tó máa ṣe yín lórúkọ Jésù. Ọlọ́run máa máa dáàbò bò yín bàbá. Kò sí kan tó máa ṣe yín.
Thank you, Baba.
Mo ní kí n dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ lénìí ni o.
Please, so.
The general, presently, we have to realize that it is only we Africans that can actually help ourselves out of the problem we find ourselves.
Tell them.
The first world country, they play people like America, Europe, and all that. Before they can help you, they have to see what is in need for them. And presently, with the situation of all African countries, it benefits them. It benefits the first world country. So if you are benefiting from a particular system or situation, why would you go against it?
No.
Donald Trump said something. He said, Nigeria is a self-inflicted poverty nation, that they just love to be poor and to be suffering. Because he has seen the potentials, everything that they have. I'm telling you today, with the present situation of Africa, if they are to vacate every African nation, like every country, and move them to Europe, and move the Europe to Africa, within 6 months, they will be collecting visa to go back to Africa because they will ruin the European system.
It's just
to tell you,
it's just how backward they have made us, Agi.
Yes, because it is a state capture, Baba. Wọ́n fi ṣẹ́kẹ́ṣẹkẹ̀ sí ẹ lọ́wọ́, wọ́n fi ṣẹ́kẹ́ṣẹkẹ̀ sí ẹ lẹ́sẹ̀, oúnjẹ àpáta. Ṣẹ́ni tán bẹ́ lórí iṣó tún jẹnu wúyẹ́ ni. They have captured the whole system. So no matter what we say, it's not effective. Nígbà tí wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n fẹ́ riot tí Akpabio ní let them be rioting, will be enjoying, they will be partying. And it's the truth. Nigerians are on the street rioting. Our senators are in Naikonuga and eating with girlfriends while we are rioting on the street. That is the reality. So if we think that anything is going to happen differently, it's never going to happen. I told my wife, I said, 1,000 OB will not solve Nigerian problem because it will never be allowed to solve it or to get to that position. But 1,000 Showore in Nigeria, 1,000 Delefaro TV in Nigeria, 1,000 very dark man and people like that are ready to lay down their life will solve Nigerian problem, Baba. These are people that are ready to confront the situation. They are not preaching about business as usual again. Business as usual is not going to get us anywhere.
No.
Nigerians have to realize that even though there have been various people that presented themselves as Moses to escort Nigeria out of Egypt, they have not even recognized they are Moses yet, let alone following him. We are still in Egypt, Baba. We haven't even started any agitation at all. In Egypt, Nigeria is like Israel. We are still just murmuring in Egypt. And for somebody, for a Moses,
way out of all of this, people have
for Moses, for Moses to emerge in Nigeria, Baba, if Moses were to be an ordinary person like Aaron or Joshua or Caleb, he wouldn't be able to lead these children of Israel out of Egypt. You have to be in that process, Baba. You have to be among them to lead Nigeria out of the problem. You have Moses grew in the palace, Baba. Moses grew in the palace. So he already know the ways of the Egyptians. So when he's coming out, there is nothing they can do to him. When he was performing miracle, Pharaoh thing that come, you go in the palace, you know we have magicians here. So let us do our magic too. So anybody that is going to liberate Nigeria must be a voice among them, Baba.
From within.
He must be inside. How many senators do we have that is opposing the system?
God knows how many of them that are working for these foreign countries that we don't even know why or where.
Yes. Yes, now. See this guy in South Africa, Julius Malema. If Julius Malema stand up to talk in their Senate, all his supporters, like about 50 of them will stand up. If they are walking him out of the Senate, all of them are walking out together. Until Nigeria starts to experience something like that, we are not going anywhere. There must be people there. The fight must be from within. Our time parolati taton demonstrating is our water. They will demonstrate, they will unleash their terror on them. But inside that Senate, inside that Asoro, inside state governor houses and assembly and all those, if there is opposition rising up that come saying that we cannot do business as usual, this has to change. This has to change. Then the voice will be heard. If only Showore is leading revolution in Nigeria, there is nobody in the north representing the north leading revolution. Nnamdi Kanu is leading the east, but it's within the confinement of the prison. There has to be 1,000 Showore from every state. Or even 100 Showore in every state is enough. 36 states, 3,600 people, they said there is going to be shut down tomorrow and the whole country is shutting down. They arrest Showore. The Northern say, why should you arrest Showore? They are shutting down. That is when we can start to see some progress, Baba.
Satope, thank you very much again, okay, for adding your own voice too. Let me take another one as we have other callers on the line, okay? Thank you so much. You stay safe.
Thank you.
Right?
All right, Baba.
Bless you, man. So that's Top Web from Canada. I have another caller on the line. I believe this is James. Did I get that right? Hello. Did I get you or I lost the contact? Okay. See, sometimes it happens like that. It is a WhatsApp connection, okay? So you should try it again, Sir James. Let's see. Give me a sec. Yeah, that should be you. All right. So if you are still watching, kindly remember the offering is to like the broadcast, like it, share it. We still have the chance that our platform is still on. They haven't shut it down. So until that happens, you play your part, like it, share it as wide as possible. Here is another caller. Hello.
Hello, Maiyegun. Good morning. Good morning, Maiyegun. How are you doing this morning? I'm doing fine. Are you?
I'm very well. Kind of like just doing same old, you know.
Yeah. First, I want to thank you for well done job you are doing, and also want to appreciate all the work you are doing. And we also, you know, we ourselves, we are all believers. We know there is somebody there, but let that person protect and guide you.
Amen. Thank you.
Yeah. I just listened to the program this morning, about you talking about the people telling you be careful what you said and all the stuff. You see the problem.
I know.
Yes,
exactly. People, James, like there are people who just recently joined us. Remember when we used to be 10,000, then we became 20, then we became 30.
Right.
Now we are over 100,000. There could be some new people who just came across Maiyegun, and to them this is too much.
Yeah, but that's the same mentality that they have and they grow up with, and they're still destroying every single one of them there, and also the people that follows them. You see, they project fear to us, and they give the enemy strength to keep on suppressing us, to keep on killing us, to keep up demeaning us. You see, when we try to fight, when they talk about the freedom, they think the freedom is given. No, no freedom is given.
No.
It's owned. You have to go there under freedom.
That's right.
You have to fight for it. You have to learn every inch of yourself and your life to it, because you're not fighting the freedom for you. You are fighting it for your kid, your future grandkid, the unborn kids that we are going to have. Them they're gonna have, because they're gonna remember them, because what you're building is a legacy. It's not a name. It's what they call legacy. When you have that legacy, I have that goal you try to achieve, and nothing is possible to achieve. Freedom is not free.
No.
You have to fight for it. You have to let
imagine those ones who put their lives on the line, even those who live in that place. We have seen a lot of them. Okay. So if somebody like me is so scared to talk, what about those ones who are standing on the street, despite the fact that they know they could be harmed, and they are being armed, they're being locked up? Or me sitting in front of a camera should be worried of what I say. Like, what kind of a man would that make any of us?
Is not, because you letting all your time and effort to be in another country and know exactly what's going on in that country, because you want to, because there's what they call the heritage where we was born. It's in our blood.
It is.
You know, I listened to the last caller when he said that that we had to fight. They had to have thousands of these people or these people to fight that Nigeria. My brother, I'm just kind of learning my own opinion. It's not gonna work. You see that division is in the blood. That division is in the blood. There is nothing they can change it, and that is the reason why these people call themselves government. That's where their power land on, because he can talking about how to make their country and make the whole place to be made better for every single one. It doesn't matter where you're from. But we see that division coming. We're protesting here to try to make the government do the work, and the people in the northern region just stay silent. Then the processing in the south, then the people in the south part of eastern region, everybody keep quiet. He protesting in the east and fighting, and you see the people in the southern town, they just started. It's just like the blood thing that was inside. And what is the medicine to cure it? Divide that country. Let everybody goes on their own separate way and do the things on their own way. And dividing Nigeria doesn't mean that we cannot be neighbors and being a friend or doing it. It's just a competition of business, investment, economy. Because with this division that we have in the blood, there is no way we all can work together. Whoever telling you that let's come work together in that person is a liar, and that person is a deceiver. Because there is nothing on this earth that you can do. Because if Nigeria could be something that we say, let's work together, that country should be it should be more better than Dubai that we all of them dying to go to. It will be much better than America that we are. It will be in Africa that will name the time that was 1960 something, where they have their own constitution that they know by giant. It should be more giant. And let me tell everybody that listen, Nigeria is not starting fighting the war today. You see that division, they started fighting since that name called Nigeria started. When the Britain came into that country, when the foreign and West came into that country, that's when they started putting everybody together. Because we never one country.
No.
That country is never one. But we are all doing things in our own way, in our own heritage, in our own society that we live, that we inherit. Now they put us together, and in matter of fact, the worst part of that was the foreigners again among us. They put together and named them the same Nigeria. How are things going to work? No. And these people they're not going to stop. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is still in DSS dungeon, and Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is out, and he was talking about what's going on, what's going to happen, and everything that he talked about, none of them is a spare. Everything happened, and it will keep on happening. And the last one he told you guys going to happen, when everybody in that name called Nigeria, nobody will live there, because everybody will start dying. Because what will happen is because they will start having all kinds of terrorists of every state. They will start having all kinds, but sponsored by the government. You see all these terrorists that you can see sweeping it from northern region. Obviously, they will end up making it towards the east and south, west.
They are not coincidence.
And the south. They're not stopping. They are not stopping. This Islamic they're telling you is not a joke. It will happen. It will happen. And when it's going to happen is something that we don't know. And obviously, we see it a little by little because they started making another names. The whole northern region now, they have all kinds of terrorists there. And who is sponsoring them? The same people they in that government is the one supplying them weapons. And you yourself, calling yourself as a Nigerian person, as a citizen of Nigeria, what do you have to defend yourself? What do you have? Yes, you yourself, you're dying to be a Nigerian, swaggering with the money, spreading all this money, showing yourself. When these people comes in, what are you going to do? How are you going to fight? Are you going to wait to fight yourself in a bare hand? And when you see people coming with sophisticated weapons and all kinds of weapons, how are you going to defend yourself? Mazen Nnamdi Kanu tell you guys this, and this man still in the prison. None of a single person called themselves Nigeria or love Nigeria as this country. None of them can care about this man. This man haven't done anything, and now Tinubu is in office. And why hold him Tinubu? Why Tinubu still holding Mazen Nnamdi Kanu in prison? What is the gain? What are he trying to achieve? And he have keys, and all these keys really he have. None of them have their investment in Nigeria. No. These people, all of them call themselves a politician. None of them have any single investment in that country they're fighting for. And they call their loves. And you yourself calling yourself a citizen of Nigeria or individual, what makes you a Nigerian? Who is Nigeria among you, among us now? Who is Nigeria? How can we identify ourselves? Who is a citizen of that Nigeria? Nobody can say it because we know that Nigeria is not existing. That's just a business enterprise where they come to crude oil. Now, okay, Nigeria is the one country. Now you have people mining gold in northern region. How come those gold they mine cannot be implemented as Nigeria resource? How come they can't bring it? It's only the one they're stocking up from eastern region. And the most painful one, the people in the Niger Delta are calling themselves. If you go over there, nothing grows there. And everybody want what they can get, and nobody ready to put their life online. No. Until we started figuring about the Nigeria is not for us, and let's divide that country, and let's end that country as we all keep on saying, because we know the reason why we say that it will save life. As long as Nigeria's company exists, everybody will die. Maiyegun, let me leave here. Thank you.
Thank you very much as well, okay, for stopping by. And on that note, we are going to call it a day. I will be back later this evening. If you missed the blockbuster last night, where the CIA, FBI, DEA claimed that releasing Tinubu's criminal record is going to jeopardize the national security of America, that clip is going to go on the replay in the next few minutes. I will see you all later. Good afternoon.
Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun Diary, Maiyegun number one. Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun Diary, Maiyegun number one. Maiyegun ti dé o, ọ̀rẹ́ ará ìlú. Maiyegun Diary, Maiyegun number one. Lórí Facebook, lórí YouTube. Maiyegun Diary, Maiyegun number one. Gbogbo bó ṣe ń lọ ni Maiyegun já wa sí. Maiyegun Diary, Maiyegun number one. Àṣírí ọ̀jẹ̀lú kì í bò níbẹ̀ o. Maiyegun Diary, Maiyegun number one. Bó bá ṣe eré àní Maiyegun máa wí. Maiyegun Diary, Maiyegun number one. Ó sì tún ṣe eré wàá gbọ́ níbẹ̀ o. Maiyegun Diary, Maiyegun number one. Maiyegun Diary. lọ́rọ̀ Maiyegun.
MaiyegunDiary náà ibi number one.
Ẹ farabalẹ̀ sẹ́ o kẹgọ́rọ̀ lẹ́nu o.
MaiyegunDiary náà ibi number one.
Àní Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ tó dódòdó.
MaiyegunDiary náà ibi number one.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Maiyegun ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Lórí Facebook.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Lórí YouTube.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Wọ́n bàbá gbé wúrẹ́.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Ijó ìgbádìyẹ.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Pẹ̀sìdó bá rúfin o.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Kí gómìnà kówó jẹ.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Ọlọ́pàá tí ń darí bá.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Aṣòfin tí ń rúfin o.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Òkúrọ̀ olóṣèlú.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran o.
Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran.
Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀. Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò bẹ́ẹ̀. Oníkanṣá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe fáwọn ará ìlú tó gbé wọn débẹ̀ o. Àyè.
Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n níran.
Ha! Kì máa yí ṣe eré, ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣe ẹ̀fẹ̀. Kì máa yí ṣe eré, ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣe ẹ̀fẹ̀. Ẹni bá ti lè lẹ́bọ̀ lẹ́rù o, ọmọ bá dèrò kàṣàyè tú wọn síta.
Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n níran.
Tẹnitẹni ọmọ Maiyegun ọ̀rẹ́ ara ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni mo fọlọ́hún ṣọ́ ẹ̀ bá kìlẹ́bù. Lóòótọ́ olódodo ìlú ọ̀tá ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni ìwọ ṣá máa ń ṣọ́ra kò sì mọ́ bẹ̀rù. Bọ́tà ń lè rí bóníṣègùn lé káwọn mọ̀mọ́ fi ṣera wọn ni ó ti dẹrùn tí wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ sì mọ́ bẹ̀. Èèpo ọ̀bọ̀lọmọ bá dérò tàjẹ́ ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́, ó ti dọba lórí àbínú ẹni kò sì mọ́ bùyà. Àìsíwọ́lu ní ẹnìkẹ́ ìgbódì ẹyin lábàrá o, ó kó ẹni tó bá dán o àkàmù. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì o. Ẹni bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dèrò òní fi wọ́n níran o.
Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súra kí ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran.
Or this afternoon, depends on the time you are joining us. From the stable of Kolu, he has dropped another one, still on the economic hardship, economic ruinship, the economic ruins of Nigeria by these rogues and criminals. You know, before now, it was like you need a baby step of pain that they are doing reform. You see, all over the world, where you will see countries or governments all over the world talking about reforms. Reforms include fiscal discipline, fiscal responsibility. That is just a fancy word for prudence, accountability, and taking responsibility. You cannot be told to be going through baby walk of pain or going through the child labor. You know, when a pregnant woman is about to deliver a baby, the pain of labor. These are the words of Tinubu. So they can be asking you to endure the pain of labor, the pain of baby work, while they are busy buying for themselves luxury with your money, piling up debts, devaluing your currency. But you are the ones that would have to endure. Sure, you get. So it doesn't work that way, except in the contraption called Nigeria, where the likes of Tinubu have the endorsement, the support of the Ronukus, the Ronu Nazis, the bad idiots, the bad stats. You know something, right? When you meet the politically correct Olori Brukus, they are always like, must you abuse? At least you can deliver your message. You can do all this without name calling. Now that name calling, makes this more interesting, because there are so many of you who have no idea. Number one, you don't have anything to do with responsibility. You love passing the blame, passing the buck. But the name calling is just the spice, or what do you call it? It's just like adding a spice to the dish of what you deserve. Every day, I've said this before, every day, people are supposed to wake up in the morning. In the morning, they should curse you. In the afternoon, they should curse you. In the evening, they should curse you. You know, every weather, every season, you should be cursed. The reason is because a lot of you are the enablers of all this madness, which is not even limited. You know, it's not the consequences is not limited to you. Innocent people, children, have become the victim of this madness, but you still won't take responsibility. It's unfortunate too. So if Maiyegun, I am kind of like a very nice one, generous one. There are those who sabi cause, go, you say more. Even if you don't want to listen, even if you believe that a cause is not the work, they go still get under your skins to make you very much uncomfortable. I am generous. I'm kind of like fair in my own postulations and all that. If Tinubu, the shitty man, APC, Egbekegbe, if they are delivering on any of their, I wanted to say if they are delivering on their promises. At the same time, we all know that Tinubu never really promised anything. He never really promised anything. So it's pretty much like expecting something from somebody who never promised you anything. So you have to kind of like look into your own stuff and say, oh, am I not the one who is having problems here? Because this person never really promised you anything. There's no record that he promised you anything other than your dinner will not be imported, your lunch will not be imported. Abi, where's that video where he said that your lunch will not be imported? Farmers will make money, farmers will make more money, and all that nonsense.
The farmer will make more money. Your lunch will not be imported. Cassava gari, the farmers will make money. The dinner will be cassava by
Turn the so-called Yahoo boys to experts in manufacturing and creation of chips that intercept an organ. That transmission line is a super highway. For generated electricity and power. They could not even make a down payment for a roasted corn. If we lend ourselves to innovation, we can create wonders. Here is a successful, again, a town hall, different from Bulaba.
So he never really promised anything. Also, he never okay, I think he did promise that one. He said he will continue from wherever Bukwari stopped. So this Shege was the only promise that Tinubu gave. So now Tinubu just said that this your hardship, which is this Shege, he cannot solve this Shege with an instant coffee maker or something like that. Coffee solution. I don't even understand what that means. Do you? Like if somebody says, oh, I can't solve this hardship with instant coffee solution. What is instant coffee solution? Instant coffee. Okay. Instant coffee is like you have this sachet of coffee and you boil the kettle, and you pour the coffee in a cup, and then you pour the hot water, you stir it, add cream, add sugar, and then drink. That seems like the okay, espresso. Espresso. But it's been 18 months before Tinubu. You are buying a liter of petrol for 167 naira. A bag of rice was 30,000 naira. Iyanopaja to Angono, Oshodi to my 2 was 100 naira. Today, maybe it's like about 800 naira or 700 naira. Abi, Ibadan to Lagos was how much? 800 naira. This was last year. Today, you need 4,000 naira to travel from Ibadan to Lagos. So he has added to your shege. He called it baby step of pain and all that nonsense. So it's a bit, it's a bit far-fetched, so to say. So I don't understand what an instant coffee solution means. And I don't know if that's what you're asking for. When people said that your policies, which is the rent-seeking policies, your policies have made life hellish for people. But he came out and he said, well, that's it. They increased the electricity tariff. They increased, the cost of the petroleum, so to say. lying to you that they removed the subsidy and all that nonsense, right? And that changed your everything. It changed your life. It changed your way. I mean, it changed your way of life. It changed how you are living. So what is instant coffee solution then? Somebody said it's espresso. You can't even like, you can't even like buy a coffee now anyway. It's that bad. So the bottom line is that it is going to get worse. And I know some of the Abroadian bad idiots, Ronukus, the Ronu Nazis, they frustrated their souls. Some of them who are actually not in Nigeria too. That, in all honesty, even though they are like using what is called the coping mechanism, some of them, as foolish as they are, right, they actually didn't believe that Nigeria is going to get this worse this fast. I don't know how dumb some people are though, right? But at least if you see anybody that claims to be a bad idiot or a bad stat, or they have a name for themselves, a Baptist. Okay, they call themselves Baptist or something like that. So many of them, they actually never really believed that things will be this bad. Even though some of them are still blaming Bokwari. All right, they are blaming Bokwari, forgetting the fact that Tinubu brags that he brought Bokwari as his achievement, so to destroy Nigeria. Now he's now saying that he's fixing the destroyed Nigeria, the Nigeria destroyed by APC, the Bokwari. But many of them actually didn't, like if you have one-on-one with them, they will tell you, they will tell you that is the ones who have not been like completely mad now, because some of them are lunatics, so to say. Honestly, they are like, mentally deranged people, so to say. But there are some of them that once, they are not in that zone, and you ask them that, did you expect things to become this bad? When you are shouting, Kolu Tinubu last year, they will tell you, honestly, man. Some will even give you an excuse that maybe because he's old now. Some are giving excuses that it's surrounded by selfish people, by greedy people. They are like giving excuses after excuse after excuses and all of that. They don't want to take responsibility. And I barely see them shout, I stand with Tinubu, I stand with Tinubu, because a bit but there are still those ones, you get now, they are like the stubborn flies that follow the corpse to the grave. You get those ones who are like already like irredeemable, mentally like gone, right? Rather than probe Tinubu and this illegitimate government, they will just quickly just go into a tirade. You get like in a serious one, the PDP don't destroy that. Just say, we need from when to when? But what can Obi do? Is he Obi that will now come and just say, I'm asking you a question about Tinubu. I'm not asking you. See, we don't know what Obi could have done. We will never know. This is Tinubu that you were almost lynching and killing people for just last year. Some of you even killed people for him. Now look at where you are today. I am asking you a question, like answer me this question. Did you expect this when you were jumping up and down for Kolu a year ago? Did you actually expect that things will become this? That some of you, not only you become wretched, that you have become beggars. Did you envisage any of this? But we, why are you stammering? I'm giving you examples of people. Some of them I've actually spoken to. They know me very well. Like somebody who would never side there with, with this lunatic, so to say. They know that. But when you are behind someone who has now become more or less like a weapon fashioned against you, you are losing almost everything. A lot of them can no longer, not just that they can't feed, some of them are now withdrawing their children from school. They are no longer standing. They are no longer standing with Tinubu. Every sector of the economy. And to make it worse, they are also seeing Tinubu and his appointees living large. Or more living large, like Davida, what do they call that thing? Davida Luca. They are living large, seriously, buying themselves expensive automobiles, latest automobiles. Some of them who are like, that people have been saying, right? They are living so large that you can't believe that Nigeria is going through economic ruins by these people. Tinubu bought himself a new private jet, even though it is actually a used one though. But they paid the money for a brand new private jet for a local plane. Is globe-trotting. He just left Riyadh for something that he could have actually posted it on Twitter. That nonsense he went to go and read in Saudi Arabia. He could have posted it on Twitter or gave it to NTA to publish it and say, this is our advice for Israel and Gaza, Israel and Palestine, and stay in Abuja. But they still have to go and find, they still went to go and grab, discuss Forex to send him and others to Abuja, to Saudi Arabia, Forex dollars. I left Riyadh this morning, maybe to France. You are likely not going to see him maybe for another 1 week or two. While you are there, waiting for, I don't know any of you asking for quick coffee solution. I don't know. Nigeria's debt has skyrocketed. The debt to GDP has ballooned. And you can't really point to what exactly is the reform that he is doing. If he's reforming, for example, if he's reforming the power sector, for example, at least you can say, by the time they finish the reform they are doing in the power sector, all of us will now have our own meters. And then, businesses can possibly improve. No. They are just feeding you with lies, feeding you with, fake news. And your life continues to go down the drain. So I don't know what this instant coffee solution actually means, though. So his wife, his ministers, their family members, they are cashing out big time. They are emptying your treasury as, there is no end in sight. There is no relief in sight. But somehow, they want you to believe. If you live through Bukwari's time, Bukwari's 8 years. Now, Bukwari, somebody who's felt like, a lot of people felt like there could never have been anything worse than Bukwari. Now, so Tinubu said, hold my cup. I will show you that there can be worse, a lot worse than Bukwari. Today, Nigeria's economy is in what? It's in the gutters. And they are like, we are recovering. How? You are not recovering. No, you're not. And I don't know what an instant coffee solution means. But any solution this time will actually really do, right? Now, for the opt-in time, again, they are now feeding us, which honestly, right, I actually want it to be true. You know me, I have said it many times that you have been through a lot in that contraption. Even if you are a Tinubu supporter or you are not, it doesn't matter now. People have been through hell. And sometimes when this guy comes out and say, oh, we are going to do so and so, I personally do really pray and wish or joy that it's true. Dangote Refinery, the NNPCL that told us in August, I say in August or September, in September, with all the media frenzy, that they will be the one to buying Dangote's oil. Then only for them to retract that few weeks after, 2 weeks after, and they continue their importation of fuel. With the diluted mixed product from Malta, which has given Ohando a lot of leverage and so much money in a space of just 1 year. So only for them to turn around again and say, no, they are not buying from Dangote. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Now they have come back again. Mele Kyari, the person who is supposed to stay jail, is still your NNPC, what's that, director or MD, GMD. He is also the CEO of NNPCL. The whole scam. The guy came out again. They said, okay, we have changed our mind. We are now going to stop importation. We are stopping the importation of 24 trillion naira imports. This is the latest. That we are now going to be buying from Dangote. Okay, I really do wish it's true. The IPMAN, I've been waiting to call them, independent petrol marketers in Nigeria. They said, okay, we have reached an agreement with Dangote. What kind of agreement? Initially, they said the landing cost. This is the confusing part, but we will try to untangle it for the layman's understanding, which is you and me, okay? So the news says they are going to stop importing fuel now. This morning, they said they are going to stop importing fuel, that they are going to buy it from Dangote. Sounds good, but at what price, right? They also said the oil marketers in Nigeria, they can now buy directly from Dangote. The last time they said Dangote's petroleum is expensive. Dangote said no. They said Dangote's petroleum is more expensive than the imported one. But Dangote said no, that's impossible. That is zone petrol per liter is 990 naira per liter. So the oil marketer said, if Dangote can reduce it, then they can buy from him, okay? And they can factor in all other logistic costs. So it makes sense at the time. But what didn't make sense was that the shrewd secrecy in how much gogo is the landing cost of the imported mortar fuel. And don't forget the same way Dangote built his refinery in Nigeria for business is the same way Tinubu and Wale Tinubu decided to invest in a refinery in Malta. And the one they invested in Malta has been supplying more than 60% of the imported fuel to Nigeria in the last 18 months. So if Dangote is going to stop the importation, that means Ohando, Wale Tinubu, and others, they would have to probably count their losses of investing in Malta, which has yielded tremendous profit for them and at greater loss to the rest of you in Nigeria. So that means they would have to shelve it. This is why I don't believe them. And that's why I'm like, I kind of wish it's true, okay, that they will patronize this your Dangote. So, but at what price? Nothing Dangote really offers is in any way helpful to Nigeria. None of his business is helpful to Nigeria. But in this one, that is, okay, if you cut down the price, cutting down the price, what does that mean? Does that mean that maybe Dangote will sell for maybe 600 naira, which is almost impossible though, right? Like, we did sell it for like 600 naira per liter. Then the marketers and others will sell it to you for maybe 700 or 750 naira per liter. But the thing here is this. From what is calculated, they said Dangote could actually sell a liter for 600 naira, but it's not. Because Dangote said a liter production of the barrel of crude oil, right? He said at the end of the day, a liter will come down to about 780 or 800 naira. Let's say 800 naira per liter. So Dangote is selling it for 990, means Dangote is making profit of 190 naira on every liter of petrol every liter of petrol sold to these marketers. So what they are saying is that why can't Dangote just make profit of 2 naira, for example? So if he makes profit of 2 naira and starts selling his liter of petrol for, let's say, 802 naira, and the oil marketers are their own, to the point that a liter can be sold to you for maybe 900 or 950. So that may bring a little bit of succor, change, you know, but that's not the plan. This is why I don't believe them, okay? That's why I don't believe them. This announcement, even though I want to believe them, right? But they have still not been honest. Here is what that guy who told us that Dangote's oil is too expensive. This is what he had to say now.
We didn't start lifting products with Dangote, but we get assurance we are going to start lifting directly through Dangote. And that is the reason why we call this CWC, to inform all members to get set for taking product through Dangote direct, not through the third party. We didn't start lifting product.
So this is, like I said, I'm trying to kind of like break it down. Sure you get now. So that the way they always bombard you with all this news, and then you wait and wait and wait and nothing happens. So that you can ask the right questions, okay? Like you'll be asking the right question. They have not started lifting from Dangote because of this price disparity. NNPCL said, Dangote, this is them again, making a U-turn. Melekiyari said, Dangote's petrol is a top-class petrol product. Even though they told us before that his product wasn't good enough. Melekiyari now is made a U-turn. He said, Dangote's product is premium, like class, that a lot of you in Nigeria can't pay for it. But they, in NNPC, they have stopped their future plan of importing fuel. Even though, again, the same NNPCL and others, they were in court this last week, where Dangote went to court to ask the court to stop them from importing petroleum to Nigeria. So they went to court and asked the court to throw the case out. Dangote cannot tell them not to import fuel. The court hasn't decided yet, but this week, the NNPC is now saying, yeah, we are stopping the importation of fuel. But you Nigerians, you cannot pay for Dangote's petrol with all this your keke na pep. That's why I said this is your keke na pep and all of that. Yeah, the only better fuel for you is all these adulterated ones they are importing. Well, when it comes to Dangote's oil, it is so premium that it cannot be sold the same price of the imported ones. So, in other words, it means that Dangote's petroleum will remain expensive, not cheap. One of the reasons why they claimed they are not buying from him. So then the Ipman says they have received assurance. What kind of assurance? Discounted price? Cheap or what? In the same vein, in their media, they claim that, and it is all their handiwork, they claim that the landing cost of imported petrol to Nigeria has reduced. Are you following, right? The same people, they are putting out all this news. So now them, they put out all of this news. So if landing cost means the imported fuel, adulterated, that is in, is now cheaper. So Dangote's oil is purer, but expensive. So it's not going to be cheaper. So the oil marketers received assurance. What kind of assurance? You know? Because the bottom line is this. Nigerians are having serious economic problems today where businesses are struggling because of the cost of PMS, the cost of energy. So there is no end in sight for that, right? I mean, that's my own assessment. There is no end in sight. So you either get used to it or you just kind of like pass out like that. So there is no relief or reprieve coming your way. You either get used to it or you find other means. I am not a businessman in oil, okay? But I can tell you that all this hardship that you are facing in that contraption today, right? If as poor as Nigeria has become, if you can have access to cheap energy, electricity, as well as gas, petroleum, and the rest of all this, if you can have them cheaper, it will impact greatly on your lives, your economy, and the rest of that, where those who are in charge of this sector are not trying to kill you because they want to make so much profits from a country that's continuing to fall below poverty line. This is not helpful. It's not. There is no end in sight. That's the bottom line. There is no end in sight. So you cannot be living in a third world country and be paying the price of, and be paying for electricity, paying for petrol, the price of what the first world countries pays. Because you see, if 1,200 naira, that's like 1,200 naira. In some places, 1,700 naira per liter. If you go to the Niger Delta region, a liter of petrol there is over 1,500 naira. Is that not like $1 per liter? $1 per liter. Is that not how much you buy it in America? A gallon. How much do you buy 4 liters of what have you in the US? $4, $3. That's the first world country. In the UK here, right? We don't have petrol, like, it's not that much, except the one we have in Aberdeen, right? And that is not enough for us in the whole UK. So we have to kind of get from Russia, maybe not from Russia anymore, but we have to get from Africa. So which means we imported our own gas, petrol, and all that to serve this economy. But you have it in your country. You have everything there. You know the story of how they've sold everything, or they've used it for collateral or so. Lying to you. Non-reliable criminals, But here, a liter is £1.35. No, that's like 3,000 naira, Abi. But similarly, in this same country, an hour job in this country is about minimum of 11 pounds. 1 hour job in the UK. 1 hour job in America, I think it's about $15 or how much? So if we begin to convert 1 liter of petrol in the UK for 3,000 naira, then maybe we'll convert an hour job in the UK as well. So an hour job in the UK is 11 pounds. Do you know what is 11 pounds in Nigeria? That is like, that's almost 30,000 naira. Abi, 10 pounds should be 23,000 naira. So 1 pound is that's probably like about 27,000 naira. 1 hour job. You have a chance of working for 10 hours a day. So 10 hours, that's how much? 100 and what's that? 101 or 111. Yeah, that's like 101 pounds. Do you know how much is a 10-hour job in the UK? That's over 250,000 naira. Just 1 day job. 10 hours. Even if this is like if you are a cleaner, you are a cleaner. So that means a cleaner can afford to buy 10 liters of petroleum or let me say even 20 liters of petrol in her own car, and he can use that for like over a week. And when she works for that 1 week, she can make more than after tax, so she can make more than 600, 700 pounds. Yeah. So if you want to start converting this to naira, similarly in America, you work for 10 hours in America, you get paid how much? $140. So if you work for a whole week, that means you can possibly make close to $600. So then you pay $4 per gallon. You see the difference? In Nigeria, you are paying 1,500 naira to 1 liter of petroleum. In Nigeria, and the minimum wage in Nigeria is 70,000 naira a month. Do you see the difference? If anyone is telling you that how much do you buy petrol in America, how much do you buy Kiniko, and they quickly convert it to naira, they should also convert what you make if you are working. Number one, you are not going to buy the petrol to power your house, to fuel your generator. I don't know how they even calculate that electricity one. How do you calculate that electricity one? Unit is now sold for about 250 naira or so, or 300 naira, from what used to be about 60 naira. It jumped straight to over 200 naira units, right? You don't even have the electricity. You have darkness. You are paying for darkness. We don't pay for darkness here. We pay for electricity. Now, when you convert how much you are paying for a unit of electricity in Nigeria, it is now similar to what we are paying in the UK. Abba, you are paying first world bill in a third world country. And somebody will tell you that it is better to come on, man. So this guy has something to say about that too. Like there is no cabal in their Ipman.
I want to assure you there's no issue of any cartel that is in existence, or rather even within Ipman. Ipman is not a cartel. It's Ipman. We are marketers ready to serve Nigerians, and because why we were initially, you saw we were just been, trying to sit down with Dangote, like for us to have a suitable market, is that we are tired of buying our product within the middlemen. We want to buy this product directly from Dangote. And things now is been normalized. We are happy. We thank Dangote for agreeing that Ipman should go directly to him and buy this product and take it to the end users. So therefore, there's no any cartel issue. Don't even bring this issue. You understand? If there is a cartel, no, we are Nigerians. We will tell Nigerians if there's any cartel. So please, Mr. My big brother, that I want to assure you that there is no any cartel, and for us to deal with Dangote directly is the most, best way, the best way to go. And we're happy that if agreed, and I'm happy with the synergy being built between him and our national president. And I want to reassure again that please give us a time between today and tomorrow. You will hear the nitty-gritty of our agreement with him and the price. The price will be much favorable to both we, the independent marketers, and the people that will go to our retail outlet and buy. That's the consumer.
See, I'm not trying to be tribalistic here, but if it sounds tribalistic to you, well, I'm sorry I can't. Sorry, I'm sorry that I am not sorry. All right. Why do you have the Northerners controlling the oil sector in Nigeria? Why? How? I know my answer. I'm just pushing it to you too. The best product from Northern Nigeria is always agricultural products, husbandry, animal husbandry, farming, and all of that stuff. That is their area of specialty. Why do you have Northerners control the oil sector in Nigeria? Like for real, they are the ones with tens of thousands of tankers. Do you know that? Like, you are supposed to have, for example, now let's say the eastern part of Nigeria, they are known and synonymous with the business of import, containers, and all of that stuff, Abi, and even manufacturing. The Igbos are known for that. Manufacturing, importing, containers, this, and ship that, and you get? The North is known for all this animal husbandry, what do you call it? Farming and all of that stuff, bringing them down south most of the time. But they are also the number one in all this oil business. They are the ones who have, they are the ones who have oil rigs in Nigeria. Like, when you talk, I'm not saying that others don't, because they have this sharing formula, by the way. But when it comes to this oil product, go to Apapa and them. Yeah, go to Apapa. I think that's probably one of the reasons why Dangote was able to venture into refinery business. So why? I mean, why? How come the people of Niger Delta, the origin of the crude oil, how come they are not so prominent? Like, they are supposed to be the ones who are like, should be prominent with anything that has to do with petroleum products in Nigeria. Petroleum, AGO, which is diesel and all of that stuff. But they are not. What exactly do you think the people of Niger Delta are doing than guiding the pipelines? What else? This is an honest question. Oh. You will not see the people of Niger Delta in the oil sector in Nigeria. They are like inconsequential, like they don't even So why is that? Yeah, no, those are the cartels, so to say. The cartel are the Hausas, are the Fulanis, and the Northerners, Kanuris, and all these guys, right? And it's because of the years of military program, the military, adventure in Nigeria. The military rulers, they are mostly from Northern Nigeria. Here you get. So they are the ones who have been always, they've laid the foundation for allocating oil blocks, oil rigs, all those things to their own kinsmen, while the people of the owners of the oil and all of them, they are just there. Like, how come that the people who owns the oil, I mean, who owns the oil themselves, they are never really prominent in the whole business of it? I'll leave you with that. Maybe, so you get me now. I'll leave you with that to kind of, reason it. Just reason. Help us reason now. Like, I'm just curious. It's the Hausas, and the oil is so far away. The crude oil is so far away from their region. Far away from there. But they are the cabals that determines what happens in the oil sector in Nigeria. So no wonder that they claim that the oil in Bayelsa belongs to Jigawa. The crude oil in Imo belongs to Jigawa. The gas in Imo belongs to Jigawa. The oil in Abia belongs to Jigawa. The oil in Ogun State belongs to Jigawa. The one in Lagos belongs to Jigawa. Ondo and everywhere, it belongs to Sokoto. As long as Nigeria exists, it belongs to them. But the people from these regions, right, they are just okay to be given political appointments or what? Because that's one of the things that we will first deal with whenever Nigeria breaks up, or when Nigeria breaks into regional system, because it's going to happen. Either of the two is going to happen. The wealth of the land should belong to the people of that area. They should be the ones. Now, if they want to share it with others, then they can now share it with others. Not like they are there, right, facing all the environmental degradation surrounding the fact that these resources are found in their own land, okay, and they are living in objectivity of, abject poverty, so to say. Wealth redistribution. That's one of the things we must first face whenever we want to kind of discuss the breakup of this contraption. Let the Northerners go ahead and develop the resources, because all the resources in the North, the South don't even have a clue of them. No one has a clue. We just read about it. Yeah, we read about these social resources in Zamfara, that one resource in this and all of that. We don't even have a clue what happened to them. Just similarly, we don't have a clue what they are doing with our resources. We don't. No control, no oversight, no nothing. Those who are supposed to actually take this serious, they are very much comfortable being given appointments. Yeah, appointments. It's kind of crazy, in my own opinion. It's so crazy. Here you get. You are supposed to have. See, if in the case of the North, Niger Republic, the Sharia North, and then others like that. Even the Middle Beltans and all that, you will see the Hausas, the Kanuris, and all these guys. Except for the Fulanis. Fulanis don't do business. They are pretty much with their cows and all that before the advent of terrorism that they've found more lucrative than, rearing cows and selling them as well. So killing people, kidnapping them for ransom is more lucrative these days than rearing cows for real, right? But the Hausas, who are real business people, they go into the interiors. If they are not supplying us cows, they are supplying us, the meat in the South. Or they are supplying food, cabbage, all this kind of farm produce, onions and all that. They are loading them in trucks, moving them down. I mean, moving them to the southern part of Nigeria, to the eastern part of Nigeria. You will see them everywhere. They are traders. And somehow, they are also the ones moving the petroleum products and other products from this oil and gas. They are also the ones in control of it. But the people of Niger Delta, they are waiting for their stipend or whatever they are giving to them, 13% derivation, allocation, appointments, and all of that. And then the contract, they want to be contractors. Contractors, not contractors building oil rigs. So they are contractors who are guiding the oil pipelines. I don't understand why that is. That is not empowering. That is unbelievable. These northerners, they don't have any special skill. No special skill, just the system. The system put them above you. Give them all the money they needed to give them. And then they give them all of the licenses they need to give to them. And then they run things. Then you probably will see maybe 1, 2, or 3 Igbos, because Igbos are businessmen who can deal in any business to try to break in. But they never actually have a say in the oil sector. They don't. So that kind of jots me, though. You know, they have not really tapped much of our own oil in Yoruba land, except for Ondo states, where they have been tapping and tapping and tapping. And Ondo states, you know, never really get, the Ondo people never really get to benefit from this crude oil that they are taking from their states. Ogun State, after Imo State, Ogun State is also one of the what do you call it, the state with the highest deposit of liquid natural gas. They haven't tapped that yet. Ogun State has crude oil in abundance. They haven't tapped that yet. Lagos State has the abundance of crude oil as well. They haven't tapped that yet. So in years to come, they will end up tapping them. And who are those who are going to control all of that again? Possibly the North. I'm saying this out there now to those of you, especially who are Yorubas. In Igbo land, they will make you think they are not also like you know, taking crude oil from these areas. In Imo State, in Abia State, they all have their own crude oil that they are currently also extracting. Imo State has one of it's actually the after Russia, Imo State in Osu area. They have the largest deposit of liquid natural gas in the world after Russia. But the people of the states are not considered as you know, among those who are lifting Nigeria out of whatever it is today. So I'm just saying that this is something that everybody should pay attention to. When that contraption gets to the stage of breaking up, this is part of the welfare redistribution. Let the people of the land control the wealth of the land and redistribute it to among themselves. That's how it should be. My own opinion, right? So talking about the Niger Delta area, Edo State is classed as a Niger Delta, by the way. And yesterday, the tenure of Bad Donkey came to an end, where at first they complained that it was not invited after the last charade in their state. It wasn't invited to the inauguration of Okpebolo, your new governor, in his words.
It is, yes, they stole the mandate, but we have laws. Somebody has to be sworn in, right? Sworn into a government that already is existing, right? You just don't come from nowhere and start government. There's already government. There's a way things are done, isn't it? So you come, government of Edo State is inaugurating a new governor on Tuesday. Is that not? But what you are seeing now, all the posters, the government of Edo State is not involved. So it's crazy when people just behave the way they are behaving as if there are no laws in the country. it's really, I just sit down sometimes and I'm wondering, are we okay as a country? We are guided by the Constitution. We are guided by laws and precedents and procedures. So they are doing inauguration. I, as a governor, don't know. Not even being invited. So it's like they are starting a brand new state and a brand new government to the progress he has made for our state. He has worked with the interest of the people of Edo State in his heart. He has worked with the love of the people of Edo State. And, data does not lie. If when you get somewhere, the GDP is $10 billion, and when you are going, the GDP is close to $35 billion, then you must have done many things right. You have all noticed that in the last few weeks, when lions and tigers have started taking over, we've seen the impact on the state. By 6:30 p.m., the state is like a graveyard. A month and a half ago at 6:30 p.m., the life was just starting. So see the consequential damage to the night economy of the state and the consequential damage to our state. So we have to stay firm and we have to keep praying.
I've heard the same stories too. Some people say they have multiple.
So initially they said that Obaseki don't run away. So he had to come up to say, no, why would I run away? I have just relocated back to where I came from, Lagos. He lived in Lagos before he worked with Oshiomhole, according to him. So when Oshiomhole became governor, so he got the appointment to work with Oshiomhole. Then when he became governor, he relocated from Lagos to Edo. And now he's back to base, Lagos. So he's not running away. In fact, he said though they've arrested the accountant general for Edo State and two others, EFCC, arrested them. And it was because they suspected that Oba Donkey was emptying the state treasury. In their words, they received the alert that out of 24 billion naira allocation to the states, that suddenly 14 billion just boom from the account, and they suspected that the money is not really being used for the states. It was, to be siphoned. But Obaseki came out and said, I'm still the governor. We are still government. We are going to spend money. He said, no, we don't want you to spend any money anymore. Why would I not, Anyway, they are still on that. They said the EFCC was going to arrest him. And he was like, okay, fine. They should come and arrest him after his tenure. But he bid the Edo people goodbye in a statewide broadcast yesterday. Listen.
My dear good people of Edo State, as the curtain draws to a close on my 2 terms as governor of Edo State, I'm extremely grateful to God Almighty and the good people of Edo State for this divine opportunity to serve. Even though the task of governing Edo State has been a daunting one, I cannot thank God enough for giving me the vision, health, and courage to achieve the monumental transformation of our dear state. When I assumed office as governor of Edo State in 2016, we were confronted with the choice of either to continue with the old order of administering the state or to undertake a new trajectory to grow and develop our state. We chose the latter pathway, even though we were aware of the dangers associated with such a choice. Today, the extent and range of reforms in infrastructure, the economy, building the institutions of state, and service improvement to citizens are proof of the fact that though we took a road less traveled, we have indeed made Edo a leading state in Nigeria. Let me, at this juncture, thank the good people of Edo State for standing firmly behind our government, even as we embarked on a very radical transformation of governance and politics in a manner they had never anticipated. When we came into office in 2016, it was clear that the social, economic, and political structures of Edo State were weak and needed to be fixed. However, it was not until we commenced the process of reform that it became clear that what was required was an entire systems reset. A key priority. All these are results of the groundwork we did to stimulate economic activities by attracting investments into the various sectors of the state's economy. Across agriculture, energy, manufacturing, real estate, retail, and technology, we have attracted investments that has transformed our state into an oasis of hope. As I leave office, I am leaving behind something which I wasn't fortunate to inherit. And this is a plan which will serve as a compass for the future. We have developed the Edo State Regional Development and the Benin City Development Master Plans, which will ensure that we have a directional guide on which Edo State's growth trajectory for the next 30 years will be based. We believe that this compass will ensure the sustenance of the developmental strides which we have recorded in the last 8 years. My dear citizens of Edo State, we have indeed come a long way as a state and have crossed the Rubicon of progress. Our children are assured of a future of opportunities, and our youth can now see hope. As I come to the end of my tenure in office and reflect on the journey these last 8 years, there is sufficient evidence to show the remarkable progress which we have made. By working together with all those who mean well for our state and country, we have demonstrated that it is possible to change the circumstances of our state. Unfortunately, recent events and the conduct of certain elements in our democratic space have shown us that the light which democracy and good governance beams can be dimmed. However, it can only be for a while. I fervently believe that any attempt to foist illegality and injustice on a democratic system cannot endure, because the wish of majority will always prevail. So, my dear people of Edo State, let us be hopeful and stay strong. All these achievements which I have enumerated and the progress we have made in the last 8 years will not have been possible without the support which I received from a wide range of patriotic sons and daughters of Edo State, both at home and in the diaspora. It would not have been possible without the support of our development partners, clerics, and our religious leaders who prayed for us ceaselessly. It would not have been possible without the blessings of our traditional rulers, without the support of the various youth and women's groups, market associations, and our political party. I thank all of you. I thank members of the Obaseki family, the Ero family, the Igbinigie family, and the Ogbedoyo, and several others, too many to mention. I thank you immensely, and God bless you. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So as in the Zuzu, they say, just go. So, although it didn't stand any chance, by all means, they didn't actually stand any chance. Where Tinubu said they have to do whatever it takes. He's interested in Edo. And finally, he has foisted the Okpebolo. Yeah. But that's a tyrant there. It was a tyrant to some extent that it deserves nobody's pity and what have you. He's also a fraud, like many like him. But it's just that somehow, I don't think Edo people deserve the APC, Egbekebe, that got foisted on them. Well, just like the rest of the contraption, where you currently have to deal with Tinubu, the druggie, could actually be like, generational punishment, so to say. We shall see how long this is going to last. So the Hawks return to witness the inauguration of Okpebolo, Sanwo-Iku, Dubious Dapo, Oplesus Odingba, and others. They arrived Edo this morning to witness the swearing for Okpebolo. That's how that went. So then the swear for Okpebolo, swear for his deputy, and the journey begins. So Kabaka and others, they probably have now taken over the parks, right? And the journey begins. Even though Obaseki is telling his supporters or the Edo people that they are counting on the court to do the right thing. The whole mandate was stolen somehow, was stolen. There is evidence of that. But you could explain tire. According to the Nigerian court, there is no evidence. May Edo people just brace up for whatever the APC, whatever they have in stock for you. That's all I can say. But here is a warning from a young man that escaped from the uniformed terrorists of Nigeria, called the Nigeria police. Watch.
I beg, I use God beg all of them. Anybody when not say they travel, when they travel from Benin, they go worry, or from anywhere they go worry. This period may restrict the movement. I beg. Early morning, I may take a month for her. I say I go worry. May I go greet my mom for worry. Now so we take jump police for road. They dress police dress. There be 7 or be 8. They carry gun for this worry road. Now so they take carry all of us will be guys come out, but they leave the women. But all of us will be guys. Now so they take carry us come out, enter their motor without even investigators. The next way they tell us they say more enter the motor. Waiting happen. They not greet us. Now so we begin they force us enter the motor. Now so they take drive us. Even I don't even know where the drivers follow. They drive us more than 3 hours or 30 minutes. More than 3 hours now or 4 hours. If I not the main mistake, where they take drivers come out. After they don't drive you come out, when we don't they nearly reach where they carry us they go. they begin to tell you, say, may you transfer any money within your account or your bank account. They go make sure say you open everything. Any amount, any money where they say, they go make sure say they collect everything. Either 10 naira they just say their account, they collect everything where they say your account or your account. After that one, they go call, they will tell you, say, may you begin to call your people. May they send money. May they send money where be like say any money they send for you, may they send money, say you take serious trouble. May your people send money. If you not agree to them, begin to force you, they threaten your life, or they say they go kill you through away. I beg, in case you they travel, they go or read this period, I beg, restrict your movement. Even like this self, I dey express, I don't even know where they will be fair, I be how many will ever be. The rest people, those who they don't pay their money, they don't collect everything where they their account. All the money where they their account, they don't call people when they want to collect any amount where please them, where satisfy them before they go call let you come out. Now me be the last person where they leave. And all thanks to my guys, the one way said money, God go bless you now. I appreciate you now. If not, but I don't know what maybe all these people therefore keep me today. I beg God go bless you now. I really appreciate for all of you now where send me money. God go bless you now. These people that I beg now, God I take beg now. Anybody when no say they travel this movement, may you restrict your travel movement. If you know say you get mama for worry, you get papa, you get siblings for worry or Delta State, I beg restrict your movement. If you know say they come from Benin, restrict your movement this period. I beg. If you not say to go worry, you not fit see flight, you not fit use plane. So if you not say they travel, go worry. I beg for now, not us go worry. I beg, road not good. These people, I don't know whether they be police or not, but they dress police uniform. I beg, if they go worry, restrict your movement. I use God say beg una. I beg. What did happen to me today? I don't want me to happen to any other guys again. I beg. Now God at the thank and all the ancestors say my life they intact first now. I beg. I say they give me my phone after everything. Okay. I beg. But they collect, they throw me like this, even like this now. I have to fair person where go give me transport. If you know say you they go worry, I beg, restrict your movement. If you get any money for your account, they go collect them. If you get for Bitcoin, they go collect them. I beg. This period, who they travel may not travel. Even like this now, I don't even know where I did. But I asked person just now, they tell me say na Ekpoma. After Ekpoma, I'm day. See the road, I don't even know the side where I did like this. On a fit see, I don't know where me day like this. Now let me just live like this now with my bag. I beg, if they go worry this period, I beg, restrict your movement. I use God beg una.
I can't count how many times he used God beg una. I beg, I take God beg una. I beg, I use God beg una. That is what the life of an average Nigerian is. In that contraption. If Nigeria go happen to you, it no go warn you. If it just happen like that, and you may not even live to tell the story. Yeah, you may not live to tell the story. That's how bad it can be. So that young man made a video, posted it, and then he went on to probably go and seek for a financial support. It's not new. It's just that when the supposed policemen grab you, that is kidnapping. So when they now kind of have to take you into a secluded corner where they will extort you, empty your bank account, that is kidnapping for ransom. So if you don't have any money, imagine calling people that, please, I'm in trouble, I've been kidnapped, or you can't even say you've been arrested. Kidnapped. Sorry, I want to sneeze. That's MC Olueran. He has resumed as the president of NURTW in Abuja. So work don't start with that. Everything towards 2027 is being set in motion, right? But let me show you fully.
Move. Keep moving. Keep moving, please. Keep moving.
President. NURTW president. That's your president. President MC Olueron. The guy that will be responsible for transporting all the INEC sensitive election materials from now on, starting with Ondo State, then to your 2027 as well. Their job is just to transport, okay? And well, I'll leave you to your own guess. So yesterday I said we should continue our book reading. I know we have some of our members here who probably never really witnessed the reading on this platform. So we have a lot of historical books that we have been reading in the last few months, but we stopped in the last few months as well. It's been like about how many months now that we stopped reading our historical books here. And we have collection of them, see, it's collection of all the books here. They were all meant to be read. We've had here, we have Why We Struck, the story of the 1966 coup, as well as the story of the Biafran program, the Biafran genocide. So we kind of finished that then. I do have here the Jungle by David Undenyi. We didn't read that here, but I read that one myself. It's just all the story of David and the Goliath, the rotten system of Nigeria. So I do recommend this book though for everyone. He's written another one after that, but I haven't laid my hand on that. So we have the blood on the Niger. See this one, White Malice. White Malice is the story of the African Revolution across Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Congo, and all of that, the Lumumbas and all that, right? So we have that. Then we haven't touched this yet. It's called by Emma Okocha. Blood on the Niger, the untold story of the Nigerian Civil War. So I am thinking, even though we did not finish the White Malice yet, we should. So we have the Arrowsmith story, the squalid end to empire, British retreat from Africa. And this was donated by my own man, Oshifodunrin family. They donated this. It's called Mental Reawakening of Our People with Love. Thank you so much. So Arrowsmith's story, right? So we have here the destruction of Black civilization, great issues of a race from 40 500 BC to 2000 AD. So that too, we have there. So we've got a lot of books that normally we'll sit back and I will read for the beautiful hearing of our people. We had the fatherless people. Dele Ogun, yeah, Dr. Dele Ogun actually reached out to me on Twitter, right? He regretted not seeing the messages I sent to him before the Yoruba Union Summit. Then, right? So we have finished the fatherless people. This also kind of enumerated the story of the entire political struggle of Nigeria, right from the colonial era. So we also have another one here, which is also donated by our main man, Yomi Totu. A Tropical Dependency by Flora Shaw, your mama, the woman that gave you the name Niger area. An outline of the ancient history of the Western Sudan with an account of the modern settlement of northern Nigeria. So we used to read all this, and I think we should continue to read them. Others are just like my own personal collections and others in there. The Art of War, 48 Laws of Power, the Future of Scotland. This is the one I'm intending to actually copy. Study it so well. Copy this and see if we can reciprocate by reproducing something similar for the Yoruba nation agitation and all that awareness. So this is so detailed, right? When Scotland was campaigning for the independent referendum in Scotland, it captures all sectors of this country. If Scotland becomes independent and all that, quite impressive work. Anyway, so this afternoon, I am going to So this afternoon, I am going to possibly just start something afresh. I know we didn't finish the white malice, okay? But we can possibly do something on the details of, it's called an untold story of the Nigerian Civil War. Blood on the Niger. So another account of that bloody program. That's it a little bit, and we can always continue it some other time, although the stories are likely going to be repetitive of what we have already read, okay? But it's going to be another account of what really happened during the Civil War. So I would have chosen that, but I'll let you kind of, choose if I have to ask, okay? So the white malice is the continuation of the African struggle, how the CIA, America, indeed, decided to help further slow down the greatness of Africa. So using their CIA fronts and other infiltrators and all that to keep us at where we are today. This was a target, something that was done immediately as the colonialism was coming to an end and Africa was gaining independence left, right, and center. So they felt like they cannot let Africa be that free, okay? So if Africa is getting independence, then another neo-colonialism should take place, which is what we are now dealing with today. Many African revolutionists at the time, with their revolutionary movements at the time, many of them got targeted, even killed. Such a, historical, you would say. So I think we should begin that again. Look at Lumumba in Leopoldville, December 2nd, 1960. This was after he was captured. This image here, that was Lumumba, all right? It was after he was killed. You know what they did? They doused him in acid. to melt all his body so that nobody will actually see his physical grave like that, okay? And so many other struggle. And they did this, for those of us who have been reading this, right? They did all of these killings, all this infiltration of Africa. That is America. They did all of this using black Americans. They sent some of them to Africa to infiltrate some of these revolutionary groups and all that across Africa, neutralize them, destroy them, It's crazy, right? This is supposed to be our history. And that is why, if you probably try and get a copy, it's called the CIA and the Neocolonization of Africa. White malice. I mean, it's self-explanatory. White malice. Malice is like forever fight against us, so to say, right? And these are just for, mental awakening. It's, she put it earlier. It's called for the mental awakening of our people. Yeah, we can't blame all these people for the whole problems of Africa, but they cannot also be exonerated from what they intentionally put in motion, orchestrated. And to this day, some of the looters and the criminals in Africa, tyrants, they still get the red carpet welcome in this Western world. Those who have destroyed their people, destroyed their countries, they continue to get welcomed in this Western world. So I just thought I should probably put it out there that we are officially going to continue our reading. And in this instance, right, it is going to be either white malice or, it's going to be either the white malice or we are going to start the blood on the Niger. So let me put you on notice of that, okay? So thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. Now let me put that up. Africa at the United Nations. That's what we're going to start. So tomorrow we will have an hour of what's going on. Then we're also going to have an hour of reading and maybe another hour of phone calls. So just have it at the back of your mind, okay? And thank you to every one of you for this afternoon. I'm going to see you later this evening. Yeah, we should have continued there, but I want to kind of make a decision and see which one should we do. Start afresh or continue the one we are on. It's been a while, okay? But yeah, we need to. That's the reason why we got all of this here. So thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I am going to see you later this evening. Good afternoon.
Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. MaiyegunDiary, Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. MaiyegunDiary, Maiyegun ti dé o ọ̀rẹ́ ará ìlú. MaiyegunDiary, lórí Facebook, lórí YouTube. MaiyegunDiary, gbogbo bó ṣe ń lọ ni Maiyegun já wa sí. MaiyegunDiary, àṣírí ọ̀jẹ̀lú kì í bò níbẹ̀ o. MaiyegunDiary, bó bá ṣe eré àní Maiyegun máa wí. MaiyegunDiary, ó sì tún ṣe eré wàá gbọ́ níbẹ̀ o. MaiyegunDiary, MaiyegunDiary, diary Politico. MaiyegunDiary, Godfatherism kò sí lọ́rọ̀ Maiyegun. MaiyegunDiary, ẹ farabalẹ̀ sẹ́ o kẹgọ́rọ̀ lẹ́nu o. MaiyegunDiary, àní Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ tó dòdòdò. MaiyegunDiary, ẹ̀ súnra kì í.
Maiyegun ti dé. Maiyegun ti dé.
Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì í.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Àní ẹ̀ súnra kì í.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Lórí Facebook.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Àní ẹ̀ súnra kì í.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Lórí YouTube.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Àní ẹ̀ súnra kì í.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Wọ́n bàbá gbé wúrẹ́.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀ súnra kì í.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Ijó ìgbádìyẹ.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀ súnra kì í.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Prẹ̀sìdó bá rúfin o.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀ súnra kì í.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Kí gómìnà kówó jẹ.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀ súnra kì í.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Ọlọ́pàá tí ń darí bá.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀ súnra kì í.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Aṣòfin tí ń rúfin o.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀ súnra kì í.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Òpùrọ́ olóṣèlú.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀ súnra kì í.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì í.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Àní ẹ̀ súnra kì í.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì í. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì í. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran o.
Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì í. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì í. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran.
Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀. Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Oníkan ṣáàtì ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe fáwọn ará ìlú tó gbé wọn débẹ̀ o.
Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì í. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì í. Ṣùgbọ́n ní má ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran.
Ha! Kì máa yí ṣe eré, ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣe ẹ̀fẹ̀. Kì máa yí ṣe eré, ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣe ẹ̀fẹ̀. Ẹni bá ti lè lẹ́bọ̀ lẹ́rù o, ọmọ bá dèrò kàṣàyè tú wọn síta.
Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì í. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì í. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran.
Tẹnitẹni ọmọ Maiyegun ọ̀rẹ́ ara ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni mo fọlọ́run ṣọ́ ẹ̀ bá kìlẹ́bù. Lóòótọ́ olódodo ìlú ọ̀tá ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni ìwọ ṣá máa ń ṣọ́ra kò sì mọ́ bẹ̀rù. Bọ́tà ń lè rí bóníṣègùn lé káwọn mọ̀mọ́ fi ṣera wọn ni ó ti dẹrùn tí wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ sì mọ́ bẹ̀. Èèpo ọ̀bọ̀ lọmọ bá dérò tàjẹ́ ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́, ó ti jọba lórí àbínú ẹni kò sì mọ́ bùyà. Àìsíwọ́lu ní ẹnìkẹ́ ìgbódì ẹyin lábàrá o, ó kó ẹni tó bá dán wò á kàmù. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ túnra kì í. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ túnra kì í o. Ẹni bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dèrò òní fi wọ́n níran o.
Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì í. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì í. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran.
You are joining us. This is Maiyegun, live. Thank you so much for joining me, brethren. If you have read the caption of this broadcast, please read the description of the broadcast as well. Like it, share it, to invite your friends and not so friendly friends. Tell all of them that Maiyegun today or Maiyegun is back. And if you have done all of that, thank you. So let's get started. Yesterday, one of the arrowheads of the emergence of Bukwari's murderous, ruinous, corrupt, the most corrupt at least so far until Tinubu beats the mark or the record. The most corrupt, backward, murderous, terrorist regime in the history of Nigeria, Bukwari, one of the arrowheads of its emergence and its sustenance for 8 solid years, Aregbe Mugbana Baba Kabiru, was on a program or an event where he happened to be one of the invited guests, and he was asked a question about the state of Nigeria. If he had to access, assess the situation. And Aregbe Mugbana Kabiru categorically said, Nigeria is in a worse place right now. In his own words, that's what we're going to start from this evening. Please.
Who said, for forms of government, let the fool contend. What is best for the people is simply best. Flowing from your question, there is no doubt, the speaker said it, that we have seen a worsening economic, even political, spiritual condition of Nigerians. You don't need to be a nuclear scientist to know that things are progressively getting bad. How? Smaller percentage of Nigerians are now prosperous. It's not as if there is no prosperity, but it's reducing and reducing. And when I was born, and at my development, all the things were development, wealth was not as limited to a few number of Nigerians as it is today. And that, what does that signify? It tells us that we are in a deep problem. You see, as to physical sciences are very exact, but social sciences reflect the condition of the people, and that's why it's not exact. So we will not be here discussing this if things are normal in Nigeria. We know, even those who have extremely better today know that things are not normal. And in addressing it, as far as I'm concerned, I will not be as rigid as Dr. Bugaji. That look, for rhetorics, for political correctness, yes, you can say homegrown. But human beings are the same everywhere. Hunger is hunger. Poverty is poverty. So, a bad system is a bad system. Whatever does not give the appropriate opportunity or right to people will be resisted, no matter what you do to prevent it. He mentioned that he mentioned military rule, he mentioned political system. He failed to mention revolution. That look, if all of that things fail, there could be people can revolt. So if you are conscious of all of this, and we know the consequences of things getting out of hand, it will interest us to see how best to govern ourselves to ensure that our people, and you said it in passing, that the primary responsibility of every government is the welfare and security of the people. When those two things can no longer be guaranteed, forget it. There can't be a stable society. However, please let me conclude. I know I'm taking time. I have looked at, I've studied the issue of Nigeria, how we even came into existence as separate kingdoms, communities, and whatever. If we don't want to relapse into actually what led us into being colonized in the first instance, because some people want to overlook that. That was a weakness that led to our colonialism. It was a weakness. I don't want to go to that issue. If you are strong enough, we would never be colonized. So we are not strong enough, and that was what led to our own being dominated by others. And part of it is the tyranny of these individual dictators that we call rulers. If you go on believing that a man, a person, no matter how beautiful, no matter how good, who have the capacity to go out 120 million people all alone without checks, we are joking. So, by that consideration alone, I am opposed to executive system of government. I believe a collective arrangement which parliamentary system guarantees is best for a nation like Nigeria, if indeed we are committed to advancing the interests of the large population and mass of our people. Thank you. All right, thank you. Who said?
Nuisance Leleyi. Nuisance Leleyi. Nuisance Leleyi.
Aregbemogbo, Baba Kabiru, Baba Afusa as well. Somebody actually just said that he's also Baba Afusa. Aregbemogbo Baba Kabiru was a commissioner in Lagos. In fact, at a point, he was calling himself Oromiyan, a religious fanatic himself, or probably one of those who used religion to hoodwink and deceive people for political gain. He was sent to Osun State by Tinubu, the caucus of guys who were pushing the idea of Awolowo this, Awolowo that. In fact, they were pushing what they called true federalism, regional system of government, and all kinds of political ideologies that were so appealing to the Yorubas 20 years ago or 25 years ago. They were pushing this. And majority of the Yorubas who felt like politically cheated to have been forced to be part of this one Nigeria idea, they followed these guys, including Tinubu, who publicly at the time rejected Nigeria. Okay? In fact, their own political ideology was that for any real progress, meaningful progress to take place in Nigeria, Nigeria had to go back to 1963 Republican Constitution. They deceived our people. So when they finally gained power, especially when they gained power in the western part of Nigeria, they then contributed to further the, what do you call it, impoverishment of our people. There are still people who believed in them because it is too late for them to now kind of see through the fraud that these guys are. In 2000 and I think it was in 2020, sorry, in 2011, right? Then 2015, when Bokwari came, it was one of those who ensured that even though the Yorubas actually rejected Bokwari in 2011, in 2015, to some extent, he ensured that Bokwari was rigged in Osun State. This guy became governor of Osun through the Adefarasi, or what's that guy's name? The judge that was doling out and dishing out some of this civilian coup of that time, judicial coup it was called. Before people could actually see through, Tinubu has already used the judiciary to reinstate some of these opportunists. Aregbemugbana Baba Kabiru became governor of Osun State, and within a year or two, Osun State was on the road to a total bankruptcy. They haven't recovered to this day, right? The worst after him, those who actually succeeded him became like worse and worse and worse after. And the Osun people, there are those who still defend him. But here is the point. These guys lied to our people to believe that partnering with the CPC of Bokwari was in the interest of the Yorubas. And the Yorubas became part and parcel of their change. The fraud called change that brought back Bokwari, an anti-Yoruba, enemy of Yoruba people, right, to power. Because they saw that as a chance for them to get closer to controlling Nigeria. And they did everything to make that happen. Bokwari now became the president of Nigeria. Guess what? True federalism no longer mattered to these guys. Regional system of government no longer was a thing. The 1963, returning back to the 1963 Republican Constitution was no longer their thing. In fact, Bokwari was asking the people, what did they mean by regional system? And this is why the guys behind him, they just kept mute because they lied to our people. So at the end of the day, one Nigeria, impoverished our people, not just impoverished our people more, it also terrorized our people. For 8 solid years, the Fulani terrorists were terrorizing our people, and these guys couldn't say a thing. They also supported Bokwari in destroying the entire Nigeria. That after his tenure, he was rewarded with the position of minister. Throughout that time, he was a minister. Nigeria was fine. Everything was fine. Then, somehow, I don't know, something happened between him and his political mentor, Tinubu. Tinubu wants to succeed Bokwari because according to him, Tinubu said there was an agreement that after Bokwari, Tinubu, will succeed Bokwari, and he expected all his lieutenants, including Pastor Ruga, Aregbemugo, and the rest of them, including Fashola and the rest of them, to support him in succeeding Bokwari. But was there something they saw that we didn't see? So they backed out. Rather than support Tinubu, they did their best to stop him, which finally sort of pitched him against the camp of Tinubu. Today, Aregbemugo is no longer, it's like a persona non grata in Osun. They are not in power in Osun, right? So here is what they said happened. Tinubu first, Tinubu putting in place or setting the stage for his eventual takeover of APC, Egbekegbe, after Bokwari. Tinubu was going to use his own cousin, supposedly, Oyetola. Oyetola was to become governor so that they can secure Osun. Okay? But Aregbemugbana didn't want Oyetola to succeed him. So he did all he could, but somehow, with the help of Oshiomole as the chairman, they managed to get Oyetola in as the candidate of APC in Osun. That was the beginning of the end of influence of Aregbemugo in Osun. Now, because of this betrayal, they call him a betrayer, by the way, because of this betrayal of a thing between them, Aregbemugbana decided to further sabotage Tinubu in becoming the candidate of APC. This is between them. In all of this, all the interest of Yoruba land, all the talk and talk about regional system, all the talk and talk about Awolowo this, Awolowo that, they no longer matter. it was now about the political survivor of this duo. So Aregbemubo was controlling Alimosho local government area in Lagos State. As a former repairer, refrigerator repairer in Lagos, who ventured into politics and became one of the strongest men behind Tinubu in Alimosho. So it was one of the strongest of Tinubu's allies. So what could have happened? What went wrong? Nobody really knows. Now that Aregbemubo is no longer in the political corridors of power anymore. And suddenly, they just realized that, oh, it's true. Nigeria is so big that one man should not be controlling the whole country. Talking about parliamentary system of government now, where let everybody just go back to their region. Let everybody just try and control this and that, because it's no longer in power. And according to the Tinubu supporters, yeah, they are tearing him apart every now and then. You see, a lot of people have lied or used their people in furthering their political agenda in that contraption, lying to themselves. No, we're lying to the people without kind of like lying to the deceitful people. And there are still those who are using that similar technique today in all parts of Nigeria, especially in Yoruba land. There were those who believed that, you know, there are those who believed that Tinubu actually cared about Yoruba. To the point that some of these mofos will tell you that if not for Tinubu, there will be no place for Yorubas in Nigeria today, when there is actually no place for anybody in that contraption except for themselves. They all know the truth. That's one thing. Majority of these guys actually knows that Nigeria is not working. Nigeria will never work. Not the way it is currently constituted. The way Nigeria is constituted as we speak is just pretty much like a company, right? Where everyone, somehow, Ogata, yeah, or something. You know, whether Nigeria are better, concern them. It is turn by turn Nigeria Limited. Everybody is waiting for his own turn. About take your turn, make you come out. Just say whatever you can to the people to make them feel like you care, even when you don't. So Aregbemubo is coming out to tell us now that a lot of people have become poorer, while few people have become extremely rich. And somehow, Aregbemubo believes that it is not just a coup that can happen. A revolution can happen. Really? These are those who backed the murderous Boko Haram regime that killed Nigerians, that turned the military to a killing machine, the police to killing machines. They were killing Nigerians, but nothing was wrong at the time. And there are those who are with Tinubu now. Tinubu has also turned the Nigerian military, the Nigerian police to killing machines, killing Nigerians, jailing Nigerians, criminalizing self-determination, criminalizing their protest in a supposed democracy. These were supposed to be the progressives, so the progressives. There are those who are backing Tinubu now. When Tinubu no longer have that power, when they no longer have the same power themselves, they will automatically now remember that this Nigeria cannot work this way. Even though some of you will listen to them, and somehow the right people like us would say it to your face every now and then, that accept the fact that they are using you to further push their own agenda, the agenda that in no way represents any tribe, any ethnic, or any religion. In that contraption, it is always personal. But there are those who are so gullible, so gullible, that they listen to these guys and they help them push their agenda. And this agenda is never in your own interest. Once they are no longer in the position of, in any favorable position, right? Once they are no longer sought after, then suddenly they will become so like, oh, our eyes don't clear. Nigeria cannot work this way. We all need to go back to regionalism. We all need to In fact, they will begin to talk about a possible revolution. How the people will revolt. How the people can revolt. But when they have right now, those around Tinubu, they will tell you that everything is perfect. But Tinubu is doing everything to make Nigeria better. Because it is their turn to chop. Once they are no longer in the proximity of power, yeah, they will now remember that this contraption can't work. They will now remember that, oh, we should probably have a new constitution. Oh, we should actually have a true federalism. Oh, everybody should actually control their resources. But the moment they are there chopping or eating, Nigeria is perfect. But you, the zombies that listens to them, including those of you zombies that are listening to the likes of Kalu right now and those around him. In another few years, these people are going to come like Aregbemugo. They will come to you and say, this Nigeria cannot work. And some of you dummies, you will also agree. This is true. And this country can never work. One expired, retired comedian, Benga Deyinka, the other day, came out and said, if Tinubu cannot fix Nigeria, nobody can fix Nigeria. Really? That same Tinubu has now been confirmed by the FBI, CIA, that is actually their asset. Not that it is new, not that majority of you don't even know that before. But now you have it on official record that Tinubu is the asset of the FBI, the asset of the CIA. See, Tinubu was a drug dealer in America, okay? And when he was caught, he ran back to Nigeria. When he ran back to Nigeria, other friends of his, they were picked up, arrested, and Tinubu, that's the reason why Tinubu was not arrested, though. Tinubu got the hints that they are clamping down on the drug dealers in America, and he ran back to Nigeria. Tinubu was not the only person who was a drug dealer in America at the time. His mother, Bibatu Mogaji, was a drug dealer too. His wife, Remi Tinubu, was a drug dealer too. Now, when I say drug dealer, I'm talking about people who are like a drug mules in America. This information are not like, like some of these Ronukus will say, hey, you better watch your mouth. Do you have evidence? Do you think America will know somebody is a drug dealer and they will let him go? You are just being clever by half. Let me give you back the backstory. There was this guy who was a massive heroin trafficker. And they also have those who are working with them, smuggling heroin, trafficking heroin to America in the 80s. But because the heroin dealers, drug dealers, they also need bankers to help them clean their money. So that was where Tinubu came in. So Tinubu helped them, right, to open different bank accounts in his name, in his wife's name, in the name of some other people he knew then. So that, once the drug money comes in, it gets paid into these bank accounts and then gets transferred as often until the clampdown started. When the clampdown started, right, Tinubu got the hint of it. He ran to Nigeria. When he ran to Nigeria, some of those who were not so lucky to run to Nigeria with him, they were arrested, including the ringleader. In the process, among other things they found with these drug dealers, so money were traced into Tinubu's account. And he's already away in Nigeria. When he got to Nigeria, right, because he's been partly, right, funding the Nadeco of that time. This guy had no real job, per se. In fact, the only job they claim he had in America, it was being paid $1,200. But this is a guy who had over $1.6 million in bank. So American DEA, CIA, including the FBI too. In fact, the FBI in particular decided to cut a deal with this guy. If he could give them some of those, he's been helping to launder their money. And in fact, there's a particular $1.6 million in your bank that, listen, if you can give us the names of your colleagues and the rest, give them up, right? We can make a deal with you. Rather than charge you for drug dealing, right? What we're going to do is that we're just going to deal with, we're going to charge you for non-declaration of the source of this, your 1.6 million, or not paying tax on it. Tinubu gave the names of most of his fellow drug dealers. And the drug dealers has been helping to launder money. He gave their names. So many of them ended up serving long time in jail. But they didn't stop there. Oh, this guy is also involved in the politics in Nigeria. How can we work with you? This is how Tinubu got recruited as an asset. And it wasn't long after that Abacha overthrew Shonekon, became the president, the head of state in Nigeria, chased the Americans away. Nigeria became a country with, so much sanctions, right? A pariah state. So they needed the likes of Tinubu and many others like him to use them as a sleeper cell that can possibly, if possible, to help them get rid of Abacha. This is like how Tinubu got recruited. This is how he became the asset of the. This is why he didn't go to jail. This is why he was never extradited. And when it was time, when Abacha started targeting him, when it was time, they got him out of Nigeria. That was how he ended up in the UK. You see, this story can actually make a movie. The story of Tinubu can make a movie in the world of today. And I'm saying this because there are like hundreds of pages of evidence of this Tinubu's drug dealing, heroin trafficking in the 80s, in the early 90s. Now, they filed a Freedom of Information Act case against the FBI in America to release, before the 2023 Charade, to release all the files of Tinubu. Guess what? There are over 10,000. This is not joke. Over 10,000 files on Tinubu. You see that one that David got us the last time? That's just a tip of the iceberg. They said like almost all of the agencies in America investigated Tinubu and his heroin trafficking dealings in America. Full-time drug dealer. But what saved him, like I said, was that when it was time to clamp down on them, he was already in Nigeria. In fact, he was already trying to contest as a senator in Nigeria, which he did contested. And he became a senator in Nigeria in 1992, 1993. He became a senator. So rather than extradite him for his crime, he got recruited and became one of the assets of the FBI, one of the assets of the CIA in Nigeria. So when David requested that they wanted Tinubu's drug dealing files in America, it came back as Tinubu is not just a Tinubu. No. He is deeper and deeper than what a lot of us have read about him. And because he's an asset of the CIA, almost an asset of the DEA, or let's say the asset of CIA to start with, the DEA, the FBI, and other agencies, right? They have to what? They have to seal his files. The only way Tinubu's file is going to make it to the public is if Tinubu stops supplying information to the CIA. there was a bomb blast in Nigeria near the airport, which actually in fact, in the airport in Nigeria, which actually killed 2 airport officials. This bomb was allegedly, set up by Tinubu, but it wasn't Tinubu who set it up. During that time, it was around the time they were looking for how to get Abacha. All these things are like snippet from all what Tinubu got involved in, right? In the effort of trying to get Abacha, Tinubu was actually supplying information to the CIA about the political development, about people, about friends, including some of the meetings he had with Abacha, because he was also closer to Abacha, even though they were claiming to be fighting for Abiola's mandate. All these things I'm saying to you may sound like, where did you get all of this? The documents are out there. But what they did was that during the last election, they were supposed to release all of that documents, whether it's going to work in your favor or not. They were supposed to release them. They were so close to getting those documents out. Tinubu now launched a court case. You know about it now. He launched a court case, a defense, that if they released all of his information, if they release those documents, it will have it will have a catastrophic consequences. That's what he said. So he succeeded because the Democrats, right? The Obama's the Obama's clique, the Joe Biden's clique. I'm talking about their clique that way. It will be in their best interest for other files not to make it to the public. And they did try to make sure it never made it to the public. The few ones they managed to release, they redacted it. Anywhere you see Tinubu's name, you have to blank it out. They make the old document useless. When they finally actually said, okay, release them in parts. They released partially. But you know something? A lot of us have always been suspecting this. That their efforts, the level at which Tinubu, let's start with that of Boko Haram, the level at which Boko Haram destroyed Nigeria, the country that was already a country that was listed as one of the 3 fastest growing economies in the world in 2014, 2015. They destroyed it, terrorized it. In 8 years, it dropped and lost more than half of its worth. People lost their jobs, people lost their businesses, people lost their lives in 8 years. But you see the damages that Tinubu has done in the last 18 months alone will tell you that the intention of America is to ensure that Nigeria never, ever, ever make anything called progress, ever. This is not ordinary. So David and his partners, they went back to court this time around to overturn the court, the judgment of a Chicago judge, a Democrat, who ruled that Tinubu's name must be redacted. And everyone associated with Tinubu must be redacted from the FBI document that could have given you the full details of Tinubu's drug dealing in America. So as to make it more useless, when you are reading it, it's pure useless. You can't, you don't see the name. I'm talking about detailed how Tinubu's activity. You see the one that I mentioned, his wife. There is evidence of that. It's still online. Before they finally, when they realized that he could become president, and the only way to make him president, right, of Nigeria, which is good for America, to further destroy Nigeria at the time, was to make sure that all that releasing of that file, it was stopped. So they went back to court. Guess what the FBI had to say in court this time around? They said, yes, Tinubu may be the president of Nigeria, a public official. But the thing here is this. The Nigerians may want to know about the activities of their government, but they don't have any right to know all the activity of their president. CIA actually went to court And they gave a deposition to say Tinubu and his activities in America cannot be made public because they have an arrangement with him that they will protect his name, they will protect all his secrets. They actually said that in court, that it is the American CIA policy to protect the secret of their assets. Protect the secrets of our assets. President of Nigeria is CIA assets. You get that? That's what they have to put out there in a court document. Let me see if I can read this part. Right? The plaintiff suggests that Tinubu has forfeited his privacy interest because he is now the president of Nigeria. But public figures do not forfeit privacy interest because of their public status. This is the court document. They said, urging that public officials do not surrender rights to personal privacy, particularly where the interest is for details of third-party investigation. Okay? Relatedly, plaintiff asserts that there is a heightened public interest in the Tinubu investigative records because Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. Right? So, reading further. So the FOIA appeal that they filed, and because United States residents of Nigerian ancestry and the Nigerian press are interested in Tinubu's communications with the FBI, right? So they said, but it fails to appreciate that the only relevant public interest that weighs into the calculus for purposes of exemption is the citizen's right to be informed. Nigerians deserve to know, right? So, in part, here, they said, revealing the angle, let's go back to the top. They said the CIA does not reveal the identity of its human sources because revealing the identity of a confidential source could expose agency tradecraft, other human sources, and specific intelligence interests. Angle, I want to take this out so that I can read it further. Listen, they said, other human sources and specific intelligence interests and activities. Right? So Williams further explained, human sources, they are talking about Tinubu. Human sources can be expected to furnish information to the CIA only when they are confident the CIA can and will do everything in its power to prevent the public disclosure of their cooperation. In the case of a person who has been cooperating with the CIA, official confirmation of that cooperation could cause the targets to take retaliatory action against that person or against their family or friends. It also places in jeopardy every individual with whom the cooperating individual has had contacts. Thus, the indiscretion of one source is a chain of intelligence sources. In a chain of intelligence sources, can damage an entire spectrum of sources. As such, confirming or denying the existence of records on a particular foreign national, like Tinubu, reasonably could be expected to cause damage to U.S. national security by indicating whether or not the CIA maintained any human intelligence sources related to Tinubu and identifying any access or lack of access any such sources had to intelligence concerning him. For these reasons, the CIA determined that confirming or denying the existence or non-existence of records responsive to the request could reasonably be expected to cause damage to national security. Further, this information is currently and properly classified and is therefore exempt from disclosure under FOIA exemption. This is the argument of the CIA. Now, the point here is this. The CIA in America, Central Intelligence Agency of America, just confirmed that exposing or accepting the FOIA request appeal of this Nigerian is tantamount to a threat to national security. It could cause Americans jeopardy to Americans' national security. And America know they play with national security. once they drop that bar, once they drop the ball of national security, they are caught and everybody will protect the American interest. But the message therein is that Tinubu is so neck deep as the asset of the CIA in America. The asset of the CIA in America is Nigeria president. Nigeria, the biggest, the largest black nation on earth, is a subordinate of an agency in America. That means everything inside Nigeria is right there, an open book to the CIA. So the Nigeria president is an asset to America's CIA. That is treasonable felony. That in itself, right, is an impeachable offense if Nigeria is a country. They may shut down my channel after this broadcast, but it's good that those of you who have the chance of listening to this, you will remember. You get it now? Because right now, we have a confirmation, which is that the president of Nigeria, who was supposed to protect the national interest, the national security of Nigeria, national safety of Nigeria, is an asset of America. So America, who have a compromise on him, will now continue, right, to help undermine the national safety, national security of Nigeria. So those of you who are claiming to be one Nigerianist, your president, Drogi Kolu, is an asset of the CIA, which means the only interest that will matter is the interest of America. No wonder he was willing, he was ready to attack Niger Republic, because those ones staged a revolution that removed another Western puppet, Bazoum, from power. He didn't consult with the National Assembly. He did not consult with the people of Nigeria. He just secretly, he was ready to go and attack Niger Republic and reinstate the person where they remove. This is scary. This is a court document. It is a court document. It is like actually an argument in an American court. So somehow, Donald Trump's planned withdrawal of the American American forces, bases, and all of that from this western part of Africa, if he actually does it, if he managed to do that, and some of these guys who are installing these puppets to undermine the growth of their own people, the growth of their country in Africa, maybe if this Trump comes in January, there could be some level of reprieve. They have a lot of expose to release anyway. We hope that then with an executive signature, this Tinubu's entire thing that Tinubu actually did in America can be released. Though you may think it won't have any real effect, but I believe that even Tinubu himself, who said in argument when he argued in an American court last year, he said if they release these documents, it's going to cause a serious damages. It's going to destroy him. Is it going to destroy him? Not just in Nigeria, but in America too. Because if Americans get to know that the brain behind the drug epidemic in some states in America is the person who is now the president in Nigeria, how do you think Americans are going to react to this? I'm just kind of like being curious now, just asking questions now. When Americans realize that some of their uncles, aunties, their children who became drug addicts with the drug epidemic, drug abuse and all of that in America in the late 80s and early 90s, that person was shielded by the American CIA, American FBI, and is the president in Nigeria today. Is that going to actually like lead to some backlashes? And those who are responsible in 2022 and 2023, who were responsible in blocking the American court from releasing those documents? Would the action of would the action of Donald Trump actually lead to some of them say, betrayal of America too? I'm talking about in this instance, the blowback will be huge than what so many of us can envisage. I know some of us are saying that the American foreign policy is all the same, but these Democrats, this American under this Democratic Party, Joe Biden and his gang, they did everything in the last minute to block and shield Tinubu. And that wasn't an accident. Immediately, Tinubu got sworn in May 2023. Ray, what be that FBI director's name? Ray visited Nigeria to come and congratulate Tinubu. Yeah, there is an image of that. He went there to go and congratulate somebody who was behind the drug heroin epidemic in Chicago, in some of these American states in the late 80s and early 90s. He came to Nigeria to congratulate him. Now they're arguing in American courts right now that his file cannot be released for the sake of national security in America. National security. I do hope, I'm just hoping that Donald Trump, that some of you claim you don't like, Donald Trump will be interested in this as well, as they launch investigation into the activities of the CIA, the activities of the FBI. Because in case if you have been following their politics, that has also been a big thing, in case if you don't know. Yeah. Remember that they raided Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's home in Florida, where they said that he left the White House with some classified documents, and to them that's the crime. So meanwhile, he said as a president, he has the power to, as a president or former president, he has the power to actually move those documents. Now he's interested in FBI activities. He's interested in CIA activities. If you have been following their politics, he is willing to purge them, the DOJ, Department of Justice in America. All those who sanctioned some of these civilian coup in Africa, those who sponsored puppets, criminals, to help them further, sabotage the growth of these African countries, including Nigeria, would they be exposed too? Apart from whatever the legacy media is feeding you, I am asking you to kind of look into this as well. Why would the CIA want a drug dealer to be president of Nigeria? Why did they shield him? Why did the Democrat judge, after all the evidence and what was at stake, said the documents, the file of Tinubu should be redacted, should not be released? Now that man has become the president of Nigeria. He has destroyed Nigeria. He has destroyed lives. He has destroyed the people more. And he's still on it, doing it as we speak. So what is exact goal of the Democrats who did this to Nigeria? Because it all started from Obama. They have brought in somebody who is a jihadist, a terrorist, to come in a political party that is a political party of terrorists, APC, Egbekegbe, to destroy Nigeria. And they have done it. Only for them to also shield the drug dealer. Tinubu was supposed to actually, did you know that he never actually had the chance of going to America again? Until they package him and package him and repackage him. And today, the rest of Nigeria, they are paying the price. So I'm asking questions now. I'm asking questions based on what is publicly available. This is not a conjecture. This is not something that is being cooked up. Or no. These are available documents, publicly available information. So if there's something I am looking forward to in January, I am looking forward to this. Because right now, the Democrats are still the government in America. And I don't know the judge where they're having these arguments, the courts. Let me see, what court is that again? District of Columbia. Is that not going to be in Georgia? Shebi, District of Columbia, is that Washington or Georgia? Right. They are arguing in front of a court. Is Washington, Abi? Good. Washington, D.C. I don't know if the judge is a Democrat. Possibly is a Democrat. Right? And since they have mentioned the national security, because true, right? True. The CIA, they always have to protect their sources. If you become an asset of CIA or FBI, whatever you tell them. There was a time that WikiLeaks released some intercepted wires. What Tinubu was telling the US ambassador to Nigeria. It was actually ratting out politicians. There was this intercepted. It's online. All these things are online. The same thing with El Rufaya. El Rufaya too was ratting out some politicians in Nigeria, some pastors. He was saying all manner of things to the ambassador. And the ambassador was like, relaying everything they told him back to Washington. And I'm talking about as far back as 1994, even when Tinubu became the governor of Lagos State as well. He was always there telling them things, And WikiLeaks got wind of some of them, intercepted some of them, and they published them in the tens of thousands of documents that WikiLeaks also exposed at the time. Go on and check it online. Tinubu was opening a bank account to collect a proceeds of heroin. His wife, Rat, was also opening bank accounts to collect proceeds of heroin. And this is just the little we know. This is the little we know. They said if they release Tinubu's documents, hey, fear go catch you. True. And that is why, for this one, I don't think anyone should possibly just, try to find the excuse anymore. Okay? Tinubu is their asset, and he will do their bidding. And their bidding is to keep you underdeveloped, keep you poor. World Bank, IMF, and the rest of them, they will continue to have field days. They will continue to have a field day in Nigeria. You are not escaping this. You are not. And it's very sad. Oh my God, it's really sad. Abacha.
To ensure that some of these incidents are avoided. But at the same time, the transition program is for the nation, but the major players in the transition program are the politicians themselves. So the politicians themselves will have to come and bury their differences. Will have to play politics the way it is, not politics of animosity, not politics of religious or ethnic, sentiments or anything, no matter how devastating to the unity and stability of the nation. Once it favors that individual politician, he is ready to exploit it at the expense and at the cost of the unity or stability of the nation. So what we have done is clear, it's simple, it's straightforward, and it's step by step. But I tell you, we know we are all Nigerians. The politicians themselves, it's a big challenge on them. They need a change of attitude, a change of mind for them to come and play responsible politics. And that's why, even as far as rotation is concerned, as far as power sharing is concerned, which is the main issue in the politics of this country, we took the pain to go into detail and divide this nation into 6. So the question of majority, the question of minority is absolutely immaterial. It's question of quality. It's question of the individual Nigerian who possesses the right leadership, who possesses the right quality That is the issue. So the question of marginalization is completely out of it, is absolutely addressed. So there is no section of this country that will claim to be marginalized as far as the present system is concerned. So the issue of marginalization is out. The issue of sharing or involvement in power in this nation is out. And all these things, we took upon account of our past experiences as far as the political evolution of this nation is concerned. And we believe and we pray what we have done is something which is enduring, which will reinforce the peace, the stability, the unity and the understanding of this nation, and which will form the basis of a stronger, a sounder democratic system to ensure that some of the
They were carrying out different operations in Nigeria. Some of them, a lot of us, probably we were too young. Baba, they were Abacha was going to be smoked out, but he died before they could get to him in 1998. That was why Abacha was also brutal. He knew then that the entire country has totally been compromised against him. Civilians, or military, or everyone, like they've infiltrated everywhere. And Abacha was also so brutal. Anybody that is suspect, Baba, you they go. There is nothing like a kid glove. Sure you get. If they grab you, now die you day. Abacha also kind of had to commission Sergeant Roger. Baba, shoot them, shoot this one, because Abacha was getting intelligence report that CIA, they have infiltrated everywhere. He was going to be killed. Because Abacha actually like told America to leave Nigeria. And now, he told them to leave just same way all this junta in Niger Republic, in Mali, in Burkina Faso. They told American forces to take their bases and leave their region. That was what Abacha did too. And Abacha knew then that they were after his life. Civilians, or military officers, or police officers, or journalists, Baba, they were sponsoring so many people against him. And he knew then that this was being sponsored by the CIA. So many groups were infiltrated because Abacha stopped the oil exploration, American businesses, anything American in Nigeria. Baba, you have to go. So he himself was like, you have to go too. But they couldn't just come in and use their soldiers or American this or that to take Abacha out. They needed people to give them more information about Abacha, his movements, his medical conditions, and so many other things like about Abacha. Abacha, they were even trying as much as possible. Some of the protests that you witnessed that time, or Abiola this, Abiola that, they are mostly sponsored by America. Honestly. So that was why Abacha was like so brutal that if he grab you, put you for jail, you are lucky. Others now to kill you. Assassination. Abacha was shooting and killing his all these politicians too. Because to him, right, whatever you have told America, that will be the last thing you will tell them. Tinubu had to run away from Nigeria too. Person will be saying Abacha, he himself be Abacha friend. Do you know that? That Tinubu was Abacha's friend. Until he got the wind that he is next. They go shoot him and kill him. He ran away from Nigeria. Who smuggled him out of Nigeria? Possibly the CIA too. Nadeko route. Who are those who are actually funding that route that time? Possibly CIA. A lot of things that happened that time, including the media war against Abacha at the time, it was sponsored by America. Because Abacha also more or less like declared war on America in Nigeria. Seriously. Then it was like he wanted to convert himself to a civilian president. Then boom, he had an heart attack. And then he died before they could get to him. Till tomorrow, there are those who still believe that Abacha na Hapu then give him. They brought some Ashewo. They brought some Ashewo from somewhere, and they gave Abacha Hapu. Others believe that it was a Pope John Paul II, who wore a glove that was poisoned. Excuse me, that was poisoned. And Pope John Paul, right, took Abacha at the airport to come and plead with Abacha to release all the political detainees. And that was, they said, when Abacha now got back to the villa, he started complaining of, loss of breath. So they said, it must be the Pope that shook him. Others said, no, it was Mahmoud Abbas, or what is that name of that Palestinian leader? There are so many conspiracies around what killed Abacha. Because at the time, the CIA wanted him, they wanted him gone. But before they could get to him, he died. And the guy who succeeded him, Abdulsalami Abubakar, because they knew what was going on in the country then. Nigeria was so tensed. It was so tensed, right? That you don't even want to be the president of that country. And they said, okay, you know what? Give me 7 months. I will return the power to civilian. I don't want to be here. It's okay, fine. We'll support you. America got involved. And that was why, when they said the deal they were making was that the northern Nigeria, they were so angry that Abacha is dead. They have lost. Abiola too must die. I mean, this is part of some of the conspiracy stories they told us. So, Abiola too must die since Abacha don't die. So Abacha died. I think Abacha died in June. Abiola died a month later in July 1998. After the visit of American delegation who came to come and plead with Abiola to forget his mandate so that it will be like a reconciliation. They can do everything afresh. They can start everything afresh. So Condoleezza Rice, according to Abiola's doctor, who is probably dead now too, right? He said, Condoleezza Rice and this American delegation, they came. And when they came, they served Abiola tea, which after Abiola drank the tea, Abiola started complaining of loss of breath, similarly to how Abacha died. So Abiola had the heart attack, right? But instead of them to call the doctor for Abiola, right, they said they took him out to an open, and they took off his agbada, you get, so that maybe they were like, breathing him. By the time by the time his doctor was to be called, Abiola was like cold dead, lying on the floor like that. So to the northerners, they said, okay, now the equation don't balance. You get, it was Abiola's mandate that led to the whole wahala in the country, that Abacha had to be killed. All that kind of conspiracy. America was still involved. America still involved. So it was one of those darkest era of Nigeria. You get. So if Donald Trump can just probably help to unseal Tinubu's files and all the agencies that investigated Tinubu in America, for posterity's sake, for the sake of our own children, it is very important. So now we know better. And we deserve to know better. That the president of Nigeria is an American asset. That alone is a treasonable felony. It is an impeachable offense. I know some of you, the Ronukus, you are not going to agree. It doesn't matter. But somehow, it be like say the chicken don't they come home to roost now. My children will never grow up to see Tinubu as what? As president or as a leader ever. And now you have to tell your children too. This is an American asset, CIA asset in America that became the president of Nigeria. And the court document has confirmed it, that he provided them with information, this and that, okay? And that is why they cannot let anybody unseal his documents. Tell your children that. There was an implosion, an explosion rather, in Jos, Plateau State this morning. And according to them, they say it was an IED explosion. Okay? Even though their governor denied it, they sent these policemen, and this is what they had to say.
So come this morning, we started opening shop. Not quite in the interval of 1 hour. We see the bomb squad coming up, then check, then sample here. So everybody clear. So we're both of us, everybody get to come move out of here.
I saw bomb squad. They came in, they started say there's something that suspecting towards this place. That's something like bomb. I said, okay, how did the thing happen? They now say we should close up shop. I will lock up our shops.
The police connected IED was buried.
This morning there was a report of a suspected hole here, as you can see, that suspected to have been planted with IED. But the EOD technicians, we are immediately deployed to the scene. They dug the place and discovered that nothing was inside the place. And as you can see, there's nothing. So, and that's why I'm here, to assure members of the public that they should not be afraid.
He further assured the public of efforts to continually secure lives and property of these.
As if to say they will do that too. It's unfortunate, but this is what their own governor, Mutfangi also, had to say about it. Politicians.
There was a scare this morning in Jos at Terminus where a rumor went around that there was a bomb, and the EOPD of the police had to be there, and I'm glad to inform everyone here that there was no bomb whatsoever. But it was good that people were sensitive, that they saw an object and they suspected that this object should be investigated. I think that is part of what we are called to do in society. Let's be sensitive to things around us. Let's be sensitive to movements around us. Let's be sensitive to comments around us. We've been able to nip a lot of potential disasters by picking up credible intelligence, and we're able to nip the situations in the bud. But we must also be responsible, particularly in the use of social media. Social media has become a tool of conflict creation. It has become a tool of destabilization. And we must be responsible in making sure that we manage social media responsibly. There was
just so you remember, always. Kalu was in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, yesterday. 2 days ago, he arrived there. Yesterday, he attended what was called the Arab Islamic Summit, joint summit, where he pushed for a two-state solution between Israel and Palestine. But now we have realized that he didn't go to Saudi Arabia because of Israel and Gaza. He went there to see if they could possibly borrow him money, interest-free loan. Kalu went to Saudi Arabia to beg for $5 billion. And according to them, they said they needed $5 billion to help Tinubu in his economic reform in Nigeria, whatever that even means. On everything is economic reform. Economic reform. They went to the Afrexim Bank. They took $3.3 billion loan using 167 million barrels of crude oil as collateral. $3.3 billion loan. They said they used that to defend the Naira. Today, Nigeria Naira jumped. It's making sense now. It is actually making sense now that Tinubu is actually out to further destroy Nigeria. And he will do it to the satisfaction of America. He will do it. It took Bokwari 8 years, right, to move Nigeria's exchange rate, Nigeria Naira, from 148 Naira to $1 to 710 Naira to $1.
What shall I say unto the Lord?
Yes, Lord.
All I have to say,
thank you, Lord. What shall I say? Thank you, Lord. All I have to say,
So it has taken Tinubu 17 months to take that naira to dollar from 710 naira to $1 to 1,749 naira to $1. 17 months. It's making sense now. It is. Right? 3.3 billion to defend the naira. What does that even mean? Now you are using a 12.9, nearly $13 billion worth of crude oil as collateral. So he left Riyadh this morning. We have not received information if Saudi Arabia will borrow him the $5 billion to revive Nigeria economy. That's what he went to beg for. He didn't go there because of because of Israel and Gaza. He left. We don't know where he left to. I don't think he's arrived in Nigeria yet. Or have you seen him in Nigeria? Some people believe that he left Nigeria for Paris. That is probably in Paris or is here in London. We don't know yet. His plane is yet to land anywhere. Abuja, Paris, or London. Meanwhile, back in Nigeria, they are debating how much is it they will be selling their petroleum products to you, despite the fact that you now have a Dangote refinery that's supposed to be producing a locally refined PMS product, right? But price is also an issue. Availability was a problem, maybe not anymore. Now affordability is now the problem. Here is that Ipman, supposed independent marketers, petrol marketers of Nigeria, president, who just told us that they have agreed with Dangote that it will be selling them a liter of petroleum for, I think 945 naira. Listen to him. It is the battle. In fact, listen to this first.
My members are very happy to understand that now we are not buying product through the third party, but rather we buy product directly through Dangote. So it's a very good, welcome development for independent petroleum marketers and the Nigerian masses in general.
All right. Now, your association promises lower fuel prices through this direct lifting arrangement. Can you provide specific figures on expected price reductions across different regions and the factors that might affect these projections?
Well, in fact, we are still on the analysis of the price, the way our price will be in the whole nation, but the most important thing is to understand that we today, we are not buying through the third party, we are buying directly through Dangote. And immediately when the transaction has taken seriously, we can come and analyze so that we may have a uniform price all over the country. Everybody, any part of the country, we are going to explain to the Nigerian masses, this is what the independent petroleum marketers will sell in Sokoto. This is what they will sell in Maiduguri. This is what they will sell in Port Harcourt. So all the nation, including Lagos and Abuja.
All right, we hear you on that. We certainly look forward to that when it's time. Now, given Dangote's emerging monopolistic position when it comes to refining, what measures has Ipman put in place to prevent price manipulation, which is crucial at this point, and ensure fair competition in the downstream sector?
Well, you know, this thing what Dangote has done to the independent petroleum marketers, so he put them in such a way that they will become competitive together with the NNPC retail, Mayman, and Dapman. Because before, we are obtaining our product through them. So now, instead of going through them and get the product, he promised us that we are going to lift product direct through his refiner.
And the guy was pretty much on a media run today. Nothing is really concrete until when he arrived the channels and he said, well, this is the price that Dangote is offering us. And if things goes according to plan, then a liter of petroleum will be sold, maybe for 1,150 naira in faraway places like Maiduguri and others. The NNPC themselves also came out today to say, oh yeah, we will be buying from Dangote now. Like, it seems they are doing a media run to also mislead you, the people, again. Because I think it was last week, it was reported that there are about 6 countries that are already willing and ready to lift Dangote's petroleum if Nigeria is not going to buy it. Tinubu and his gang, they just invested in oil, petroleum mixing, wherever, in Malta, where it is believed that adulterated products is being imported from. They are making a kill. So then there's a twist this week, okay? Because last week, the same NNPC, independent marketers, they were asking a court to strike out the charges brought against them by Dangote, because Dangote went to court to ask the court to stop NNPC from importing fuel to Nigeria and patronizing, cancel their import licenses, right? Then these marketers also went to court to say, court, come on, throw out Dangote's prayers. We will continue to import because it is cheaper to import than to buy from Dangote. Then this week, that is changing to something like this. The same guy, the same day, 2 different stations where they are running what I believe is a media run, and there is something fishy. I don't know, something in me is telling me that something is fishy, but this one is more detailed in his in what he said. Okay, and we can possibly quote him verbatim, in another few days, right? Listen.
Now that you're patronizing him, could you tell us how much are you buying from him?
The price?
Yes.
Just like what I have told you, presently, he gives us the price of there are 2 different prices. There is the one that we can load through the bases and carry to our various depots at the rate of 940 naira per liter. Then for the depots, is at the rate of 990 naira per liter.
Why is that difference?
This one is the main. This one you have to load it and carry it to another part
of the country.
Of the country. No, not of the country, of the state. You know, we use bases to carry this product. It's 2 ways. There is one that we can load in the loading gantry, and there is one that we can load through the bases. So through the bases like Port Harcourt, Warri, Calabar, we have to use bases because there is no Dangote loading gantry there. We have to carry it to our private depots and discharge
and distribute it to our
So
market.
naturally, when you look from gantry, it should be cheaper.
Yes.
Okay. So how
no,
much?
not will be cheaper. It depends, because this one is 960 or 940.
Then the
other one is 990.
Okay, so the difference is there. So how much should we expect to buy, or how much should people expect to buy petrol from Ipman stations in Lagos and Abuja, for instance?
Well, all the assurance that I will be giving you with this new development, our product, independent petroleum marketers, will be cheaper.
Yeah, how much? NNPC is
no,
what,
I cannot specifically
1,060?
say it because it depends on the place that you are going to carry the product. It depends on the distance. But all what I know, both NNPC, DAPMAN, and NNPC, DAPMAN, and which one again?
Ipman?
Mayman.
Or Moman?
Moman.
Major marketers.
Mayman, major marketers now.
Mm-hmm.
So all of them, by God's grace, what we are trying to see, our product is cheaper. Wherever they are selling product, our own is cheaper than their product.
Assuming their product is 1,060, your product should be cheaper than 1,060.
Yes, we may decide to sell 1,055.
1,055? I thought
it's a difference. Because we are in the regulation period, so you may not expect the price to be so much difference. But at least any reduction, even if it's one...
Why wouldn't it be so much different?
No, the reason why it will not be so much different because already there is no subsidy in any of the commodity. So you have to sell the way you obtain.
Yeah, but you said that the profits you were giving to maybe DAPMAN and NNPC...
No, this one that I have been telling
different.
you, I'm just citing an example. I said no matter how, our price will be a little bit lower.
So if we see any petrol station that sells higher than 1,060, are they still IPMAP members? Would anything happen?
I'm not trying to say 1,060 because it depends on the location.
No, I'm saying assuming in the states where it is 1,060. Because if you use NNPC cost as benchmark in any state, anyone that sells above that...
Yes, with this recent development, definitely anywhere you go, you will find that at the end of the day, we have the cheapest price.
But we also understand, and talk to us about, is that the landing cost has dropped. Does this have any impact on how much you're expected to buy from anywhere, either from Dangote or anywhere?
But you know, already I tell you, we tell our members to buy through Dangote or any Nigerian refinery because we have full satisfaction.
Now that you're patronizing him.
So you see that that's something in me that is always very, that's always very hard for me to believe whatever they say is also right, or maybe right. These are not honest people. Something is cooking, okay? And none of this is actually going to bring any succor or relief to the suffering Nigerians. None of this. You see this whole back and forth, this media run and all of that. Something is cooking. The only thing I picked up at some point is that they are going to increase the price of petroleum soon. In another few days, they are going to announce a new price. And it's not going to be a dropped price. It is going to be another higher price for this same petroleum products. All this, to read this cho that you are hearing left, right, and center, something is not adding up. I have done series of analysis on this whole thing before. Dangote is not lowering its price for anybody. Okay? The Tinubu and his gang that are paying themselves subsidy, which they continually deny. They always deny it. Because what they are paying now is not subsidy like, oh, you bring your fuel. They ask you how much is the landing cost. How much do you want to sell it? Oh, yeah, take the difference. Sell it for this price. That is not what they are doing now. What they are doing is called dollar subsidy. You cannot import any product into Nigeria without getting a forex to go and import. And between the central bank and the NNPC. That is where the shady deal of the dollar subsidy is. That is where they are paying themselves hundreds of millions of dollars. Here you get now. All this story about landing costs, all this nonsense, right? If they actually want to give you a relief in this instance, right? Number one, that means they will lose money. They will cancel all their projected importation and all of that genuinely. But they are not. They're just making these pronouncements left, right, and center and putting Dangote in the midst of it. But when they put Dangote in the midst of it, right, somehow, they are kind of telling you directly that, Steve Dangote is going to sell it for this price. We are going to sell it for that so price too. So don't expect anything less. And if they insist that we have to buy from Dangote, or we can all claim to be buying from Dangote, right? And that is why the price of petroleum is going to be this, and that now. There's no reprieve coming your way. None. Anyway, it's been confirmed that Tinubu has landed in Abuja. And I hope we can begin to call him the CIA asset, has landed in Abuja, the druggie. So, your Shege is back. To the people of Edo State, today, the power changed hands, and Okpebolo, APC, Egbekegbe, became the government of Edo State. And it didn't take long before their supposed thugs were unleashed. I'll show you that one. But this is how the event went earlier today.
His Excellency the Governor will take a round now to inspect the ground of honor.
Today, you are officially giving me the mandate to preside over our dear state as governor for the next 4 years. We will not betray this confidence you have imposed in me and the deputy governor. The welfare of our citizens is a top priority for us. To achieve this, we shall implement programs carefully outlined in my 5-point agenda, designed to grow a robust economic growth and improve the lives of our people. The